What's good? Let's get it.
MIBR is all smiles coming into today, but they're going to have their hands full
My
because
goat.
they're facing the Sentinels, a team
What's
that,
up, everyone?
well, they did what no one else was
Let's
able
get
to
it.
do in America.
What's up,
They
Julius?
took down G2,
up, Cash?
sent those boys down to the
Paper?
lower bracket, and my oh my, dude, that was a little bit of a hairy game there for a moment there, fellas, because, I mean, Ender,
Is Sideshow on the desk? No, he did that bit, but Julius, let's just say,
it's like a 10-2 start or something like that.
Yeah, they win the pistol, then G2 force, and on a
part of me already knew that.
almost come all the way back.
What's up,
before
Cabo?
Sentinels walk in on rounds 23 and 24, and you can see how much it meant to them to send G2 packing.
Yeah, I mean, I was there as a fan watching Jordan play, and at the end, he was the guy who made the play. I was so happy for him. It was great.
It
Damn.
really, it's incredible.
That's crazy, Chad. Did you hear that? Did you hear what Ender said?
Even in those moments where you think
I always knew.
this one here. But Mimi, I mean,
I always knew he hated women. He said meant.
on the pathway to Toronto, a massive achievement.
didn't say
for them,
women.
And they went to Bangkok, obviously. Didn't go the way that they wanted here.
Damn, I like that one actually. I'm gonna use that on someone in the future.
I think it is the big thing. It's proving that people had a lot of questions of this team being in the group that didn't have G2.
My
didn't have
goat,
G2,
Funshine.
and a lot of people were
30
worried,
months.
And they've come out swinging in the playoffs. They're yet to drop a
I
series
don't
thus far, and now just
understand.
fighting for redemption at Toronto,
How did
but
you
also
do
to try
that?
and win a trophy here in America is that they failed to do in kickoff.
They're hitting their stride right now, and it's quite scary. Can they
Stop flipping it on me,
Let's
dog.
actually go ahead and hear what Zeus
How?
has had to say.
Wait,
He also
why
went
does
on
it say
early on
resubscribe
today.
for 30 months? They've been subscribed at 27. Usually this is the bigger number. I don't know why it's like that.
What was going through the minds of your teammates, of you?
wait,
I'm just
wait.
blessed to be able to compete with the teammates I have and the coaching staff that I have under the organization of Sentinels that we have, and yeah, that's it.
If there was anything in that game that you could pinpoint that you kind of, the team found out about themselves, would you be able to like nail
Is he
one thing?
trolling?
Well, when the match gets hard, we go harder. So
Okay.
All right.
He's
Let's play
trolling.
the match.
What the fuck?
In the event that Icebox makes it through the vetoes today, Sentinels are going to have to lock in to take down MIBR. And I want to talk
Oh,
to you
you
a little
haven't
bit about,
redeemed
a little bit
it.
about their comp, because
I
Zekin is
see.
playing the Omen, which is not something we've seen a lot of other teams do it. Now, last week I showed you some rounds and showed you sort of the power of using the Omen smokes to block off Killjoy turrets, to open up some lurk ideas, or even in their default over towards A to block off a lot of the more forward sightlines that you can see. But I want to show you the B site right now, because Sentinels do things a little bit more uniquely, almost using this Omen like a hybrid of a jet and the Harbor. The first thing they do is throw this smoke over on front B. Now, this is really annoying for a lot of different reasons. First of all, Viper Orb is usually a one-way boosted on top of that, which this smoke tries to break, you know, removing those deep sight lines that can hold that space, and sort of forces you as a solo player, if you're going to anchor this on your own for G2, you kind of got to be what Jonah P is doing, where you have to play up in front of the smoke. It really isolates you a lot, but you can't really stick into that space for too long. So Sentinel step on in here, and now Zekin is going to do his best jet smoke dash impression. That was kind of it, getting over there on top of yellow. And what he can do is take these higher angles, and again, because of that forward smoke he had earlier, his teammates can cross over to back yellow, and they can get a high-low going. But then we can speed up into the round and look at how they actually execute onto the site, because this is, again, where they can get a little bit more creative. First of all, you have options to throw down a very deep Omen smoke and make it look almost like the Harbor push wall when your own Viper wall goes down. So he's going to throw that in just a second. Sentinels really took their time in this round. And then he TPs forward like this. This is cool because this paranoia line is nasty. It can clear out all of backside effectively.
up,
He
you
also
guys?
sends it up towards halls. And it gives you this
up,
forward
Cloud?
fight that you usually don't have when, you know, you're not playing a lot of flashes on Icebox. Now, we're going to ignore the fact that he misses Leaf with that paranoia, but I promise it's very good. And that's it. We're going to go back on over here. Again, ignore that he missed the paranoia. He'll hit it the next time. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Everything's
I
fine.
can't help but feel like if he hit the paranoia,
He might have gotten the kill. Yes.
he might have gotten the kill, and it would have been great to close out the Telestrator segment with 100%. But yeah, I mean,
It's the idea.
No, I was
that
watching
you
it on my
have.
phone. It was dope. It was actually
See
really
the
cool.
execution.
I heard Derek said like LCQ.
Some more players who you got to focus on here. One of those
Yeah.
individuals in particular, Bang.
I wasn't expecting Rossi. I'm not gonna lie.
Watch against G2 multiple times. I know, Imi, you have a lot to say about this young man because the talent is there and he's been really providing a lot for Sentinels this season.
Yeah, I mean, his kickoff wasn't great, but since then, I feel like Sentinels as a whole have come together more of a family. They've gone through some hardships, they've had some tough conversations, and it's bringing out the best in Bang. I think John and Jordan, Zelsis and Junkie T, putting that arm around him, bringing us together is helping everyone. And Bang is just, he's playing off instinct now. He's not scared to make mistakes.
Yeah.
He just goes for his plays.
Yeah, he's so good, I think, especially when he's in a position as a solo anchor. He's one of those players that does such a great job of being in like 1vx situations and just slowing the round down, picking the perfect timing to peek. His crosshair placement is always perfect. And I mean, his numbers have backed it up. The guy's just been incredible. One of the best players statistically coming into the playoffs for VCT Americas. And he had a great game to make it here, beating G2 as well.
Yeah, for me, Bang defensively is the god of off angles. Like, this guy gets himself in good positions so consistently and will surprise you in the spots that he's playing, change it up once he conditions you against those common spots as well.
Where
it is really
is
nice to watch him work a
tweet?
site, not just in one round, but over the course of an entire half.
Now, would you guys say X factor for sure to pay attention to in this game here, Bang? I feel like always is kind of like a, obvious answer, but I do feel like Bang in this matchup in particular could really cause a problem for MIBR.
Yeah, as long as he keeps playing instinctual and conditioning what he wants to do on the sites, I think he's going to be the X factor for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out there. Now, of course, we want to know what our talent team
Is it too real, chat? Watch the 100 Thieves fan in his natural habitat. Shh. As we encroach upon him. He's watching the other NA teams qualify for the international event.
Goop, just because EG's playing hot
These
right now.
guys were finalists. They lost
I can't believe someone,
series.
I can't believe anyone said EG right there.
They're playing hot. I can see the logic, Mimi. But
Sen beating MIBR in this position during kickoff. They're playing again now. A lot has changed for MIBR. What has sold you on this Sen team that you're confident they'll win today?
Just everything they've gone through from Bangkok to kickoff to now, all the hard conversations. That
Wyatt,
had
my man.
leading forward, I just think
Wyatt, a
they're
real
one of my
one.
favorites to win so
Literally
far.
my boyfriend.
What I think
Chat
though,
just
you
glazing
can also
Wyatt
say
for
the same
this.
thing about MIBR on the other side, right?
You guys are
It seems that
shameless.
MIBR on the other side.
Hold up.
Rediscovering themselves, needing to find like who those players are going to be that slot in. Who
Actual
fits that. So I
shameless
think it's interesting.
behavior.
I think they've added Verno.
He
They're
picks
not that
EG
big
and he
loss
just
yet. I
gets
think
your
they've had
love.
the big loss.
That's
Maybe this
pathetic.
is it. And then they
Pathetic.
This wouldn't be a big loss because they've still made Toronto, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think they
So
need that big
fucking
loss. And Sentinels
easy.
already have that.
Damn, yeah, and it's a
Free.
good point, right? Because,
Mark with the
MIBR are
double
really,
points
I always like to
flex.
call it like the new car smell. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you buy a new car, it always smells good. And after a little while, you sit in it too many
Honeymoon phase.
times, starts to
Yeah, that's
the
exactly
newness
how it
starts
works.
to
I'm not
fade
gonna,
away.
I'm gonna deny it. Yeah,
nice.
that's
I
exactly how it
don't
works,
know. It
actually.
was exquisite.
That's crazy.
It's broken now.
Real talk, though.
Okay.
Do we subscribe to this, that MIBR yet to face that hardship? Sentinels could be the ones to deliver that here today.
That's just true. And
Oh,
Sen has
Pujon's
already proved
back
how good
today?
They were. They beat
God
G2.
damn.
I also think this is something you were talking about. The map pool could be pretty good for Sen. They share a lot of similar maps. If we get a Haven in the pool, I think that's looking good. I honestly even think they have a chance on split against MIBR.
I think they definitely win split.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. They have to ban Icebox, though. Sentinels have to ban Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so good for MIBR thus far with that Harbor Viper.
Or Zekin can hit the paranoia. And that changes the entire
That would help.
All right, folks. So 4 teams are going to be fighting to make it to Sunday's grand final. You got MIBR and Sentinels, Evil Geniuses going up against G2. Day 5 of the VCT Americas playoffs starts right now.
You went 4-2 against Osboss in DM or in a ranked game, John? If it was a ranked game, I'm curious what agent he was playing. So that way we don't have to go back and forth and what map it was.
When you're on that grand final stage, they're gonna remember you for what you did that day. Those 5 maps that you played, that's gonna be where everybody's gonna be like, damn, I saw that clip on Twitter, I saw that clip on YouTube, I saw that on VCT. And I mean, I'm always good for it.
That's crazy, Sublime. Stop. Okay, DM, I
I
got
think winning
you.
Americas is one of the steps that you need in order to showcase how great, like, truly you are and all the work that both yourself.
Is
and
he
team
sweaty in
put
DM or is he like just running around?
You're forced to be reckoned with, basically.
I haven't watched an All-Spot stream in a sec. I don't even remember.
What's up, baby?
Yo, I love you.
I
Over
won't feel
skills,
times
thank
already,
you.
but
I want to win with this team. There's something special about winning with them.
Does Oswald look skinnier? I mean, he was always pretty skinny, but... We're going to Canada, baby. That's actually
Definitely
fun.
not a lot of room for error if you want to be the best team in Americas. Teams like SEN, we definitely show the best versions of ourselves in the highest pressure moments.
Whenever the finals hit, just how you play that day. It doesn't matter anything else before that.
I know what we're capable of as a team. Each match that we get, we gain
Dude,
like more and more confidence.
Icy needs to have a good day again. Can he do it? Can he do it, chat? Nix! Are you there? Are you there,
Think
Nix?
about VCT Americas. Some people they think about me, and it just makes me want to be
Thank you for the
better every
21,
game,
my goat. No.
not being stuck at the same place.
Finals are the games where everyone's watching, so if you make a cool play or do something huge for your team, everyone's going to remember it.
Oh, I wish it was a
They have
best of
opportunity
5.
to be remembered for being great.
I wish it was.
I want to be remembered as like someone who did some great things. I think it would be nice to re-prove myself again.
I mean, he already did some great
There has
things,
to
to
be
be
a
fair.
superstar. There has to be an X factor.
He wants to do more great
Big
things.
plays or make sure the team is on point, or the X factor that's willing to just call what needs to be said. That'll show you why people win championships.
I do feel like Yayas came into this split, this playoffs with like a different mental.
I know that my teammates they are more
Very locked
confident
in.
because if something is going wrong, they can have in the back of their heads. It's okay, he's there. I have Aspas on my team.
I have Osmos on my team. This guy just knows. He's literally him, and he knows it. Bro talked about himself in third person.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for our first match.
I've never
of the
heard
day.
Osmos do
E
something like
eles
that.
Já tem a vaga, mas agora queremos o título. Faz barulho pro MIBR!
And MIBR has something that no one else has. They got an Aspas. You heard that video, them talking about what that guy brings to the table. But really, Mimi, the sum of all of their parts here makes this a scary squad.
This was America's worst team in 2024. They signed Valorant's best player. They've had a meteoric turnaround. Top 3 in kickoff, and now a chance for the best finish for the organization. Their first grand finals in the partnership era.
And they're also doing it, signing 3 players that hadn't
Oh,
played
bro.
on the VCT
We are
stage
catching
before
this
either.
very
It's a really
early.
combination of the
Bro,
old tried and
this
true
is
and
gonna
the
do
new that's
numbers.
perfectly.
Yeah, that's right. MIBR truly have
73
found something
comments
special.
in fucking 6 minutes. This is gonna do
Let's bring out
numbers,
their opponents
chat.
for this matchup. Make some
Holy.
noise for Sentinels!
All right, and the Sentinels, obviously the fan favorite coming into this one, Jimmy, but I think it's safe to say, like, no matter how it shakes out, this is going to be a tough battle, and Sentinels know that coming into this.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely
yo.
a tough battle. They need Zek
That
in
is a
prime form
crazy
to deal
tweet
with
on the
Aspas, I
chat.
think. Everyone pumping up. Pumping up is the biggest thing for them.
Yeah.
And you know, Sentinels, they've got one guy that
Damn,
no one
bro.
else in the- No, it's Qbert, the 6th man, showing up in a big way. You know, we got the
Chet is that guy that's wearing fucking his ex on a locket around his neck. And I swear to God, he's like, nah, she did me so dirty. I hate her. But we all know that if NRG came knocking on Chet's door, he'd be like, what? Yeah, jersey size? Is that what you guys need? What do you guys need? Bro is obsessed with them. He's hating. He's hating hard. I don't know why is he taking shots at that's a demon, right? That has to be a demon 1. That has to be, right? That's a demon 1.
Changed to it, won twice since pulling that off. Is it going to be tough
Why
for
is he
Sen to
doing
play
that?
into?
It will be if they don't play the Vice, I think. If they go no Sentinel, I think they're going to have trouble.
Yeah, because Sen had previously been playing the double smokes with a Viper in the mix, and you're asking for the Viper to turn into a Vise?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously really looking to shut down that explosive potential.
Chet cut Bang from
that you
TSM
could
and then left.
potentially be seeing on the opposite side of the field there.
I don't think he cut Bang from TSM. I'm fairly sure that when we picked up Bang on 100 Thieves, he had offers, and one was from TSM.
You win this map, you're the first team into the grand final
Fairly
to
sure.
get to play with a double
I don't
ban
remember
advantage
'cause it's so long
and have
ago.
a hell of a chance to win the Americas title heading into a Masters here in North America.
Oh, yeah, it was gonna
One
be
step closer to winning a trophy, a big thing for all these players here. Now, agents are going to be coming up in a moment. We'll see what we end up getting out of this one. I am really curious, Ender. Like, there's so many directions we could end up seeing.
Yeah, and we've got some time as the agents slowly roll out. Honestly, Sentinels, we haven't seen them play this map in almost a month. Last time they played it was up against Loud. That was a map they lost 13-11.
John likes calling
here,
her
talking about the Viper coming in for them. Zelsis was on that, so he's the guy to wait and see what he eventually goes for. But Osboss is just going to be max chilling until we get there.
I got
He's got a long time to wait that one out there. Oh, man. Obviously, there were some changes to Teo. Not in this patch, without a doubt, but curious to see how that plays out in the future. Yeah, along the horizon. We'll see how that one plays out. But for now,
back behind the barn. You might find Teho.
You might find Teho and Old Yeller right behind the barn after today, or after rather this event.
Maybe they worked on their
We'll see
fracture.
what continues to get locked down here.
But
yeah,
maybe
I
it's
mean,
not
you know,
like
and I think,
solid
what would be
enough.
The thing, I mean, for you, if you see it, you're like,
Maybe they don't
know,
want to show
Sentinels
it,
might
but if it
not
gets
be the
picked,
plan.
it's
I
like,
mentioned not
match
having
up,
device,
whatever.
anything else?
Well,
It's
this thing, I
interesting.
don't want to see the Viper because I think Neon really tears apart the No Sentinel.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping they change.
Do you think Sen's going to lock into the Neon on Zekken again? Because MIBR is also playing a no Senti comp.
He might go Yoru.
Ooh.
Good either way then if they pick
Yeah,
into the
I
Vice,
would
or if
rather-
it is a no Senti
Anyways,
comp
back to
still
that.
for MIBR, which it is looking like early days.
I would rather see the Neon on Zekken, but there's a world he goes Yoru.
I mean, I think if you're looking for like opening round fights, the
Yeah,
Neon
the
is
question is
clearing
what
the Yoru in terms
Zekken's
of
playing.
that.
I think
It's actually,
Zelsis will be on
execing onto
Vice,
the side on
right?
the attacking side. But if you want to play that slow style game, the Yoru is super effective.
Just depends on what they want to.
Zekken could quite literally be on like
do they want to meet
3
that
different
speed for
duelists right
speed,
now.
or do they want to play a little bit more of a control game? Right, that's what it sounds like to me. Like the difference is that they have as far as the options goes.
Well, I think we've got the big pick we're waiting for coming up next. Moment of truth, what Zelsis is going to be rocking here. So far it's been boring. Everyone's playing the agents that we're expecting them to, but this next one will not be the thing you want to see.
Ooh, okay. So share your thoughts. Share your thoughts in me. You see the Viper.
I think Aspas will just get to run it down whenever he
Yeah.
wants. I think
I agree
Sentinels
with
will have
him,
to
yeah.
lean on their retakes a lot because if they
I'm a
want
little
to
worried
take
for
it, and I
Sen.
know on the defense side,
I thought Zelsis played the
will play
Vice
towards AO on
really,
his
really
own,
well.
which I don't really like. So if they continue to do that, I do think I might be a favorite here.
Yeah. How are we feeling, guys? Do you think same thing here as far as not seeing that Viper goes, or seeing that Viper rather pop up here?
Yeah, Emmy sold me on this.
Yeah, it is interesting because it is a straight up mirror match here between the
Who we
two
cheering
double
for?
controller, no
I think
Senti
I'm here to just
Neon
enjoy the game.
compositions on both of our teams, which means
I'm not gonna piss
I
anyone
think
off
a lot
today.
of this game is going to come
Not
down
until the
to-
second series.
Oh, it's not a mirror. He is pivoting to that Yoru.
Okay. Back to Yoru.
But
Okay.
similar idea where it's going to come down to a lot of like C retake ideas in these late rounds that are going to
Second's
be
Yoru is
really
great.
drilled, especially for Sen.
I mean, this is just the G2 ripoff comp going for the Yoru, right? Which slows down your tempo a lot in sort of like the early round ideas, but it gives you a stronger upper if you want to take the forward lines.
Where are
It
the
lets-
pitfalls with this composition?
I mean, the pitfalls come when you're trying to actually win opening fights, because I think the neon stun and like the mobility of the slide is like.
Chat, did you see that license plate that I posted in the Discord? How crazy is this thing? How crazy is this license plate I saw? Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, no? To ask for it is crazy. To get it is crazier. Like, both sides of this, like, getting this license plate are equally as crazy to me. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, wait, what? I did see that. We just talked about that. I can't believe that.
It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Great to be here in the Riot Games Arena. This one is bound to be a banger. Aspas has taken, historically, the worst team in Brazil at this level, the worst team in Americas, and now turned them into a true contender with their best finish already on the
Flora,
docket.
move
and
the
an
crowd.
undefeated run in maps through playoffs so far. And they're going up against the team that just handed G2 their first loss
of the season.
What's
the team
good,
that looked
Hysteria? What's good?
unbeatable. They were able to stop. The only team that could stop them.
Time for your Samsung
Ooh,
match
raid
start,
boss,
folks.
raid boss.
Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. It'll be Sentinels starting on this attack side. Both teams without Sentinels in their compositions. And this
Sen
is
on
the
attack
third
and they
different
raid
Sen
bossed
comp
Ospas.
in
What?
3 outings on Lotus that we've seen.
And so far,
Normally you see that
the
on
two prior
attack.
outings in Stage 2 have been back-to-back losses. So perhaps this
Always out
switch
picking
over
front
to
B,
the
that's
Yoru,
why.
which Zekken has
Trap
been
play
playing
front B.
constantly in 2025 could be the recipe for improvement
This is-
to try and steal away MIBR's map pick.
We are grouped here for a bit of a pop in towards B
They're
main.
trying to bait him into a front B push. So smart, actually, by
Toggling
Sen.
at the door.
That's
It's
so
actually pulling
smart by
the B
Sen.
defenders away somewhat. And there's a gate
Holy
crash there
fuck.
ready for an overload onto the middle of the map, but that expires. Zekken has other ideas.
Just going to wander all the way into tree. Doesn't actually have a gate crash to get out. All of the utility expended for MIBR,
shit.
who are inclined to
So the cop
clear
on
or
B.
fight towards rubble if the Sentinels team had been
Well
there.
played
but
round
not.
right
They're
now
getting
by
this
Sen.
B site entirely for free.
Zekken's the bait. He hasn't done anything but mill around tree for the time being. And so MIBR going to check rubble, trying to clear this. They know there's a player
Bro,
in
they
the
don't-
vicinity, but they don't know if Zekken
Yeah, Zekken could have
TP'd
TP'd
gate crash or
out.
not. Now they know, of course. It's a part towards the B side, and
Bro,
Zelsis is
Zekken's
ready to
gonna
take
own them.
contact. Paranoia actually ended up hitting onto the drone, and Zelsis emerged.
Oh
First
my
shot
god,
for
I'm sorry, I
Sentinels.
jinxed the fuck out of him.
Inferno knows
4v4.
something's afoot here over in that corner. Some action here. Shenom had to have flicked that.
Raid
He
boss
was
on
not
Ospas
ready on the
here.
line. John pops up for 1 here on this B side of the map now. Still 3 out for MIBR.
Big
Make
kill by
it 2.
Shanzo.
It's up to the bromance duo. Ospas
What?
and Inferno to get themselves out of this, but they're
2v2
both
low
very
HPs.
low. Less than 50 points of health combined. They're going to go for it off a timing. Bang is ready for them though.
Good shit, Shanzo.
Middle clock 3 for the pistol.
I love the way that Sentinels played around rubble with multiple players using Zelsis' wall, including Zelsis himself, to actually reposition towards the site. Put all of those MIBR players that had prior ran through Baby Door into rubble in the mid-round in an uncomfortable spot when they had to retake back into B. Great positional play overall. And Bang already starting
Let's go.
hot in this
I like that
game, coming
Zelsis.
into
Just
this
wash that
series.
off.
Actually,
Fuck
the
it.
highest rated average ACS player of
All
anyone
right, quad
on
A
Sentinels in the
fight.
playoffs so far. He's really been showing out.
Last time these two teams played, it was in
That was such an
kickoff.
impressive
the lower
pistol
bracket
by
final where
Sen.
Sentinels knocked MIBR out of contention for Bangkok, and where Zelsis was that match MVP with an unbelievable performance, one we'd rarely ever seen from him. Let's see what today pans out to be. It's a slow drift in that seaside direction and a very passive hold for Shenom on that site.
And Zekken will be happy to absorb any aggression that could come from MIBR if they opt to push into spawn. Can try and just get that one and instantly
God, I
teleport
can't
to
wait
the
for
rest of
Teo
the
meta to
squad,
be
get
fucking
together as
cooked,
they
by the
do
way.
that.
That patch sounds amazing.
Shenom's inching forward now. As his control utility was exchanged at C. Sen implying a walk up at second.
awareness by
He's been very
Zekken.
patient here at A. Lurking. Trying to draw everything he can out of this part of the map. He's got Tessia! Okay, a bit of a wayward spray. He almost got away with it too. In fact, it's Zelsis.
Wait, hold
that
on,
got
what?
picked
That
up
confused
instead.
me as well. Zelsis just... Actually, I mean, he took the bullet for him out of nowhere,
Proper
saved
get
Zekken.
down.
Wait, Zekken was the guy that lived? What?
I don't know if he's so confused, like, wait, what?
I was actually confused until he pointed it out.
Bulldog. He doesn't get out with the Bulldog. He ends up walking away with the Stinger and doesn't exchange. So Verno's been able to snap that up. But outside of that,
What?
there's really not much to be done here for MIBR. It's Aspas and Verno once again, the last two alive. And Aspas has a little bit of history with Sen on this very map.
I mean, yeah, last year was when Ospas dropped a kill record
pull.
of 47 for 19 deaths on Sen playing Lotus. One of the craziest individual
Player
maps
standing.
of all time. Verno had an opportunity to maybe get some damage done with that recovered Bulldog, but Zekken on the angle, easy spray down.
Where is this
Collects
fucking
his dart,
shit
getting
from?
close to the dimensional drift. That is always a pivotal aspect of the game to keep your eye on. When a team has Yoru, we have seen throughout all of 2025 how valuable that ultimate is.
This is what I'm looking for right here.
Zardazine playing pretty close. Yeah, somehow it's... Yeah, I guess, yeah, Zelsis swung out for a trade and ends up being the one to get eaten up there.
That's also why Zekken is just so enthusiastic to continue taking fights, get a couple kills, get that.
So I actually remember against 100 Thieves, by the way, when 100 Thieves didn't run a Senti comp, MIBR also did a front B trap play. I think this is a very common thing that MIBR does when they're playing no Senti. And so Sentinels actually tried to bait out that aggression. It's actually kind of dope. Ooh, what?
Intuition.
Damn.
Spray.
Bangs off to an absolute roaring start here, and there's no more resistance left at A for MIBR. They get rifles in their hands and instantly have 2 of them stripped.
Holy fuck.
This round is as good as done. Those are upgraded rifles recovered as well by Sentinels.
Spike planted.
What a bonus.
Just
It's just done. Time to save for MIBR. Bonus round won immediately just by Bang all alone.
We'll get the replay.
Has been such a star for Sentinels.
And it looks like MIBR had an idea with that sort of guided salvo they set over towards that A side that Bang wouldn't be as far forward as he was. That's another rifle down.
Oh, Verno Ye's just caught in an awkward transitional moment where he's hoping, you know,
Chat,
seconds
check
prior
it.
to that
He actually TP'd into the fucking salvo, which is why they didn't expect it. Look at this. He literally looks at the salvo spot and TP's into this shit. So this guy coming through door definitely didn't expect that. And he's also blind as fuck. Great breach flash. Breach flash must have hit right here. Sick play.
Another gun drop shit of, oh no!
They have fully upgraded to 5 Vandals, not one player lost. Look at the money, man. But it also starts with this
There we
one,
go.
Bang. I mean, standard teleport across.
Oh, yeah, there was
salvo,
flash.
but that
Great
from
flash.
John fully connects
Such a good
onto
flash.
Cortezia. He couldn't see a damn thing, and then just pure intuition spam collects onto Osboss, sure.
And this MIBR team have loved fighting at rubble at the start of rounds. Attack side, defense side, doesn't matter. They've done it to every team they've gone up against in the past. Crew,
Damn, what a
especially
play,
that
dude.
recent close matchup.
What a play by Shanto.
Man, they had better do it a little better than that, though. Going
Sen's
forward.
pick.
Just
3-0 for
Sen.
Sen.
With that hero rifle in hand. Only half armor.
All of MIBR were stacked up towards A, but they didn't actually use their utility early. They were waiting for a sound cue to let all of that rip. So now they just have the stealth drone pushing
I have not
through
seen the
as we
kayak
watch
ace. No.
Sen on the opposite side
I didn't
of the
catch the
map,
game
all of
earlier.
this C control, but the info that
Is it
MIBR
crazy or
getting
what?
should allow them to make a rotation towards the C site, try and
It's
help
crazy.
them if it
I'm
tends
gonna
on
check it out.
anchoring.
Must be on
Cortezia
Reddit, right?
cross map to try and slow Sentinels down, but now they're going to start to make this push towards C, and MIBR are not convinced the Sen are going to end on this side. But we can see it. We know better. They are pretty darn deep. Aspas probably saw the clone cross there, but knew that it was a fake.
It's the one man with a hero
plant, yeah.
rifle for MIBR. Second
Damn,
finds the
bro.
first onto Verno.
Dodging
and with
all
of these
those
smokes
bullets.
obscuring his view, Aspas just cannot even find a moment to have impact on the round.
There's a rifle. Dropped, needs to be
Dude,
recovered.
second's
Looks like
owning
Shannon
now.
was able
6
to
and
get
1.
in amidst the cover of the poison orb, at least get that rifle in hand. He's going to have to make good use of it though, because Zekit is tearing them limb from limb. He has to hear this, surely. Cortezia trying to get his way up the slope. Shannon does finally employ that rifle.
Cortezia has just picked one up as well, so decent enough weapon.
Damn, bro.
Transfer from second into
Oh
the
my
ace.
God.
So unreal.
Giant by power ace
Holy
for Zekit.
shit, dude.
Giving away a PC for the first ace of the week. Head over to that iBuyPower on
Oh my
socials.
god,
and
he
hashtag
is
unlock your
fucking
ace.
destroying right now, Chad.
Man, MIBR, not the way they want to start on this map. One that Sen have not won
That
yet
shot
this
was
stage.
so difficult, and then the transfer, oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm in.
It's a bit early for that.
Yeah. Holy fuck, bro.
And that is going to force MIBR into the timeout. I would say, listen, I'm no mathematics expert, but when you get 5 kills, you're probably going to have the dimensional drift ready on round 5. So that's another thing that MIBR will have to worry about as they get into their second opportunity for a bye round. It feels like it's strange to even say second opportunity for the bye round. They had a bye round, theoretically. They just simply didn't play Valorant with it.
Never
They
happened.
lost 2 people 5 seconds into the round.
It was
and
that beautiful
it's
util
done.
for John over at Rubble that Bang was able to capitalize on to find 2 kills.
MIBR have not had an opportunity to be sentient in the server yet. They need to come online.
And again, I mean, Sen have sent to MIBR packing in some pretty important games in the past, and they've always had a tendency this year at least to peak at the right time.
In 2 seconds, can we, you know, when we get out of...
Hold up. Kind of want to hear this.
So here's what happened. I got called in one day. Yo, we need to talk. And just, Max, we don't think you're good enough. I said, okay. Walked out.
That's it?
So literally what happened.
That's it?
MIBR are going to have a major uphill battle.
Gate crash set up so Zekin can rejoin the rest of the team over towards the mound side of the
What
map.
a
Here
stun.
comes the util, and he almost Cinematizine chopped down effortlessly.
Oh
and
my
now,
God.
Zekin can just watch the flank here.
That is
Bro,
some John
Zekin
Cutie
is
cinema if I've ever seen it. That is the
grinding these
perfect
guys.
fault line set up from Zekin. And this is exactly, it feels how the other round for MIBR started. We're 5
Dude,
seconds
I'm not
in,
gonna
they
lie,
lost 2
he's
players.
owning, but it's
All right,
also
time
like,
save.
yeah, what
And
Wyatt's
Sen,
saying, like,
they've
the
got enough
support
money to go
util is
hunt.
so good.
MIBR need to be very careful.
That glass cannon op is absolutely pointless in this retake. So yeah, 3-gun save, no surprise. Narrate is going hunting. Aspas and Verno are just ahead. Enough of him, but Cortesi is able to dig Zelsa's out here over on this B side. Keeping a lid on this burgeoning economy of the Sentinels, but what MIBR really need now is to get on the board properly. Oh! That's the
What?
I don't know if Verno's in position to actually recover this.
He's not. He can't get it. That was a massive investment. Ripped away. What a peek from Narrate, the little jiggle into the
Damn,
crouch.
bro.
That's so sick. Insta-tap.
Second is at 11-1 at the
Yeah,
moment.
he's
They are
11
being
and 1.
suffocated.
Look at this fault line. Oh my God! Both affected by it?
These guys aren't playing Valorant. They're not getting the chance to play the
Yeah.
game.
Like, every round is just
This
like
is a
Sen
mental start
having
from
a
Sen.
crazy little sequence of util.
Blowout kit towards the seaside.
And
Now
Zekin
Sentinels
owning.
have eyes for the other extremity on the map. An early fight here towards Rubble might be the order of the day.
All right, the stun
And
comes
a
out.
crash out from Zekin. It gets a little hot in there.
And that's why you send the Yoru
I mean, look at what
forward
they had
there.
to use, though, dude.
You can get
They'd use
all
a
of
lot
that
for
information by absorbing
Our
the
team
utility
saving the
and
fault line was
immediately
big.
The snap of your fingers, you're out of there, and the team's regrouped, intending on going into C, where it's only Shenum to contest.
They're pushing through.
This lack of Sentinel from MIBR does make it pretty
Celsius
easy
needs
for Sen
one.
to get into these sites.
Oh.
Lovely shot from Aspas. This is a moment where MIBR can now actually play for a 5-on-4 retake, try and get their first round win.
They've got the death ball set up now when Sentinels are on a timer. They get to plant. Pretty slow about it too, because they are expecting this push from behind. Guardian and Aspas' hands not quite enough
Good
to get the job
offing.
done now. John, affected by the paranoia, still wants to try
Double
and take an
C3-2.
engagement. Narrate flanks him, but Cortesi and Verno do get some results here towards Mound. Now, surely the
1-on-3.
pitch comes in from Halls. It's just Zekin. As Narrate falls, has to go massive again, but my God, he's already done so today.
Bro, are you
Up to 12
joking me right
kills.
now?
Still no spike plant, then MIBR no better than to poke the sleeping giant.
This is the last player you want to take a gun
Okay.
to again, so why not just spam him when he can't even see you?
Ooh.
That's just about the only way you're
He was
going to
just
get
getting off
Zekin
the spike,
removed
too.
from the server at this point. Massive credits to Cortesia and Verno, who followed up on Aspas and Artzin towards Mound, winning out all of those gun duels. Were really sharp with the aim there, because that initial spacing here, when we saw Aspas go down, wasn't great. He was far ahead of the rest, outpaced the utility.
Here's this.
Let's go!
Man, you can always rely on that man to shoot.
And it's all the rookies leading the charge right now for MIBR. Cortesia, Verno, Shenum. At least two of those players, verified Rookie of the Year candidates right now. Youngblood leads by example. And that gets MIBR onto the board.
Oh, I was
Sen's done a
definitely
good job
believing
at
right
stacking
there.
up these very important attack side rounds. No Sentinel on
Same
their comp,
pistol.
so really want to get ahead here.
Same setup as pistol, sorry.
It's unlikely in this round that Sentinels will be able to get to any of their ultimates of significance.
On pistol, Zekin
So
rolled
you're
out
really
a
only looking
open
at
door,
Verno
and
as
that's what
someone who
broke the
can turn
setup.
tide in that regard. Zekin is still 2 off now. John 3 off of his, so not going to be able to find impact in the server in that way. It's just intentions of slowly clearing out a rubble, working their way back into this space on the map.
Just looking
Zekin
for a quick
contains
kill. They
towards
double
Mound and has
missile
the
that
gate
shit,
crash
drop
back and
wall.
spawn to teleport away if he's pressured.
MIBR have no info. They've
my
got to go get info at Mal, but Zekin just
No
got
way,
more than
bro.
he
Got
needed,
two.
more than he could have asked for.
Bro, he's gonna make this a
things there, but that's
fucking
the
quick
lion's
game.
share of the heavy hitters from MIBR already downed. Now the remainders have to get it together here on A as Sentinels hit the site with a player
I
advantage.
can't believe
Artzin
Aspas
is
didn't
trying to
trade
get in
him.
backside, wanting to be a hero, wanting to take the fight to them. He just can't. That jump peek was lovely.
Cortesia's looked fantastic this game. He needs to do more. Viper's Pit now deployed. Cortesia Paranoia in TP to the other side of it. It's beautiful! What a play, but still only good for one.
That was insane.
Now it's on Shenum. Into the pit. Head first into the fog, and John QT
Bro,
will
Sen are
evict him
owning
summarily.
them right now. Like it.
Zekin is taking an effective 1 versus 3 at Mount. His gate crash expires, and on that timing, MIBR take the fight. He should not be getting this second kill.
Dude, yeah. I can't believe Aspas doesn't get that
It costs him
kill.
a valuable half second.
Was that Aspas
Second is at a
0-6?
casual 14-3 right now.
He's
Dude.
locked in. How long does it last?
The
Or how long
European
until
pie
MIBR can
chat.
find a way to trip him up? Heading into round 8 here,
Heck
Sentinels
or
have
what?
been dominant. Looks like we might have called in a bit of a timeout here. Probably a good time for it now. We got Dimensional Drift coming online here for Sentinels. Tech pause it will be. But MIBR, you talked about ultimates of significance. I'd say
Jeez.
they've got most of them.
Dude, Center, fuck. I did not expect Sen to look like this. Zekken hasn't looked like this in a while. Like, he's been good, but not like, I'm just going to fucking take over the game and my teammates don't even exist.
We got the double sheriff again, dude. They're leaning into the Gen G. Oh. Oh,
Okay, that is
beautiful.
fucking crazy.
Gen G. Oh.
That's actually really crazy, bro. That's actually an insane pistol. You kill an ISO shield to kick it off? That's fucking crazy. And they lost 13-5. Did they really? Like I said, I didn't get to watch that series. They did lose their... What the fuck? Bro, what? That's actually insane. It's the opening round. They go up 4-1, and they win 1 round after. The pistol. Damn.
G2, who have just been the unstoppable force of our scene. When you're watching this game so far, you can
A
definitely
raise.
see why Sen were able
We
to
haven't seen a raise on Lotus in a while, I feel like, in Americas, huh?
We'll start.
Young Verno out of his seat at the moment. Returning to the stage momentarily. Remember, this match here, it's crucial. We've seen in our best of 5 grand
Player means bathroom. It probably does since he's AFK, yeah. Probably.
It's absolutely crucial. Both these teams, they're big fracture banners. That's actually kind of why we have an MIBR game that doesn't feature Icebox.
FNS's hate watching Verno?
But because MIBR had to ban fracture,
Wait, what?
Sen get to take away their very best map. And even then, Lotus has not been a great map for Sentinels this stage. It's not what they've been looking for, but hey, here's what Aspas had to say about facing off against this team once again. Last time, of course, was at kickoff. Let's hear the word.
What is this thing?
I'm excited to play against Zekken. This is gonna be a rematch, so I'm even more excited because of this. Basically, I think that's the 4th time that I play Sentinels, so kind of remembers me of 22 that I played Optic like 6 times, a lot of times. I love rematches.
Aspas is super
blame
good
the
at
guy.
rematches.
The stakes were
Normally.
so high in that last matchup. I would almost say that
He's like one of those players that does a lot of like micro prep, like individual prep, like how he should approach fights and shit. I remember listening to those interviews for champs. I was so impressed.
Stage of the tournament.
100%. And with the tournament as stacked as it's looking to be, there's a lot of early trap games. At least he's doing good. He's locked in.
I need some new emotes.
Energized. He's juiced up.
New assistant coach.
He's also not getting crushed into a tiny sugar cube size, which is always a good sign.
But what does he think about Kaplan's strats? I think he seems sort of middling on what the offering is on Lotus.
You don't see off camera the person with the
Sorry, I
blunt
didn't read
objects
what you said,
threatening
Kira.
Cubity to
Who am I
give you a
rooting for
favourable
today?
account of his time over at Sentinels.
I don't think I'm gonna root for anyone in the G2 EG
A gear issue
series.
hit also.
I think like obviously I lean towards like Derek, just since I coached him, but I think for the sake of our region, it's best if G2 wins. Also feel like they're just like they've kind of earned it. I don't know. Truthfully. Oh, I lost 2-6. It was hard.
Then our 0-2 on Lotus right now in this stage.
I'll just probably just like be on the fence.
Yeah, questionable when you see the first 7
It's one of those
rounds
games
of
where
this map.
it doesn't really
It's
matter
even possible
for me.
But that is the world
Base
that we're
hold
living
for
in.
Sen, waiting for
MIBR
any
into this
aggression.
one, however, got 2 rifles to play with, mostly pistols. Let's see if Ospas and Artzin can turn off the heat.
Another dimensional drift here developed for second. Gets a decent bit of information about what's happening at Baby Door now, and to Rubble, so doing a lot of scouting for his team. Oh, there's a
Damn,
TP in the
bro.
tree. Off the back of
Another
that, Bang got
great
so far
piece of
forward,
util
and
from
second
John.
flanks Cortesia. These early round engagements are not favoring MIBR.
Second
ult.
time we just see the dimensional drift into the fault line.
That was a great
Net
ult.
3 kills for second. Bang.
Another good
Flash.
flash.
Another
Wow,
one.
perfect flash,
Utility
dude.
from John Cutie.
John is
Just been
fucking
superb.
owning.
Look at the extra spacing now created by that
15 and 3 on
gives
second.
second the room to perch up in this pocket and play off the one-way.
Time to jump.
Oh, fuck.
Should MIBR dare to test it, the final boss will be waiting for them.
Gun here.
Just wants to make sure that they can't recover that Phantom slide in from. Oh my god!
He only got one of them. Dude,
And Bang supporting from the back line.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought he got all of
Holding
them.
down with the Phantom.
Yep. I mean, again, they're working with pistols, right? Sheriffs to some degree. But man, no one is able to stop Zekin in that position.
Dude.
Let's see how this plays out, Wyatt.
Now that's just, again, that initial kill where I mentioned it's just the dimensional drift into the fault line.
This is MIBR's pick.
What, they have passion. They have passion, Zach. I respect that. They're going for the wins.
They went through the one way. That's so funny.
It definitely looks like a passionate 3-player push.
Yeah, passion.
For sure.
That's crazy.
Great coverage, like you mentioned, for Bang there, looking towards upper.
Wow, and out of that, it feels like they might be reading into that passion because Sen has started this round very slowly. Expecting that MIBR could have gone for
16
early
and
play.
3,
They've
bro.
taken some control over
Are
towards
you kidding me?
Rubble, that defending side, cycling the dark covers to retain their position, but Nary just random spam through.
No
finds a kill
shot.
onto C.
That's all it is.
Everything is just
He literally
in their
took a
favor.
shot, popped orb,
the vibe
hid,
of the
and then
kick
tried
out
to
of the
cross back and got
Then
spammed.
turns off the wall over towards the B side of the map. The retake wall, the screen.
Bro,
Makes it that much harder for
nothing
MIBR to
is
shore up
working
their
for
position.
MIBR
One of
right
the
now.
worst plays they can lose
Nothing.
early.
Bang just hears the audio cue of that drone running.
This has to feel so
Around the corner.
helpless
Now
for
here's
them.
Nary trying to
Fuck.
Get some information back in towards Rubble so Sentinels can attempt
Keeping
to
3 here,
reclaim
though,
this. It's going to be
is
difficult
kind of
playing
nice.
around some of these defensive walls, and there is that forward position still held by Cortesia.
Elsa's ahead of the wall, knows Cortesia is there, but is brought down. Aspas is able to spring forward, and nobody can really see Cortesia there. Bang has to just TP out.
Good back out.
All the while, Zekin has been retaining this space
30
in the mound.
seconds
The
left.
intentions are to go for the C hit where Artzin is fully entrenched.
Fault line ideally buys a bit of time. Zekin definitely affected by it. Here comes the rolling thunder, though. Artazine is about to feel the heat, and there is Zekin. Always seems to be on the correct side of the kill
Great ult
feed.
by John again.
Bang with a second, shuts down Ospas. Time is dwindling, and there's an Armageddon left for Verno.
They've got to kill Cortesia, but that Armageddon could be a problem. and
Big
Verno
kill by
has come to the
Verno.
rescue.
1 on 2.
Spike is down.
They're not in the
John
clear
is now in
yet.
a 1 versus 2.
Surely they hard
Fault
clear
line
this
has just
thing.
come back online for the breach. Cortesia a little bit low. Got to respect the salvos, and at some point, MIBR will have to wager something to get this defused. Fault line
Ooh,
hits.
the stun
But
kill.
Cortesia holds his own.
Oh, was that before it connected, or was that a cosmetic stun? Either way, Cortesia is continuing to be the headshot machine, as always. Time just dwindled so low for Sen. You were just waiting and waiting for Verno to eventually
Mark,
rip
you got
that
any bets on
Armageddon.
this?
John was able to get the spike down, but at that point, they had just lost too many players. Verno and Cortesia have been
I did see it on my bar. Yeah.
earning
That
this
shit's
MIBR
crazy,
team
dude.
the round wins at the moment.
I caught it like 6 minutes in and it had
That's
70
gotta get you out of your
comments.
seat. Still a smile on John's face. He knew it was tough. Again, the fault line was pretty good. I'm pretty sure it hit
That's
Verno
wild.
squarely. 10 rounds in, Sentinels have been at it by every round, with the exception of that first one. They've been in very, very good shape, but Kaplan here calls a timeout. There might be a couple of ults close to being online, or maybe he's trying to get Sen to play around what MIBR still has, because they have a Rolling Thunder, they have a Viper's Pit. There's a couple of things that could be a little difficult for Sentinels to play into in this round.
Sen will never be in danger of having to eco in this half. It's not going to happen. But MIBR do have an opportunity to now close the gap to try to get to around that 4-round mark. If they go on a run and get 5, that would be a great half, all things considered. And then they get to swap to attack where they don't have to run into a Sentinel. There's no Vice or Cypher to slow down Aspas on the Neon. Sen need a lot of rounds here because MIBR should be able to go on a run themselves when these sides swap. So Kaplan wants to ensure that they don't give anything away before we get there. And this is a round where
it's an interesting
things can really begin to shift for MIBR because of all those aforementioned ultimates.
But if Sen get to 9 on this half, it's feeling very 9-3 coded, I'm going to be honest. Then they can afford a couple mistakes.
He's very proactive with this timeout because their money has enough to keep going with it.
Money not a
they have some momentum.
They are loaded.
Insta run out.
Decker just walks across
wow,
here. He's gap left in the salvo. Trying to
Bro,
counter a TP across.
They have great timing because of that. Unfortunately, a lot of mound info here.
That standard TP and flashes from John has been finding opening kills there, so makes sense for the placement.
They've got all the util. Sentinels have not had to spend anything on this push out. It's such a cheap way to take control of Rubble.
Yeah, they have a lot of util left.
Teasing in the corner with the drone.
Big kill, big kills.
Oh my god, gets a second onto Bang
Holy
before the fault
fuck.
line can even connect.
Sick fault line from Artazine though. That set up the kill for Shannon all too easy. Now, things get awkward for Sentinels. Already,
damn, great round by
Shannon.
Shannon.
But he finds himself all alone.
That is MIBR and Shannon specifically getting a surge of confidence. Perfect timing on that swing from him.
So much has been predicated by the breach util on this map already. John has been instrumental in setting up Bang, setting up Zekken. We just saw the same from Artazine. Who now additionally has a rolling thunder to spend in these last 2 rounds of the half.
MIBR, they
You want
need
this?
to use a single ult into this round. They're going to retain them all for the
Zalsis
next
and
spot.
Shenum over 28
unless
kills.
Zelsis can make a genuine miracle happen. The last time these two teams
I love
faced off
investing
Lotus,
in
Zelsis
chat's
was the
bets.
easy
It's like my
MVP.
favorite
His
thing.
Vice was really phenomenal.
These lines are always so good.
And they've really been unable to replicate
Like the
really
lines for the
successful
betting are
stats at the
ridiculously
beginning of
solid.
the year, and it's just that easy. That was an inevitable conclusion to the round with the fault line connecting onto him.
It literally always goes down to the
lab on
wire
Lotus.
when I do
You mentioned
this.
that we pivoted away from the Vice comp. This is the 3rd different Sentinels comp in as many outings on this map. Yeah, fault line there, timing not perfect for John. Though we're still able to take the kill on the backside eventually. Cortez,
What does
good
plus
job,
4?
Good job.
The
Let's
youngsters,
go. Five rounds.
fantastic so far in this map. Very,
Corzio.
very sharp.
Trying to bring the fire in. What does plus 4.5 mean in Valorant? Like, what does that mean in a best of 3?
Gathered up outside of mound where MIBR are looking to go.
They need 9 rounds on just this one map?
Playing awful for one way.
Oh my goodness, Second's good for an early fight. Is there more to be gotten here? You better believe it. Make that 19
Why so
frags
little?
in 10 rounds.
It's their map
Keep
pick.
tracking home in a dimensional drift now. Get Second right where he needs to
Verno's in
be.
trouble.
Sees Verno solo. He's got to get out of there. It's dangerous now with Halls. Verno's going
Damn.
to try and cross. But his spam is too much.
Wow.
He's utterly overwhelmed.
Sen were relentless with
Full hold
that.
here for Artazine, Wyatt, but it's a long shot.
Yeah, he catches Zekken, but ultimately, does that
4
even
on
matter?
2.
They can try to
Oh,
go
it's a
into
live
this
bet.
2
I
versus
got
4,
you.
see if they can find another kill. They've still got enough money to buy again.
I think they found Artazine. Playing up by Waterfall.
I have no
Fault
idea
line
where
team
you
able
can
to try and
bet.
play Shenum in,
Oh,
but there is a
no.
poison orb up at the moment. Aftershock now, a bit of space here for
I've literally
MIBR.
never
now
bet
they've got
on
to
a
scale through
value.
this smoke at some point. It's going to be a flash
But
that
Mark
gets them there.
does.
Celsius, though, on the move, has to back away. Shenum deals with Bang. Now an Aftershock from the attackers.
this?
John trying to deny any sort of defuse, but Shenum is fighting. He's hungry, drooling for an engagement. And John will give it to him.
Damn, they
Not
got
the way
it.
he would have liked. Nice clean up for Sen. It gets him to 8.
And with the spike planted
Well
at
played by
mound
John
there, it's
Living.
just a matter of time waste for Sen. And when you're forced to stick the spike, it's just so easy to get the free swings, deny someone from defusing. Just comes down to this early engagement. How many times have we seen Sen open a round with a 2?
Oh yeah, no,
Just
I'm not
lock it
gonna
up from there.
bet. That's why I'm saying I do it through. Like I just
off the back of
like
that,
hearing what
also,
chat bets on.
Listen, let's not. Like, I'm going to be frank, this has been a poor map from Ospa so far. He is not in the game, and when the side swap, he has to be.
That will be his time to shine. The Neon here, he wants to take a fight early. Overdrive, Ponty's looking for something, but stunned up. Has to fast lane for a bit of cover.
Holy fuck! Does MIBR continue?
Okay, Bang, can he get out of there?
He got the
The
kill.
old-fashioned
How
way,
does
though.
he get a kill? How is he allowed to go 1 for 1?
On an ulting Aspas, of all things. Last round of the half starts pretty well for Sentinels, but Verno might have other things to say. The one-way's in place, and he tries to play off of it.
4 on 3.
Great ult from Ardzin to retain this space to support
Shanto
Verno. Now
smokes
find
down.
the advantage, and they can just back away. Wait for that fault line and the guiding salvos to cycle back up, play for a 4 versus 3 retake. But Ardzin is trying to jiggle being so close, and Narrate punishes him to the max.
He just earned his Armageddon as well.
That's a mistake,
Narrate now
bro.
has that crucial ultimate online, and Senna undecided still. They even
I
have
can't
Zelsus to
believe
top of
Shenum's
this
still
wall.
on A.
So they're really going to keep
Good
MIBR in
discipline.
the dark of these movements across the map after that early engagement. Shenum
jiggle?
has to peek for info. There's no other safe way for him to get it.
Oh, he's
and he
getting
give himself
timing,
away
bro. He's getting
in doing
timing.
so. Bam!
He's going to get all on plant.
He's going to get the plant and have his rolling.
Oh my god.
Ah, yes. Verno and Cortesia, incredible rookies, but now have to face two of the most powerful ultimates in
Risky
Valorant.
cross by John right there.
Cortesia probably wants to get to the site pretty quick. He assumes Senna vacated it. Now he sees the spike location. It's confirmed. He has to push up and take a fight. Narrate's not watching the cross right now. A little awkward for Zelsus, but man, he's good for it anyway. And there's a rolling thunder. Verno affected by it now in the 1 versus 3.
2 people
A
on
veritable
spot
firing
lines
squad
dying
waiting
is
for him,
rough,
and Sentinels
dude.
have
This guy
the
and this
post-plant
guy.
util.
Man.
First the salvos. Forces Verno away. Next, the Armageddon. No, fault line will do it.
Just impossible.
Dominant half.
Legitimately impossible for those two to win in that situation because John finds that
What a
kill
half.
onto Shenum, who stood out as an anchor on that A site previously but could not get it done there.
It's not
Sens
just-
close out a dominant half.
It's not just the raw firepower for Sentinels that's been amazing here. The strategy, or at least the tactics in some of these rounds have been on point. The util set up for John. Remember, he moved over from Sentinel to take up this initiator role. And it's been absolutely terrifying for anybody who wants to try and face down this Sentinel squad. It's a 9-3
Are Sen going to be insane now that they beat G2? Are they going to have some, like, incredible confidence? I feel like it could be happening. They've always been insane. I agree. Starting this playoffs, I feel like they hit a next level. But when a team like Sen beats a team like G2, it like unlocks a layer of confidence. Like you then think you're the best team. You don't think that. You know it like deep down. And so you're taking these fights with such confidence and such certainty. All the calls feel so certain. Like everything you do is just like crystal clear in this phase. Oh man, they're so fucking good right now. This is the best this iteration of the team has looked. Holy fuck. I honestly didn't think they would get to this phase. I think, like, I really do think that... Oh, Posture, I got you. Fly, thanks for gifting 3, my goat. This one to Aqua, Cosmic, and Parker. And resub yourself. Goat behavior. I didn't actually end up seeing it, I see. If you have a link, I'll check it out. I think a lot of it has to do with, and this is just pure speculation, but Qbert. Like Qbert Academy, like the Sen Academy team, I bet they're getting a lot of really good reps in prac. Similar to what EG did on the run. I bet that's helping the main team out a lot.
The util usage from John Narrate has been sublime. And if you're an MIBR fan, there is one thing, and one thing only on your mind. Where is Aspas?
He has to wake up. It was a pretty poor defense half from him. So uncharacteristic. We led this map off talking about
3 and
how
10.
last year he dropped 47 on Sentinels.
They raid bossed
Our
them again,
kill
chat.
record on
Double
Lotus.
raid boss pistols for
Now that he's
Aspas.
on attack playing Neon against Sentinels running a Sentinel-less comp, he needs to turn up the heat.
He's got to take liberties. There's no hard stopping
full
power.
retake.
The
Lurk on
Sentinels
A.
outside of a bullet to the cranium. That's always a risky proposal when you're up against a player like this on Neon. Aspas has gotten deep onto the B side, Sen allow for the take, but of course, their double initiator comp has some
I like this
nasty
plant
util to
choice.
How do they want to
It allows them to play Baby Door. A lot of the times we'll see people play Baby Door and they can't defend the spike.
Paranoia, fault line now. John might want to play off this, but Artazine was wholly unaffected. Chance to reload now. Here comes the fight. Artazine deals with Zelsis, almost too quick to see.
We might have a game.
Excellent salvos coming in from Verno.
Yeah.
Make the space for Artazine. He's now occupied and pushing up into upper. And this is going to be a clean
We
one,
might have a
folks.
game.
Here come MIBR, a much needed pistol.
That was really smooth from them. Artazine got in a very uncomfortable situation up there in heaven. He was the only player pushed up, and it was forced to reload because he right-clicked down to
serious?
just 3 bullets left.
That's what.
Verno
That's
sends
a
out
sacrifice.
Perfectly timed missiles into heaven to divide the 2 players who were trying to kill Artazine. They are right back into this game.
I almost know how to finish that sentence. It's a new half. MIBR trying to treat it like a new match entirely.
All right.
Got a little bit of
Ospas
deficit
full
to
shields
make up.
Phantom.
Set up for a big clash towards A if
He's
Sen
out.
have intentions of pushing past this wall, but Ospas, free spam, free kill.
One good turn deserves another. That was Bang on the second round of the game, doing basically that.
It's true. Well,
Now he's on
third.
the receiving end of it.
He won the bonus.
Shenum will be inserted here on this A side of the map, and we have some drift across for Sen. They definitely are a little nervous about it.
Unlikely for Sen to be winning this 4 and 5. Wrong stack.
Free for the taken C site by the MIBR team. Sen really little hope at this point of the round of even doing much damage. They've only got
It's time for him to
classics
lift
into
the
this.
mouse.
Real opportunity here for MIBR to get their economy rolling, stabilize things, and the way that they bought into this round with the 2 pistols, try and get a real buy on their bonus with multiple rifles at hand.
Yep, this is a verified stand in the Teo Salvo round.
I want to listen to this voice comm.
Sendo do group up over towards Waterfall. The question of whether they push any further past this point or not remains to be seen. A couple pistols still on the side of MIBR, and his Aspas going down to get a proper rifle. That one is dropped. There's a proper fight here on the side. Zekin holds his own, but Verno's there on the corner, sprayed through to get the second, still asking for more. But John is punishing.
MIBR
and
not
it's
shooting.
unraveling. Time, though, is of the essence. Shenum knows he can cover the defuse, and John does not have the time.
Shots.
I mean, they're not
Damn,
going to
that's a
win
lot
the
of
round,
guns.
but feels like they might as well have.
Yeah, that's a...
Dislodge him from the back of the site, but they don't know how close G2 is, and they're right on top of John Cutie.
Can't play up.
No, don't fight.
He has paranoia.
I'm flashing it.
Smoke it 3, Sean.
No,
What are
yeah.
you going to use it for?
Smoke stairs.
No paranoia. They don't have.
Smoke stairs.
Get in the
Playing
stairs,
it, Zach. I'll put a flash for lane.
Okay, they don't know you guys are close. Just put a flash and use
I'm off
it.
E-lane. I'm blind.
That was definitely a commercial for the bundle.
Yeah, that's a marketing
He's damn
round.
right.
I don't want to
That
miss
was
this
some great
shit.
marketing.
We can go back to
How
it. We'll go back to it
do
in
they get
timeout.
away
We'll go
with
back to it in
that? And now
timeout.
they've got
I do want to listen to
basically
that.
an anti-eco. It feels like, I mean, like an anti-half buy.
Shenum now knows he needs to do a little more. In a round like this.
Oh, good thing he saved the sheriff.
What?
He saved it. Now he's going to upgrade.
Very snappy from Shenum yet
Okay,
again,
big
but
trade,
Narrate
big
quickly will
trade.
punish.
That was a coin flip.
Sen definitely favored here. Spike already down. A very
Lonzo,
fast
that's
B
his
hit
smoke.
from
Reclear and B
MIBR.
main.
And it's an MIBR team that are again
That's
trying
a
to
really
take
good smoke to
control.
reclear B main
Look
if
at
you're
the top
Mound.
of the mini-map. Ospas is pushed all the way through, trying to wrap to Waterfall. Art's in close up. Shotgun at Baby Door.
Narrate, he's ready for it. He does take a hit, but he gets in.
Oh my
Baby
God.
Door control secured.
John's
now center
aware.
on the side, but Verno was on a backstab angle
So
that John
aware,
is
bro.
all too ready for. Extra sensory hits perception. And that's a key kill. Sen
Yeah.
back on the board, rumbling back into control.
Dude, John has had an
Superior buy
amazing
there
map.
for sure. Maybe an opportunity when Artson takes that swing with the Bucky, if he had actually fully connected that shot to get the kill, this could have been a pivotal moment. But it's Narrate finding that kill, and then John the entire time, you can see he kept turning back. He had an awareness that someone was probably going to be reflanking. He was absolutely right.
Let's go, boys. Nice call.
And because Narrate finds that kill, he can just watch the door the entire time. Big impact there.
What team would be
MIBR have had
improved
a
by
couple of
adding
successful
Ika?
fast hits to B, but now
Probably like
Sentinels are pretty well armed. Slightly costly round for them there, but they happen to
Division
get the number
fucking
on the board.
13
Aspas
Premier or
is just
something,
looking,
maybe?
he's fishing. There is a lot going on here, and a gate crash per second. He needs to get away from the epicenter. Disaster.
Something like that.
Look at this. Narrate tucked so close up against the scene. This is dangerous. Can he get one? No, he can't. This is such an awkward
Ika's my
fight.
boy.
This is here to help.
I was kind of
Bailed
hoping he'd
out
be
by
in
Big
here.
Bro, 100%. Now you can maybe double swing into this trade it. Try and get to the judge value.
I kind of assumed you asked that
Zelsis
because
has to
he's
be
in
careful.
here.
Paranoia hits,
Is
we
he
have to
in
play
here?
closer to the door than otherwise. Now he'll peel off the angle a bit. And wait. Chenom is in B, but the spike is still waiting to get
3v3
into Baby
now.
Door. Now they can access it. Walk up for the clone. That confirms the presence of MIBR now
Big time.
heading to
Oh,
B.
they pinged us.
Will they expect Bang to have pushed out and wrapped all the way
So
around?
quick.
No, it just doesn't
so
look
not
like
aware,
a free
though.
kill onto Chenom, and now
They even pinged it.
isolated in the site is Verno.
And what of Cortezia? He's in Baby Door, can try and play off this, but from every
Good
angle
swing
there's
off
a
the
SEN
line.
player. And then Cortezia is here now. Smoke there, TP, but no paranoia to play off of it. A smoke
Damn,
in his
bro.
face.
Center
That's 11
vibing
for
right now.
Sentinels.
They are playing
And it's a
so
backbreaker
well.
for MIBR. The money now gets a little dicey.
Nerid and Celsius just doubled up in Baby Door are the pivotal players in that round for Sen. How is he alive? How is he surviving? And then Celsius just runs in with the judge into the jumping classic.
Good play by Neri to not overheat.
Part 2 of the bundle commercial.
I mean, that is a cure for hypotension if you're Kaplan, though. You probably watched that moment and you're just white-knuckling the handle of the seat there. Timeout here for MIBR. As good a time as any for it now is likely, economically, they can only afford half armors and some weird buys, a Guardian here or there, maybe Sheriff. They're encroaching on their two powerful initiator ultimates, though. So for those fast hits, or to shut down maybe a potential flood for Sentinels, there are options for MIBR, but it's something that Frod and Co.
Yeah, let's see the voice comms.
Mafia lane, Jordan.
Yes, yes. You guys are close. Just put a flash and...
No paranoid, they don't have.
Smoke stairs, playing it, Zach. I'll put a flash for lane. Okay, they don't know you guys are close. Just put a flash and use
I'm Mafia lane. I'm blind.
So he put that flash down lane. You can't see it's on the right side of our screen.
Mafia lane, Jordan.
Yes, yes. Right.
Off you lane, Jordan. So Jordan's holding lane. Shanzo is back sight, like below. We can't see.
Pop your flash, Jordan. You swing, Sean.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Neri's coordinating this shit. So he's saying pop your flash, Jordan. You swing, Shanzo.
Coming lane heavy. Wait. Keep it.
Go,
Pop it. One more. Chill.
Damn, that was nice.
Nice, boys. Come on. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Good job, guys. We're good.
That was really good, comms. That was fucking clean, actually. Oh, tech. Do we just keep going with
Crew
this?
just to lean back into it a little bit. Zekken has been phenomenal. 22 and 10. It's quite
Let's go. So we're one off of me and one off Jordan. Good job, Marshall.
The fuse is lit here for G2 with overtime.
Oh, this is the reposition.
We then take a fight with Classics.
This is the reposition by Zelsis. I'm curious how these comms go.
Time on the horizon. They have 5 members.
Zach, give us. I can blind heaven if you want to jump up.
Nice.
I can blind in a sec.
I'm one health. Okay, I'll jump
I'm
up.
closing door.
I'm closing door.
Call it.
Bond.
Blinding. I have a smoke in 7. I can play the bunker.
Boys, just chill. They're gonna take a hell of a time. Smoke on me. They're gonna take a hell of a time. Can someone go in main?
Smoking.
Smoke on me ASAP. Tree 1, guys.
I don't think they're in, man.
Nice. Still. Wait, in main. Nice. One heaven.
Hey, heaven last.
Play once. Zach, run. Let's fucking go.
Damn, bro.
Back to just all of the discussion that has been
Narrate. Dude, Narrate's going crazy right there. Damn. Their comms have improved a lot, huh? Let's see. What was it like during this comeback?
Fucking go.
All right, boys. Okay, let's get it out of the way. We're up 10-2. It's fucking hype. We're railing these guys. They're fucked. Okay, there's only one win con and lose con at this point for both teams. It starts with a C. Somebody guess it.
Choke.
Composure. Just let them hand you the game here. Just keep your shit together. Literally, all you guys have to do is just keep your shit together. And it actually is physical. Remember to breathe. Keep your shit together. Stay composed. If it's easy, it's easy.
Neri took that to heart, dude. He took a deep breath. Watch.
Actually is physical. Remember to breathe. Keep your shit together. Stay composed.
Bro, I love that. I love that. He's buying in. He's fully bought in. I love that shit.
If it's easy, it's easy. If it's not, it's not. There's no fucking way in this level of stakes, if we can keep our shit together, we don't get 3 more fucking rounds in 1/2, okay?
I love when like
Sentinels
everyone's
finally
hive-minding like
dislodge
that.
him
Like that's like amazing to see out of SEN. I'm not gonna lie. And then now we're back in the round we saw. Holy shit.
really have a bad slump.
Miss out on that
It felt like we were getting there when Crew dominated them week 2. And then from there, they gather up a few wins.
My mom.
I think she's yelled Kaplan.
My mom's probably there as well.
She's yelled every name.
Fuck with that heavy. That got me hyped.
My mom's out there too.
Nice. My mom's out there somewhere, just not here.
Daddy's here too. Who with me? You? Okay. He's here too. Who with me?
very solid. I think overall they've gotten more free-flowing. They seem a lot more confident. They're swinging and fighting and shooting incredibly well. So I think it's just been a very big boost in their confidence since they've picked them up.
Holy fuck, bro. Wait.
You? Okay.
Bro.
Daddy's here too.
Daddy's here too. His fucking face. Why he's just staring? Who's he staring down right now on the stage?
Who
do you mean? The eyebrows. The eyebrows go up.
You? Okay.
And that could be the play as Trent makes this call.
He needs to find the timing though. Has to go for the backstab. He's not.
One more dice, swing. Slug dice.
No!
Come on. Let's go. Everyone breathe.
Marshall, you're the fucking talk about breathing, bro. Win this fucking map.
Let's go.
Fucking go.
All right, like he's just laying in the apartment.
California.
Do you guys think, like, when there's a Kuro huddle break, Kuro feels it? Like, it's just like a shockwave? Like, he's just laying in the apartment?
California to Canada. Mike is also
Your mic is very cooked.
Mike's terrible,
He does
bro.
got
Hello?
Dude,
Better
Kuro
now?
hasn't been in LA in fucking months. Calma.
Mic check.
Mic check. We just mute the coach early, actually. Please mute coach. He's tilting me. All right, let's go.
Wow.
They know that the hit's going to be towards B. It was a bad fake. So they have the perfect stack for this so far.
Toe, elbow, jump up. Vice is out, both guys. Out. I'm on. Nice. Grab his gun. I can right click soon. All three. They're out. 56 on your. I can right click. Do it. Go ahead, lane. There's a gun, gunbow.
Wait, what happened? Did MIBR? They didn't actually forfeit, right?
Updated with it, but I mean, MIBR wants so much more than this. I mean,
Why
we
you
saw
guys
this
saying
really
that?
heartfelt interview with Cortesia and Artesine in the pre-show.
They're
You know,
trolling me.
being great here in America is fine, but for these guys, they have their sights set so much higher than that.
I fucking
Aspas at
hate
this
that I
point
fell
is
for that.
Probably getting.
I
sick
saw
of,
the
you know,
1-0.
falling at that last hurdle, falling at that hurdle, and not being able to attend.
Actually got fucking one guide by chat. That's crazy. I saw the 1-0. The 1-0.
There's a lot of pressure on this team.
The 1-0 did a lot to my brain, truthfully.
Of the Brazilian scene.
EMEA fucking made me weak.
It is MIBR.
Bro's just like, nah, we got this.
Of the Brazilian scene. Tons of pressure.
I feel like it's gonna go live the second we fucking bring this shit back on.
Team from the bottom of the leaderboard to the top.
Oh, gun battle. You're right. Yeah. I can flash. We go. Flash. He's flashing. Backside. He has a ghost. What the?
That's a great fucking cloud burst right there. It hits the middle, so it acts as a one-way to both sides.
Backside. He has a ghost.
That's kind of nuts, dude.
What the? Let's go, boys. There's a phantom stairs. Let's go, boys. Come on. Dude, Singer's so good. Nice fucking Eco.
And it was a head-to-head between Zekin and Oxy, but so far it's Zekin right in the story for Sentinels in the series.
Absolutely.
Dude, Zekin's owning
Somebody's
today.
Nice. Give me top mid.
I'm giving 1 HP.
Okay, top mid. You're alone. Zach, you're alone. Oh, let's just fuck. Top mid. Nice, boy! Let's go! Michael! Let's go.
No.
Their money's bad. Nice, boys. Hey! What are you guys doing?
Hey!
Oh!
Hey!
What up, gang?
Hey!
Let's go, boys.
Let's
Good
go,
fucking
Sen!
shit.
Let's go, Sen!
And a beautiful shot from John Cutie to start shutting this down. Narrate just on the edge, and they know they're going.
Should be having on me. Door and main. Coming to you. Both.
Oh, this is the nuts ass clutch. He's gonna dash on Mitch. This shit was crazy. Good calm by Shanzo. He's keeping an eye on scoreboard, so that way they know who plants. That's something that Asuna used to do all the time.
Nice. Hell.
That could have been a huge kill. That would have been Spike.
One more though. Feels it. Doesn't look.
Heaven. Popping out. Yep. Wave. Okay, kill him. Heaven. 70 on. Heaven. Silva minus 70.
Doors closed.
They're gonna wait this out. Yeah, they have to wait.
Could they be a man?
No, it was both. Have we seen? Okay.
They were both heaven.
I'm going hell.
Sure, I'm
playing those. He's gonna have dart coming up.
He's gonna have dart,
yeah. Darted.
Dart's bad.
Great calls.
Oh. Oh, on the right, low. Half HP. 1 HP.
Let's go! Fucking sell it, baby. Sell that bundle. Sell that bundle, Pookie.
Oh,
sell that. Sell the bundle, Pookie.
I had Skittles. I feel rejuvenated.
Bro, same. Honestly, the candy is a nice touch. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, which NBA player had Skittles? Was it like Lamar Odom? Lamar Odom or who the fuck was it? One of those NBA players had like Skittles before all the games. Marshawn Lynch. There was an NBA player too, though. It was NFL. It was Marshawn Lynch, but it was also a fucking NBA player.
Coming out of my cage.
Mr. Brightside. Just Mr. Brightside.
It started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this? Started out with a kiss. Started out with a kiss. Falling asleep. And he's chasing her back. And he's having a smoke.
Bro,
and he's
what?
taking a drag.
Are you
And
good?
my stomach is sick. And he's touching her chest. Now, is that what it is? I don't know. Then
Yeah.
takes
Yeah.
off her dress.
Her
now.
dress.
Seanzo just literally fuck. Look at him.
Now, is that what it is? I don't know.
It
Then
Yeah.
takes
Yeah.
off her dress.
Her
now.
dress.
Let
Now
me
let
go.
me go.
See, you would know it if you would.
At least John doesn't even have his headset in, so he's not reacting because he can't even hear it. Seanzo is like pretending like it's not even happening.
I'm saying.
You would know it.
I'm saying.
You don't want to see Prime me.
You know the Teenage Dirtbag song?
I'm just a teenage dirtbag.
Oh, this is what
You know, I
it's about.
didn't know that it was him that sings the first part until like a year ago. It's the guy that sings the girl part.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that until like a year ago.
You can't
I
leave
actually didn't know
second out
that.
to dry on this situation. It's going to be tough, and the pincer.
But I already knew and said to the fans that we are going to improve in the year. During the year, we would only get better. The scenario is still the same, but now I don't need to ask for patience anymore because we are already playing at a good level, but I know that we can be even better.
We are on the infinite tech pause grind. The infinite tech pause grind has begun. We are here. We are currently here. It's a good thing we have this comms video.
Even harder as Elsis has the timing. Second trying to stay alive.
Is Q stay alive?
Yep.
Me too.
It's planet free. It's planet free.
They have a smoking bomb, but it should be fading soon.
2 for the round, and Zekin is happy with that. He leaves Elsis with the perfect prep. The smoke is there.
Fading.
It's at half. They're not even
Off.
Knows on the second defuse. That
Nice, Michael!
Run, Jordan, run.
Oh, shit.
He's immediately yelling Michael.
Nice, Michael!
Run, Jordan, run.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay.
I'll get.
You're funny. You're funny.
All good, all
John
good.
Cuty's going to be able to get the
Yeah, it's net. It's net.
trade, and they swing in. Mostly through streets and that few from long still. Even if the off was there, it looks
It's over there. Jets off.
I'm still heaven on spawn. I'm picking with you. 3, 2, 1.
Are they both there?
No, don't. His spawn.
Spawn hopping.
Both. Flashing.
Go street and
Amin has
chill.
spawn. Just chill, guys.
Okay. Wait now.
Amin has the contact.
Yeah.
Are you guys peeking?
Where do you peek?
No, we're
Spawn?
not. I have flash on 15. Can you come back?
I'm going.
I did 39.
Nice! Good job.
So much better, Jordan. So much better.
I mean, you're not going to get this every round, so they
Wait, they went back to the desk?
Showed up in a really nice Cloud9 hoodie. Look at that there.
That is a nice hoodie.
Coming out soon.
Hey, look at that.
Check it out.
Oxy, pleasure to have you here, buddy. First things first, we're not done with the match quite yet. We're still waiting for the results, obviously, from that one. But just preliminary, what are your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I mean, like, Zekin is actually just a Zekin show. This guy's just insane. I'm not gonna lie. We play them in scrims. Their entire Jordan is the guy dropping 30 against us.
Okay.
Match, Zekin is literally just like God's gift to the game.
Wait, so Celsius is the one
Yes.
dropping the 30s?
Yeah,
in
Zelsis and Zek are swap.
Is Zekin like feeding in scrims? What's happening?
He's just
Swapping
chilling, you know? He's just playing. He's just having fun.
It's just not much Zekin.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Hey, man, well, look, so far it is
What are they
looked
trying to
pretty
do?
good for Sentinels, but MIBR showing signs of life. Coming back to it, but Imi, you were talking about before.
Oh, trying to make it in his shirt?
What you were expecting to see. Did it play out the way that you had envisioned it when we talked last?
No, because I didn't expect the Yoru. But I don't know if it's the Yoru or it's just Zekin, but it's incredible. I don't know what Francis thinks.
No way, bro.
Yoru on this map.
You just hit him in the face.
I think it's good against this meta because it baits out a lot of utility like Teo and Breach. And also it commonizes as well because, like, you know, Teo and Breach, you just use the oral, you clear out everything, and it's also like, they just work so well together. So, I mean, I think it's a good change, but I think the main reason is on defense, you can help Jordan or Zelsis because he's alone a lot.
Yeah.
And you can insta-rotate TP.
Yeah.
Instead of Neon, you still have to run. It takes time, but yeah.
Hey, you want to take my job?
No.
Just let him coach you.
Hey,
Would you make a good duelist?
I'm hearing right now, I want to see Oxy in the chair, losing his mind, Imi on the stage. You know, that's what I want. I want the role reversal.
That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I was also just going to say, like, one of the things that I really like about the Yoru on defense especially is that it masks a lot of your intent in the round. Because usually, like, if you have a Neon, you're, like, showing stun pretty early on, or you're, like, trying to take the
Bro's
first
got the
fights.
periodic
You're usually
table on
fighting
his
a bit
fucking
quieter with the
jacket.
Yoru, right? So, like, taking contact lines, so it forces the attackers to come into you to, like, seek out that info.
Yeah, you can get on a line and then you have your TP. And what a lot of teams you'll notice do is they'll hit where the Yoru is at around 110 because that's when his TP is running out. That's what people are doing right now. But yeah, he just walks in quietly, gets the line, has the support, and then he has the fast rotate as well.
Yeah, I'm telling you, a lot of knowledge on this test. A lot of knowledge. But you know what? I want to put that to the test, all right? In a simple game called Where You At. That's right. The rules are simple. Okay.
Yeah,
we're
when
gonna see a very
teams
small
do
portion
early
of the
hits
map.
against the Yoru, I always wonder, like, why?
So let's go ahead and get
You're
this
literally
started.
like,
Do you understand the rules?
Oh, no, I understand.
I don't understand why teams do it. They do it all the time when I watch them.
Okay.
What the hell?
Where? I see, I was bringing you up, bro, and then you let me down.
I think I know.
Where we at?
They'll let you off.
I mean,
Are we in fracture?
Were we on fracture?
Where the fuck are we?
Icebox.
Icebox.
I would also say
And by the way,
Icebox,
for those of
but
you in the studio, feel
could be
free to
Haven,
let us know.
maybe?
Just
Because of
yell
this.
it out loud.
Where is this?
Type in your audio so I can hear you.
Like, bind halls, but it's...
I think it's fracture spot bind. I forgot that was even a map.
Bind halls is my best guess.
Bind, that does look rather bindy. You know, I'm looking at the.
Haven.
It could be Haven because of
Well, let's
this.
see.
Interior room
So we
somewhere?
got bind.
But
we
I'm
got
saying
fracture,
Icebox, I guess.
and Icebox. I'm also going with Ender on bind. Let's see what we have. Survey says.
Fuck, I knew it.
I tricked myself out of it. I tricked myself out of it.
You worked yourself into a shoot there, brother.
Damn, I should have
All right,
trusted
there you go.
myself.
All right, let's try another one. Let's try another one.
I've never looked up there in my life.
Yeah, I've never seen that in my life.
Ooh. They're finding some difficult spots for you.
fuck.
Okay, I think I might know where this is.
I used to know this, but now I don't remember where I saw this. Is it split? Yeah, that's what I was gonna go with.
Icebox because it looks like a heater, and isn't there like a? No, maybe I'm trolling myself.
I don't know. I know there's like...
I want to see fracture again.
I'm gonna go Icebox. That's what I'm going.
Bind.
Think bind? Okay, I'm going Icebox.
I actually don't know. I'm saying split, but like I'm not certain. I think it's like top. Is it top B site split? It's like what top of A site or top of B site split. That's where I'm going. Final answer.
I hate that you said I need some hair, and then Chrissy went up and was like, I'm going fracture.
That annoyed me as well.
Timothy Shalamala hair over here, unbelievable. All right, we can say fracture.
It's one of the
say
top of the
Icebox, we
pillars.
say,
I think.
bind.
Oh yeah, it's the B one. That's a hard one though.
Work yourself into a shoot again, brother.
I play this game like hundreds of hours a week. I've never seen that in my life.
You've never threw a line up in your life. That's all.
Called out in 4K. Love it.
True, he's like true.
One more. We got
He's
one
not
more.
lying.
Let's see what we have. This actually couldn't have worked out better. And I know there's more of a good God.
That's split.
No, that's a SEN.
I was gonna say a SEN,
Oh, wait, no, this might be new.
but I don't think that's right.
The new
Is it the new wall? Yeah, it might be the new wall.
This texture exists on Split, but it has like Dino logos on it. It's like, it's crazy.
I think it's just because of the tarp. There was like a little tarp that they added.
I think he's right. I think it's the new wall on Ascent.
I believe it's on Ascent. on a
on
B-side.
duo.
So we all fought different maps. You say Ascent, and we're all like, yeah, it's Ascent.
You know what's crazy? It's crazy.
I'm going with the set.
My second choice is always correct, so I'm sticking on Split.
Okay, you're sticking with Split. I'm going with Ascent. Oxy's going with Ascent.
I think it's Ascent, but I'm going to go Icebox.
Okay, he's going Icebox.
Jesus. I think it's Ascent, but I'm going Icebox. I actually thought it was over here. I didn't think it was over here.
I will say, though, not the area I was
Yeah, I didn't think it was over here.
I was thinking the outside area. I was thinking the new area that was
That is the new area.
I was thinking the one inside of Maine.
I thought inside of Maine.
Well, it was bright out. How is it going to be
And you know what, though? I got it right. And I
Oh, the
said,
tech pods must be really bad.
That's it.
Failing upwards. That's
I'm a
crazy.
genius. I'm a genius.
Crazy.
We do have one more. We have one more because it's still. By the way, in case you're just joining us, we do want to let everyone know we apologize for the delay. We're getting everything sorted on stage with our awesome team. They're getting everything sorted. For now, we're just hanging out. So stick around with us, and we'll see where this goes.
I want to be clear. I do not apologize.
That's fine. I mean, you could not.
out there.
I'm the host, so I do apologize
You wear that one.
on the behalf of the show. Anywho, let's go ahead and run the next maps. Dios mío. We got to see what we have there. Last one.
Oh, that's definitely Icebox. Oh, wait, no, wait. This is in the cafe of Split.
This is the.
It's trick. It's a trick.
Okay, now I'm getting mixed up. I want to say Split.
I think it's Split. That's what I was thinking because it's right in CT
Yeah.
Split.
Diet Milk is also on Icebox, but that's not where this is.
Icebox.
This is
But I
Split.
don't think this is the kitchen Icebox. I think
This is the coffee shop A Split.
It'll be funny if it's Breeze.
There is a little section on Breeze, but it's not a coffee shop.
All right, let's zoom out. Let's see what we have. I'm really curious. It probably is Split.
It's.
Oh my God!
It's cooked.
How do you say it with your whole chest and you get it wrong? It's unbelievable. I didn't know that was it. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't
That's
know
crazy.
You know, it makes sense. Pearl's, it's a small town.
I didn't know
on the
that was
ocean,
there.
Right? You know what I mean? People live there, right?
How do they get the coffee beans there?
You can still. I'm sure the ground is good for the beans to grow and whatever. Look, I'm not a freaking agricultural mastermind.
Diet Milk? Or is that already...
You gotta watch out for the sharks on the way. She going into water. It's pretty wild there. All right, folks. Well, of course, we don't want to remind everyone yet again, delay on the stage, but we do want to make sure that we're getting to the action as soon as we possibly can. There, of course, you guys could see as we get ready to go here. But
They look like
I did
they're
get
close.
word that we are going to be sending this one back over to the casters. So
Let's go.
now it's their responsibility
Let's go.
to speak for a while. Let's hope it's going to be for a short one.
All right. So with that said, let's play back the tech one more time. I'll pull up the YouTube stream and we'll rewind it like 25.
Folks, it's Uber and
That
Wyatt
was a good
taking
time.
you into round 17 of the first map between
Just for
Sentinels
Noya.
and MIBR to score. For those who may have forgotten, 11-5 with Sentinels winning the last two in a row. Coming up on another heavy hit.
Yeah, and additionally, if you have short-term memory, Zekin is going crazy. He is getting a 2K pretty much every round. He got an ace with a crazy spray transfer. John is throwing a perfect utility on the
9-1 map
Sen
record.
are looking the best that they've looked all year. I'm going to be honest. These past couple games,
Yes.
the playoff run from them has been
They're actually
lights out.
heating up.
Lastpass has had upwards of a kill per round in the second
Must win
half
for
after one
MIBR.
in every 4 in the previous one. So an improvement here for MIBR's star duelist.
Interesting.
But it's going to take a little bit more than that to close this ever-widening gap.
That was cool. Neri used the missiles front B for
down to nothing
like
just
Zekin
to
over
get
here.
3 Guardians. They have 2 rifles.
It's kinda dope.
Some light armors, not an ideal buy, but they do not want Sen to
Damn,
get to
bro,
pro.
are you
Zekin has
kidding me?
Other ideas. He
Nice
is
shot.
unstoppable, man.
The Omen.
And that's one of your bigger controllers off the map already. Hitting this site could be tricky. Bang catches Shenom. That's over to the A side of the map. So now confirmation that this is a real deal hit over towards C. Aspas is trying to trend forward here, but Sen are just going to give it up for now. They know that Verno has an Armageddon.
How on earth can MIBR possibly win this 3 versus 5? Nerate has an Armageddon of his own. John has a full kit. Faultline is coming in. Zekin is getting the info.
This is a Sen Armageddon coming in, and Artazine can't quite get out alive.
God
Aspas
damn,
can't see
man.
a damn thing.
It's a playground.
And taking candy from a baby, and Verno
Holy
is
fuck.
in the 1v5. MIBR bleed their economy just to have a competitive round, and it looks anything but.
Sen look incredible.
They're going to get it to 12. John is even getting the defuse so he can have the Rolling Thunder.
Like, they look so fluid with all of Zekin's decisions, which in my opinion is like the hallmark of a great team. Like, just immense synergy with the duelist.
And the third time that they've switched their comp.
So I don't kill him, and you take the bomb from me. At least Marshall had the decency to say, Jordan, this is your clutch.
All gonna instant die.
What gesture was he?
The way he smiles for the camera is crazy.
Here it is, though.
The way he pretends like he didn't say any of that shit behind the scenes is wild.
Armageddon, ready to go. A fault line that doesn't shake Bang a little bit as Aspas wants to follow up.
That was hilarious, bro.
Not commit just yet. Great dodge of the rolling thunder by the way.
This is
Bang
over.
is ready for Aspas. He has been shut down, neutralized entirely over the course of this game, but Arzine chooses his spot well.
Wow, just a little awkward, but the movement was Bang there. Typically so
God
good.
damn it, why did I jinx it? Now we get a fake comeback.
Barrett swings in, does get a free one.
1 on 3.
The trades are instantaneous.
Second now, awkward. Would have been a long climb to get his team back in the round anyway. So MIBR are still looking for a chance to stabilize now. Gun-wise, it's not great. But ideally, rifles in hand and some form of armor, best they can hope for.
Why did I speak, man?
Exclusively comes down to their IGL Artzin deciding to go crazy, find those opening kills.
It's so annoying when a tech pause is on, like,
and from there, they set up a man advantage post
a game like this, where it's just like
rapidly when the SEN players try to swing back in.
11 to 5, you know.
In that corner to get them onto the seaside as well. All right, brick by brick, MIBR are trying to build their way back into the match.
One of the major issues for them as they try to make this comeback a reality is the fact that SEN.
Chat. No. Don't worry about the jinx.
Shuts down Zekin.
Don't worry about the jinx, chat.
Rare sentence to
You
be
guys are
in this game.
breathing life into this
Two quiet
jinx.
rounds for Zekin. Viper's pit over at B now, so that's
John
a
on 13
non-option for
assists.
MIBR. A looks much more tantalizing, but we will have John and Narrate on patrol. Already going to try and push up here. Narrate was clear of the fault line, but has to try and re-clear this space, and a lot of util is being spent to keep it cleared out. Back at the site, looks like Bang TP's in, so there's more SEN players now in attendance. Zaspas heads to drop. Nothing to see just yet, and here comes that plant.
John and Zekin did that coordination better. Just saying.
He's able to walk away now as a Viper's pit is deployed, and there's Aspas. He's just one step ahead of Bang there. Down to 3. Sentinels have to dig them out.
Save.
It's going to be so tough, though. Do they feel like they're just going to save? Do they want to regroup, try to push through stairs? No, they feel like they need to get out of there with the rifles.
Take it back? I will not take it back.
Came down and Bang
I'll take it back.
Drops, loses the duel to
at
Aspas. The round is essentially over.
Maybe I'll take it back
Trying to
then.
root players out of that pit would
Not
be
taking it back. It's not happening.
incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, what best they have is Rolling Thunder, and that's never guaranteed. Sometimes it's a bit cosmetic.
Why you guys have no
Like he
confidence?
has to go for it there, right? He TPs to upper A.
Have you guys not been watching the same game?
You could get something done. Patient here for Sentinels. 3 guns saved now as their economy gets a little rockier.
Sen look like the fucking
Last couple rounds,
truth.
MIBR starting to just straight up win the duels.
Go
That
ahead.
was
Shadow anyway.
Never happening throughout this game. Aspas as well. He wins that duel against Bang when he drops down back sight. If Bang had won that, they are going for the retake. Complexion of that post plant very different. And then on the prior, Artzin just swings in, gets 2. Might be too little, too late. But these guys could be individually starting to come to life for map 2.
The game looks so different when the Lurking Viper is taking and winning duels. And that's been Chenom's MO
Big
so far
TP
this half.
across. Dive smoke. Actually, a dive smoke.
No
so.
fight for rubble from the defenders.
Big
Send a
TP
stack
into
to
the dive
B
smoke
instead.
or TP across, which is a counter to like the
Love to win
Teo
that side.
missile
The
that we
fast
saw.
Neon hits early in the half at least. Now slowing it down.
Stealth drone going to clear out those close positions so MIBR can
See, no info
slowly
mound.
contact their way
Coming out from
forward.
B. They crashed
On the
to
opposite
C,
side,
just
defensive
faded.
Stealth drone goes all the way through B into spawn. Doesn't spot anything for Sen. A lot of pressure could be applied to
Kind of
Zelsus.
ratty here from MIBR. They're just
Barely
walking up.
committed to this site hold, depending on how close MIBR get. Depending on how quickly they can actually get onto him. He is stunned and weak.
And there might not be anywhere to go here. John has to be careful.
rotate,
Has a
John.
Rolling Thunder, so might want to set up for a flood retake, but look at Celsius, he stayed alive. He
Bro,
stayed
what a
alive!
play.
And he gets the spike loose.
What a
That's
play.
a backbreaker. Now Aspas has to deal with him, and he can.
One is enough.
But there's more where that came from Sentinels, plus that Rolling Thunder still.
I love how Zelsis played that, realizing that all he needed to do there was be a nuisance by living, playing within his own smoke, drawing attention from MIBR.
Rolling Thunder comes in, Aspas is very, very low, and in comes Zekin now. Flash to tree, wants to check it out, finds one, but Aspas at 3 health is giving a good account of himself. Vango knows a strong wind would have blown him over, and he converts. It's up to Shenum.
1-on-3.
Saw Shenum. They're not aware, but now they
he hit the switch.
Doors tapped.
10 seconds left.
Shenum now has to fight the
Let's
1v3, and it's
go.
not to be. For the first time this stage,
What a map by Zekin.
Sentinels take Lotus, the map pick of MIBR.
First
and managed
time?
to blow to strike so early in the series.
And for the first time in these playoffs, MIBR have dropped a map 4-0 until this point. Sen stole that one away. Zekin was on an absolute
honeymoon phase
heater,
over?
start to finish. The way this map opened, if you think back, the first 5 rounds felt like they were over in, I don't know, 5 minutes or less. That duo, John and Zekin.
It's a pretty history, chat. That's a pretty history right there.
Flashes and stuns that John was sending out were picture perfect over and over. That was some really superb play to start off this series from Sen. Walking away massively impressed by these guys. We're going over to split next, their own map pick. MIBR, they kind of started shooting towards the end though, so maybe they can rally back.
Now they definitely seem to be awake. It's too late to save Lotus, but the rest of the series still remains in question. A casual little 346 ACS from Zekin.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the stats to fully load in
on
right
that
now.
map. We're going to step away, but up next, Golden Boy and Analyst Desk. We're going to break down this first map of our best of 3 to decide the top seed heading into the grand final.
What a fucking map, dude. Center, honestly, they might be the best team in the region right now, which is crazy to say. Like, man, they put in so much work to get here. 209 damage around for Zekin that game. 7-3 First Bloods. Truthfully, the whole team played well. No one went negative on the First Bloods. Aspas, not a great game. I mean, even damage-wise, considering he got raid bossed both pistols. Got a couple of ecos in there too, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that wasn't a good Aspas game for sure. Slow start for Artsine, and he never really crawled out of it. That was this defensive half. Literally 2 First Bloods all half. That's pain. They just were all getting fucked equally, actually. They all had 2 first deaths. Zekin 6-1 on the First Bloods on attack. 244 damage around. Sheesh. Damn, man. They look real good. I did see the chat tweet. Yeah, let's see. So this is the one you guys were talking about. It's on the subreddit now. That's insane, bro. That's an insane fucking tweet. Just a random stray at Demon 1. Just a random stray. Yeah. Bro just woke up and threw a stray. Fucking crazy, man. Some of the comments on the subreddit are fucking gold. Hating for the love of the game. Bro. Why did Chet do this, bro? What made Chet do this shit? Why did he wake up and choose violence today? What? Bro. I agree. It's just evening the playing field is insane. That's one of the craziest ways to put it. Actually, fucking. Chad Pickus.
C9 joining us as well as Ender to break it all down. Let's actually do just that, shall we, gentlemen? Because I came into this one feeling good about MIBR, feeling good about maybe seeing Aspas maybe do his work, do the things that we expect him to do, but instead just never really was able to get that online, and instead just got shut down by much more prepared Sentinels, it seemed.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels were definitely prepared for this map. I think they knew if they banned Icebox, this was going to get picked into them. They just abused C, they abused the no Sentinel as well. And obviously Zekken was definitely online before Aspas was.
Yeah. I mean,
John had a higher rating? Yeah, because he had 7 deaths.
This guy, there's only 2 people at the top for me. Duelist players, Zekken and Aspas. And it's a beautiful game to see when you see both of them playing each other. And I guess Zekken's just on one today.
What makes him
That
so
is true that he took a salary
you,
cut to get
especially you
D1
being,
on the team.
you know, the duelist
That's true, I forgot about
team,
that.
right? What inspiration do
That's
you
good
pull from
insight to
players like
remember.
Aspas and Zekken?
Honestly, for me, it's just what I've seen from like how they play and how they interact with their teammates. Like I know Aspas, like this guy played on Lev for 1 year.
Yeah.
Went to champs. Well, I'm not. Did he go to champs?
Yes.
Champs. Qualified a bunch of events. Won stage 2. Like
lifted a trophy.
Crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. And then he just joins MIBR like last year. One of the like.
They were just you said they were booty for a little while.
Yeah.
Jed on
and
split.
then now he just joins, and they're qualifying at like most events, top 3 last in kickoff. It's crazy, honestly. I just don't understand it.
It's proof that it's not
insane.
You know random. There's a reason. Aspas seems to be the connecting tissue.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I just felt like in this opening map, like he just couldn't put it up against what Zekken had. Like Zekken had these couple of back-to-back rounds of just crazy spray transfers. The ace round after they win the bonus, then they keep stringing them along, which gave Sentinels a 7-1 lead so early on.
5K venue capacity.
I mean, this moment
really?
here, I mean, this kid was
only
pulling off
5K.
some wild stuff.
Are you sure about that?
That's one.
Is that true?
And then he had the crazy TP.
I know you're probably more familiar with Toronto than me. Is there actually 5K venue capacity for the finals?
Instantly online, and you're just allowing him to get online early, and he's just got so much momentum. You just know he's going to have a good game.
Yeah, how do you even slow that down, though? That's the thing. And it felt like, Oxy, that was
Dude, 5K is kind of... I mean, here's the thing. Like, I agree. It's lame because I think they could sell more. But one of the best events I've ever gone to is the Boston Finals. And that wasn't a big venue. There's something about, like, an intimate environment where the acoustics go crazy. Like, if you can get a small... I don't even know what creates this kind of environment, like, for the audio. But if the acoustics in this, like, 5K attendance arena are insane, it's going to feel like there's, like, 40K people. Those big stadiums sometimes, like, honestly, it's not as hype in person. It's a little bit different. But in, like, those small environments, in my experience in esports, where, like, every seat is filled, those are fucking insane.
Had a map too.
Those are insane.
Question about that last map.
That's what I will say. It does suck that everyone can't go though.
Power fire coming out of the Sentinel side. How do you kind of mitigate that, get the team going again, and get ready for map 2?
I think we just got to be patient. They came out with they were shooting, but they were also playing a very like slow defaulty style, and I think we were getting a little bit impatient. So I think this is going to be one of those games that it's going to be a little bit longer, especially if they're going to keep playing slow like this. But we have to be okay with playing against teams who play slow and not get so impatient, and just kind of maintain our plan, maintain our resources a little bit more, and hopefully it'll turn out better.
Awesome insight as always. Thank you so much.
I wonder what he's thinking about. Maybe that mound push into Zekken getting
so you heard
2.
Coach Father talk about maintaining the resources, all that. Coach Jimmy, got to go over to you for this one. Thoughts on that? How do you feel, especially as we get ready for split?
I mean, they're getting used to a new style, slowing down. That's exactly why they picked Yoru, to slow it down, right? So like he said, he's just got to get used to it. He's got to put that through to his team. He's got to go speak to them now and just be like, be more patient, wait for the opportunities, don't try and force anything.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one, though, because it feels like Ender Sentinels doing everything that they can to force those mistakes out of MIBR.
Yeah, I think Sentinels play a really well thought through, controlled style of game that becomes difficult. But I know you wanted to talk about Split, Emmy. Give me the sauce on what Sentinels are playing.
Well, I think Sentinels just need to control B main. So with this comp, funny story, I'll give a funny story. G2 played this comp against them. Smashed them, Sentinels stole it, Sentinels played us, smashed us, we stole it. So all three of us knew how to play this comp, and that's how the meta came around with this comp.
Well, there you have it. You see the genesis of the meta coming about here from Cloud9, from Sentinels, and most importantly from G2 at the origin point. Very interesting to see how this all is going to shake out. Of course, we've got Split coming up right after this. Can we get a map 3? We'll find out after this short break.
Yeah, I think Sen probably did a lot of homework on this Split chat. I mean, they probably saw what happened in the prior MIBR Split games, how MIBR used the Jet on attack. MIBR could be fucked here, like hard fucked. Let me see. Yeah, it's only been against 100 Thieves. This game against 100 Thieves, like, they won both pistols and a bonus. They had so many like little set aggressions for Osboss. His first bloods didn't work out very well, but the strats worked. They were trading out the kills well.
First engagements almost always went against them as Sentinels took those advantages right at the beginning of the rounds.
Absolutely. It was Zekin in particular who walks away from that map with 7 first kills. But overall, Sen leading 14-6. That is utter dominance from them in those early round fights. We saw it every single time. Now headed over to Split, can MIBR turn the tide, and specifically can Osboss? He's back on Jet, which is just his
Kid Ear and audio nowhere.
defined Jet. That has been his go-to for years. And even when this MIBR team earlier in 2025 were behind the meta, they were finding success just by virtue of him on that agent being one of one.
Did they ever play Teho in kickoff?
They did in the first game, actually, yes, and then they moved away from it. I mean, at the start of this year, the MIBR team were the most successful team.
Yeah, listening to the C9 team, they were so disappointed. The C9 team was like devastated. That's so disappointed. The C9 team was like devastated that they bombed out.
Same result at minimum.
Oh, pain. What the fuck?
To their compositions quite often, so that's something worth keeping an eye on.
Let Osboss be comfortable here on the Jet while still playing the other meta initiators.
Rough first map for MIBR. Now it's Sen's battleground of choice, but Split has been very good for MIBR so far in stage 1. Undefeated, but against some weaker teams.
Damn.
We'll start a pistol with Osboss immediately taking an engagement here.
Surprised that works. They did that against 100 Thieves.
Oh, that was dangerous for a second, but Zekin is able to find Shenum.
Is he flanking?
When he does a significant amount of
Spawn
damage,
push over here with the
Zekin,
Teo
somewhat
drone.
weak. Zelsis, very low, susceptible to even just a
my
single
God.
shot. Osboss wants to press forward, but is punished
Holy
for it.
fuck, Shanzo dinked him so
No better way to
fast.
shut down a star player than to overload him. This now puts Sen at a player
Does he
advantage,
wait?
and they're slowly encroaching their control of
Yes.
heaven.
Contact
Cortezia
from the
playing
other
it further
side.
Forward towards B main.
Wait for it.
to
Wait
try
for the
and cut
contact.
Zekin
Wait
off.
for any
It's going to be
util.
a battle of shooters on that
Go
part of the map.
Go 3.
Sen will want
2.
away into the B side, and
Turn the
Zekin
corner now,
might use
Zekin.
his
Oh my god, he has great
commotion
timing.
to do so. Look at the timing he's
the
found.
goat.
Cortezia not sticking around quite long enough. Verno takes a tap to the shoulder here as Sentinels are going to get about it now. Verno and Artazine have to dig in now. Time is short, but Sentinels have the numbers to spend. Here's a tap. Zekin gets ahead of it though. 4 kills on the pistol.
This kid is owning, man.
Started on the right foot again.
That's going to bring Zekin
5
2
orbs.
away from the dimensional drift when they get to their bonus round, assuming they can convert.
Jesus.
Anti-eco coming up on round 2.
Zekin is not fucking around
from
today.
Zekin as well is so good. He finds his kill on Shenum, wraps a B main there, and just before that, he was waiting for his team to make all the noise so he could hit the go button, and there was a little moment where Cortez... Bro, we get it, bro. You want to ult. I mean, yes, it is the high percentage play. Relax. But they do such a great job of setting him up for success there by drawing all the attention to heaven.
All right,
allowing him to
same
flank
double
through B main.
up in mid.
And
Seconds
Zekin
also.
is starting this map just as electric as he left us on Lotus.
A dimensional drift for the bonus.
Oh, I thought that was Bang.
What a
I was like,
painful
why
ass
did
prospect
Bang
for the
smoke so early?
defenders.
It was actually Gem smoke.
MIBR here
Or sorry,
grouped up, even
smoke.
Cortesia joining them after early presence on the B side. Jonathan might have a decent timing to send this off on. He's one player testing the wall, and call comes out that there might be some action from MIBR hitting A. They
Looks like they're just going to try to pounce on
biding their
this.
time now, but off a fault line.
Smoke going to
RZ
come
is going to
out.
try and be the starter's pistol for MIBR. In we go. Smoke over towards Heaven side here. Fault line came out from the defender side. That's John trying to slow them up. Narrate, rather, getting ahead of that smoke in screens.
So they feel the presence from main.
And that was the wall
Like 1 to
expires,
2
and
there,
MIBR
so they decided to go Heaven
take
instead.
An engagement as a unit towards Heaven. Sen have everything covered.
Kind of just
playing
reacting to the
these long-range
situation a little
angles with
bit.
superior guns.
Celsius could get pinched. Good
They're
awareness.
looking
Go to mill.
So strong today. If they can win their map here, they'll be headed to the grand finals with that significant map ban advantage. Going
Is
up
the
against
audio
whichever
messed
team
up?
wins
I don't
the
know.
lower
Chad, is the
final.
audio messed up?
A lot of trust being put in John and Narrate here. Sen
Seemed
have
like it.
not rushed to reinforce them on the A side. A lot of this util still at their disposal. Delsus maybe had a timing. Opts not to take advantage. Just passed out in front though with the Sheriff claims one. John's about to get busy. Tries to flick. No good. Right click though.
Weird
is
trades. 3
right
on
there.
2.
Bang
Oh
and second now
no.
have to try and recover, but perfect util from Verno. Set second off kilter. And it's Bang's Bulldog that needs to bark and bite in equal measure now.
Does have a couple weak players to get easy kills against. One of them was Cortesia.
Shenum gets clear of that paranoia. Bang instrumental for the SEN team so far in their run to playoffs. Verno will emerge at just the right time. Key thrifty there for MIBR, and once again Cortesia
read that
trying
shit.
to get him motivated.
Just waits out the moment for the perfect free backstab to close out that round after hitting a really fantastic stun in a 1v1 against Zekin in Heaven.
It looked like a lot of the Sen players got caught off on
backside,
timings
you
here.
mentioned it, they were left on their lonesome, so much trust placed in them, and they just
3 of them.
couldn't come up in that situation.
Good round by MIBR though. They played like a lot of win
Mid
conditions.
had MIBR gone, they just couldn't
I like
tell.
the approach.
Has Cortesia really turned into the hype man for MIBR or what though? Every time they're finding success, he's been the guy standing up, screaming, getting out of his chair.
Early play for the B-side orb and insertion by Zekin. He's actually already looking to wrap around them. So MIBR, they're on a timer. And they know it. Pushing out over towards his A side now. It's going to be
Oh my god,
Aspas
he's in.
up front and personal.
Kind of
focusing on
surprised they
Bang.
pounced.
Deals to the controller. Narrate still tucked behind that kiosk, but doesn't really know when to swing. It's on the move. Celsius gets completely caught out. John had no choice but to swing that. Also dinked a
Oh
second
my
player.
God.
Verno goes low after that encounter.
Dude, this could have
Zekin
gotten
with the
really
classic is
sketch.
a long way from the action, and Zenup is vastly better armed.
Oh my god, that got a little awkward for a second with the jump up, but overall, a well-paced hit from MIBR. Scaling into the site, they slowed things down, allowed a moment for Aspas to work.
Do we get
through
like
both
any
of his
kind of Yoru
cloud
ult
bursts,
play?
Pop out, engagement against Bang, wrap around elbow, the rest of them flood in. A little bit of damage done, but overall, clean and definitely
Doesn't
a
look like
look
it.
at what their typical A hit is going to be looking like as we go forward, trying to play around the jet that they've got.
Not sure who Louts are. Certainly not me.
Oh, MIBR, they
Okay,
say
one way all the way over from A for Zekin to take control. TP back B.
Yeah, obviously, good point.
Breach playing off of Zekin contact. Oh, past it. Damn, bro.
Beautiful second though. Stunned up by Artazine, still able to deal with the breach. And there's John.
Dude, what a
This is
hold by
looking a lot
Shanto.
cleaner for Sentinels now, as Zelsus will be on this angle and sees the barrel first. Still isn't able to win the fight.
He saw his barrel, I think.
Nara
Shen?
just knows
No?
he needs to live here. The good decision from him. He's not trying to take the engagement. He's letting Shen come to
Oh,
him.
fuck,
It doesn't
dude.
matter.
Still a 2-on-3.
Spike. It is loose. John QT studiously watching this push from A main in order to recover it. And Inferno just has a free haircut handed out. Reverse Mohawk though, sorry mate, you can't choose. Shenum at 16. Gun barrel protruding. Zekin cleans him up, and that's Sen exiting the round with 3 rifles.
That's a very clean round.
Bang on the anchor is just...
Aspas has no money, but
in his
I think they're going to buy
elements.
anyway.
That is where he thrives. Feels like when you watch him sometimes, he just has 360 vision. I mean, in this moment, he just starts off with... I mean, listen, in this one, it's just a little crazy. Cosmetic stun. But then on the third, he swings. He sees the teleport animation from Cortesia, calls out he's going into the smoke. They spam him down.
Try not to die. Kaplan probably a little frustrated about the encounter there in heaven. It definitely worked against Zelsis, even though he had the drop. He'll put it behind him now, I'm sure, as we have an even game. And
Oh, you don't want Bang slumping?
Really early.
Oh, I feel like you want Bang's confidence up. He's been playing so well.
Maybe now's the time.
Now we've seen 3 rounds in a row where MIBR were 5 stacked, pushing up towards A. On this one, Zekin opts to play forward. He has that gate crash back to get out towards screen, so he wants to take the engagement and leave.
Wow, he just gets the one against Osbos and
the
wins.
Ideal situation for the duelist with a getaway mechanic.
And so he did. Back to screens off the gate crash after having taken that first picket. Ooh. Shannon there, tucked on that corner. Second moving up to reclear, so clearly Sentinels have
MIBR going for the
out.
full rat round.
Can they
2 mid,
snuff it out?
1B, 1A.
Gate crash, by the way.
Trying to even it up.
Wait, what? Insane.
They went through. Is that what happened?
Damn, that thing's got a mind of its own. Still over an A though is Zekin.
That's actually nuts.
Cortezio, not aware of it. It is faked. I would freak out too. That is a proper jump scare. He seals his nerves. He might go over to A. He's considering it from the shadows here. Doesn't have any other reason really to be here outside of selling stuff. He's going to smoke that heaven side. TP to A. Zekin. Oh, he's not aware. Cortezio gets to appear in his midst and take him down. That was Bang also trying to get some
I don't
info.
even know if he heard
confirm
it.
Shannom's position. And
6
that
on the clock.
Armageddon's going to make this painful. Dying seconds of the round. Plant secure for Cortezio. 3 up now for MIBR, and we're even in numbers.
Pushes
it's
them
another
out.
screen. This is a scary prospect, and John didn't know where to go.
Got him.
Forward, back, it doesn't matter. Zelsis down to the Tejo ultimate. Then all of a sudden, things have turned awful quick.
Great ult by
Sentinels.
Verno.
Bang into the 1 versus 3. Has so much to clear towards ramp.
I think it is an Osbos
Slowly,
off day
time
right
is
now,
dwindling.
yeah.
At the moment, Verno doesn't have any more utility to throw down, but that salvos even just cycle up.
We haven't
As
really
I'm
seen
saying
him
that,
like pop off on a
next to
round.
impossible
I know.
for Bang.
Bang gets his 1.
That's so annoying.
That's all it'll be. Hard fought round.
Really good round by
MIBR
Verno.
post for their 3rd Huron split. Sentinels get a little bit
Yeah. Cortezio ulted next
turned
to
around there, but then Armageddon over
Zekin.
towards screens was off a perfect
He was B
timing.
main.
I mean, it's also just hilarious in the mid-round. Zekin gets the fake TP to jump scare Cortesian B main, and then Cortesian goes jump scare for jump scare.
No.
Yeah, jump scare for jump scare is crazy.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's scary when he pops out and shoots him in the side, and then the rest of the team get in. Verno, fantastic utility after the fact.
I mean, that Omenot was nasty work. And potentially Cortesi is far enough away that he doesn't see Zekin on the side, because MIBR don't have perfect information about where the Yoru is. Or he does see him there and seeks it anyway, because he's got balls of steel. We won't know. Of course, heading to a timeout now.
Not a
Call
terrible
here from
start,
Sentinels
though,
to
for
try and
MIBR.
Stabilize things a little bit,
3-2.
because they've got enough to work with. They could buy it again, and of course, Zekin still is holding
I
on
think
to
the
that
jet
first
off
dimensional
on
drift he's developed.
second half
They just haven't
could do
been
some
in
work. They can
any
get
kind of
cheeky
big
around
retake
mid.
situation where he's been able to use
A lot of
it.
A
That
ramps
would
fights.
primarily be the time, and then as we've seen, you're trying to sync that up with some of your breach utility, Tejo utility when you're getting back in. That has
I
just
don't
not
love the
been
jet
a
here, I'm not gonna
scenario
lie.
that Sentinels have found themselves in at the moment. They're going to be fully investing into this round.
I don't know like what the
Completely
MIBR
on
read
the
is to
line
run the
here.
jet
This is an
here.
opportunity for
I know
MIBR
Osbos can
to
play all
really
kind of other
surge into
duelists,
an
so it's
early
weird.
lead. This is a round that should be good for 2 if they can take it. They have a Viper's Pit for after they get the spike down, and at that, look at Artzin. If they can just get him 1 orb, he'll have the Rolling Thunder to take the site. That's just an ultimate 1-2 to get the round win.
Look at that A-main control that you can get as attackers behind the Viper walls. Definitely on the cards to get that ultimate into the right hands.
Verno's going to get
Very passive hold.
the information for MIBR that no one is
Osbos
actually
holding
playing
B.
close from Sen. They're going to be weary about that given
Holding
Zekin was
mid.
happy to
They
take those
leave the
close
Viper,
engagements
so
on a prior round, so you have
she
to
into this Viper.
make sure that you're clearing that out now.
Interesting clear timing for Zekin. Clones himself
All right.
down ramp side, but Chenom is already
Shannon finds himself a
rather
little
ahead
corner
of
up
his
here.
tucked now, just inside A main. Bang seems to have a sense that that's the only part of that area they don't have info on.
Yeah, they have a really good feeling about
question is, when
this.
does Shannon decide to activate?
Problem
For
is
now,
they have no
all that
info
happens
on
to be
mid, so
conservative.
Zekin is a little
The
bit
rest of his
unsure
team
about
Sets
Vents.
up for a Hard and fast hit. Aspas with the Blade Storm
Good
now. They're
jiggle.
going for it, but John
Really
spots
good
it out
jiggle.
early. Here comes the util
Lurk is active at A. This is scary Lurk.
Down. It's the rate.
Holy fuck. Double aftershock missile kill.
Ah, yes. All about that gunplay, folks.
Dude.
A lot of util eliminations here for
Triple
Sim, but it's all cut down to
util kill.
3. Seconds patience, though, pays dividends. He shut down that A
That should
presence,
do
and now
it.
Verno doesn't know where to go.
Seems like he's just going to try to double back over towards B. Sentinels had such a read on the situation on the map there. Stacking up the 3 towards B, all of that util ready to deny the hit when it did come in from MIBR, resulted in 3 utility kills.
They're on the save here. Nothing really more
You're
to do.
straight up better than Jet in every way. Dude, look, I agree with you. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get why Osbus is playing Jet here. I know the EDG thing, but I just don't think it's optimal. I know the guy can play other duelists. That they do have a couple like nice, like dash up plays with like a breach stun. Like they have ideas. Like don't get me wrong. Like they actually have they've cooked some ideas up. I don't know. It just puts a lot of fucking weight on Osbus's shoulders. I'm not gonna lie. There's just so much util in this meta, and to have a Jet going against all that util that probably gonna burn or dash like really quick. That's rough.
If you're initiator coded, then maybe.
If the Jet doesn't have to burn dash, then it's not so bad.
Through the dark cover one way over towards B main. Second again is
Wow.
just pressed up on A.
Second is just
had an
fucking so good today.
number of first kills in this series so far. He had 7 on map 1. Already has like 3 here, 2, 3, something like that. It's pretty nuts,
And
man.
that's the Yoru difference. He can play that loose end and actually challenge the enemy lurker. Because he has the ability
Osbus
to
is the Jet player, but Osbus's raise is not to be slept on. Same with his. I think his Neon's pretty good too. That's crazy movement by this Veltron.
Well, that's not fun at all. He's like, I'm out of here. I think I've lost enough face on this B side of the map for now. So now it's mid control that MIBR are looking to take.
Artin's going to throw out that fault line towards the A side, try and feign some presence so he can pivot back.
All right, you're ulting through A right now.
God in heaven, go for this B split, but Sentinel there, they have 3 players here. The stun from there right into the salvos will keep everyone in heaven at bay. Cortezi is not going to have a moment to help from B main just yet.
Rolling Thunder comes in. Aspas first to the side now. There's John, who just can't hang in that duel. The deck is stacked against him. Vizekkin's looking for a royal flush here from this high ground. They'll take the one. Bang! What an anchor, man! The guy just can't be shifted.
Second played this so well.
Second,
bro.
okay. Shorty action, fair enough. What
Dude.
a round. I tell you what, if they just tossed Bang off the Titanic, they would never have hit that iceberg. That thing would have stopped dead.
Yeah, bro. Bang and second are
I'm
fucking
speechless when I'm watching
different.
him on the defense side. There is no one like him in these situations. This is a guy who came in to replace Tens, one of the all-time greats of the game.
They are frying, man.
I don't want to say he replaced him one-to-one. He just brought his own brand of greatness to the Sentinels team. He's a different kind of controller player, and an utterly amazing one.
And 100 Thieves are still
Yeah,
reeling
John and Nary
from that loss.
swap roles here.
Now SEN have the lead in the game.
They've done
Early
this
pop of
before.
Util now gets second set up and a very aggressive line, but he feels like he's overstayed his welcome.
So some early A aggression. Second TP's back to B.
Slow down for MIBR initially.
The double initial stay a little bit aggro here.
From the 2 initiators on the defensive side, and now with the wall up, they want to try and get back into this space. But John knows now was the time to
How did
drone.
John take so much
They get
damage? I
walking
didn't even see.
up.
Did he get missiled?
And he's right. I'm not sure if he got around the corner and saw any of those other players, however.
They know now. They absolutely know
Great
now. They know the
counter
breach. Teo both here. John,
Great counter stun.
death-defying stunt, gets across A main, and this is slowed down a lot for MIBR. They have that insert of Cortesia to prevent them from being flanked, so they know that on a huge timer, they've got options.
They have still 45 seconds or so to pivot back, which is what they're intending on doing now. Going
So
back to
Zekin, who initially was part of this A aggression and TP'd off to B,
alone. Oh, what a first kill.
re-cleared A, and then had the other 2 initiators leave.
Heaven, though, and I love this reposition.
Great movement around the map by Sen right now.
Great position.
The Teo breach are also out on the B side, but as they move, it's Artisan with yet another one. There's Bang. He's always in such a erratic spot.
Dude.
And now it's
Oh,
found 2. That
Mississippi.
should be enough to slow MIBR up and even the odds. Swing. Shenom is sharp, man. Sharp as they come. But now Zekin at 11 and through.
Damn.
Cannot convert.
I thought Zekin was definitely getting that
Two
one.
crucial kills to even up the game again.
I mean, listen, we give a lot of well-deserved hype to Cortezia and Verno as some of the best rookies
Shenum
coming
is
in this
shooting.
year, but Shenum has been the best player for MIBR today. Not even close. He's been the one getting them crucial first kills at times. That kill onto Bang there, mega impact. Bang played that situation so well, pivoting into B main, catches out Cortezia, has the perfect angle to be able to kill Shenum, but he's just so fast.
One way from A again.
Oh, the audacity of it. Doesn't pay off. Ray wants to pick up the angle immediately. Okay.
That's a cool way they set up that B main control, by the way.
Now he realizes there's a lot more than just a couple players here. The whole
Triple swing.
MIBR have been deployed on the B side of the map, and there's Ray dropping down, not too shabby.
Beautiful swings right there by Sen. TP in from Bang is nice.
There's no way Verno's going to be ready for
Oh my
this.
God.
Bang has the timing, he has his moments, he has a window, and a bullet with Verno's name on it. Cortezia too low to stand. And now Shenum,
Great
star player
blind,
for
dude.
this MIBR outfit. Has to play two separate angles.
Holy.
And your boy Bang delivers solid gold.
So
again.
much impact.
Just a little wry smile. Kind of feeling like he knows it's him right now. That teleport into B main to just encircle all of MIBR was perfect. And prior to that, Sentinels using their utility to just flood out of heaven, catch the perfect timing window where they're fighting MIBR while they're trying to get out of main.
Oh my.
They don't have any space.
Oh my.
This though, this is the kind of map we were hoping for on Lotus. MIBR and SEN both delivering. As MIBR here have been knocked down economically. And Zekin,
Again,
justifiably,
same
he's
setup.
wanna
You see
pick
the
up
one way
the
come
outlaw
all the way from A onto the box outside B.
MIBR just waiting for this cloud.
The aftershock comes in from right here, and then Zekin takes the line.
To go forward. Now he's stuck in the corner. He's being aftershocked.
damned if he do, damned if he doesn't here.
fuck.
Zelsis had nowhere to go. Caught in mid. John punishes Aspaso on the charge in. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's happy enough to at least
Good
even the
rotate by
odds.
John.
Mid control still in place for Sen, and that's a pick on the extremity. Zekin was waiting for Cortezia to lurk up.
I like picking up the scoped weapon to control B main because most rounds
Big
don't
risk
pin
from
Cortezia.
Shanzo in the
It's
mid-round.
Contact taking it, so
Except
it's
for the prior one.
It's just so easy for Zekin. Scrappy in the early round. I mean, a couple players there. Zelsis, Ospas getting really out of position, both being punished for it. But ultimately, this is just a save round for MIBR. They don't have the weaponry, the resources to actually make something happen.
They know they're walking into this fault line either way. Zekin now can turn his attention heaven side. MIBR are trying to condition the single player in B main, so they mixed it up in the previous round, but it should be pretty
Zekin on
straightforward stuff
13
from
and
here
5
on out.
now. Right where he left
20
off.
seconds, Verno gets the rifle, but ultimately won't be able to do much.
Second ult for Zekin about to come in next round, probably.
There. That is just going to clear heaven side of B. Sentinels
Let's see if we
dotting
get
their
the
eyes, crossing their
combo
Ts.
play with the Omen Paranoia.
And MIBR have to take another L.
I think
Like
I
mentioned,
saw,
was a bit of a
I think it was Sen, chat, where the K-Court play, like off barrier, where the Omen is here and like TPs to this spot, and then the Yoru's like ulting in the back lines. The Omen, you know, blinds whatever the Yoru sees. The Yoru comes out of ult. Sen did this start, but then the Yoru TP'd all the way to B, like mid-ult. They had like a second layer cooked up. It was insane. It was Martine, or was it Sen? Who was it? Who did that? That shit was crazy. I don't remember. We were watching it in the co-stream, I think. I don't even remember which team it was, though. That play with the Yoru ult, though, was like such a good addition off of the K-Court play.
That's frustrating even for the best player. So he has not been able to find a kill yet this game. Basically,
I thought it was Zekin.
I didn't even notice that. Honestly, I did not even notice that he's sitting on the goose egg right now because it hasn't really felt like it. It hasn't been a detriment.
Listen.
So
he's been a very good Cypher cam so far, but you know, Sen
Very
are
good.
aware that MIBR are now trending away from the extremities. I think that the threat of the Outlaw was too much there, and they're getting ruined by Zekken over at A. So definitely feel like they're going to want to pressure mid, maybe sometimes more towards the mid rounds here. But Sen have been very good on both those sites.
All right, the two just have, yet again, Cortezia set up to control this B side of the map. Cortezia, by the way, who's just been playing so much.
Why the fuck is Bow sleeping
really
through
saw him on
practice?
Sentinel, and now he's been playing a ton of controller for this team. And specifically when they have these Viper looks on maps that they've been playing very frequently, and he has been putting up outrageous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, double controllers making its way into MIBR's map pool a lot more. I mean, Icebox is obviously the best example of this, but now on Split 2.
Like coming into this series, in the playoffs, Cortezia actually has the highest stats of any Omen, which is really bizarre. I mean, obviously the sample size is incredibly low. It's only been a couple maps, but...
Even so, I mean, you've got amazing Omens here in the league. Bang, King sometimes, I guess. A lot of fantastic controllers. Som.
Right, so the one way is going to be thrown down by Bang, who has just had absolute control of the B side of the map. He's been
Let it be, chat.
MIBR cannot break through.
I know chat wants to
Again,
talk
thinking
shit.
about a light B hold being broken again. This
No
time
way.
Bang not.
I thought he was
quite
gonna
as
reswing that
aggressive though as
shit.
Zekken was to that part of the map, but the initiators were a long way away for Sen.
The gate crash isn't close to B either, so it's not like Zekken can get there quickly.
Dodge it? He dodged it.
Needs to get out, but he can't. He stays in and he gets his.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He didn't even get hit! High dropping smoke! Oh my god! NT Shanzo! Holy fuck, bro!
Dishing it out. The stall plus the aftershock. These MIBR are an absolute bloody
Wow.
shambles. With no time left. Verno's been in this position before.
Holy
Zelsis
shit,
gets on
man.
the board as well. Everything's coming up Millhouse
What
for
a
Sim City.
play by
Management of their
Shanzo.
utility has really been sublime. Every time the hit is coming in from MIBR, they are getting multi-stunned. All of the damaged abilities are being thrown at them in those moments.
God damn.
Osmos is in on an island.
The simple bounty for the 19.
It's a
Yeah, I know, the
TPO.
Teo nerf.
This is literally the only place I can go.
Beautiful, man.
And no one is able to trade onto him. And then 25 seconds they have to get in. John is throwing a stun at them. They're so cooked.
That Armageddon, I've got to say, from John is so
So
important.
good. Yeah, it was so good.
Once again, it's a
Stop
fast
them
hit
from
on B
trading.
for MIBR that just dies to the
John's
initiator
util today has been S tier.
Shenum has been sitting on this Viper's
It's like the unsung hero of the day, actually, for
There has
Sen.
not come a
become fossil
post-plant
fuel.
situation.
It's been so long.
There is no opportunity for him to even use it. Because Sen are stuffing them at the choke, getting in, flooding together so effectively.
But here's the adaptation for Sen. They now just sort of pull out a mid entirely, bring Zelsis back onto the A side. This will allow MIBR to move into heaven, but it's about to get pretty busy there for Sentinels. They re-establish that control. And this is going to bleed the clock further and further.
I was going to say second, he's just pushing all the way out of A, gets all of the information as to the fact that MIBR, yeah, they are for real splitting B, and everyone can stack up to stop them.
Special delivery does
MIBR
force John away,
cannot get in
but
these
Bang's
sites
gonna do
right
his
now.
thing.
3,
There's only Bang can.
2. Perfect
The
timing
timing
from
of that was
Shanzo on
pretty
that
bloody
blind.
good, wasn't it?
Jesus.
That slows things down. Cortezia has the TP forward. And
Unreal.
I don't think so.
Unreal.
Not today. Flawless round to end the half for Sentinels, who again are back in that world-beating form, or so it seems.
They're making me struggle to remember when MIBR even got
It was, like,
4 rounds
perfect.
on the board because they looked utterly dominant for the last several rounds. Bang is on one. His defensive play
Dude.
is
Sean's.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
just on a totally different level. Watching the way he positions himself,
Yeah,
how
dude.
cerebral he is.
I think Shanzo's like emergence onto this team in the last couple months is like, it gives me goosebumps, dude. He's made this team so good. Because he doesn't really like fuck up, you know, like Shanzo's not that player that's gonna like int on you. He plays pretty reserved. And when he gets impact like this over and over and over, it means that the team in general isn't fucking up. And he's getting the fights he deserves. Because now the team isn't fucking up. So now he can shine. Like, dude, The team looks so fucking good right now. Like, I'm not going to lie. This is the best Sen has looked since, like, the 10 Saucy era. He's playing really fucking well. And I don't even think Neri is playing, like, his best games. Like, I think Neri has some in the tank. Bro, Zealous is 1-9 that up. He only ended with that 1 through the B main smoke. Holy dude. Jonzo had 15? Fuck.
Split began looking pretty competitive between these two teams. It was MIBR lose the pistol, win the eco round, and then it's back and forth stuff for a while. We hit round 9, and all of a sudden, Sentinels start to break away. Sublime anchoring by Bang and Zekken being all over the map. Main contributors.
And it's putting Sen in a position now where they're looking to close out Split, not only steal away the map pick of MIBR, but win their own in dominant fashion, head on to the grand finals with that map pick ban advantage that we've seen every single time is incredibly valuable.
It feels like I said the same thing against G2, but I didn't expect Sen to do it again almost. Like,
Here's Bang.
they just keep looking better and better.
Of the first half, there's just no denying it.
MIBR need this pistol.
Deployed there by Zekken to give a second option to take up in mid. And we'll be clearing.
He didn't raid boss Osboss, but he does have a
very
sheriff.
telling for the attackers.
So Sentinels are going to try and take control towards A, make the noise there, draw the rotate, teleport, go into a B split. Shannon is trying to get forward presence.
He doesn't have good timing right now. Both initiators here, do they clear it?
No
way, bro. No way, bro.
How does he win those?
That is so flattening.
Okay.
What a tragedy.
The best player from MIBR loses his nerve at the most important moment. There's Aspas, though, steps up in his wake. Important pick with the sheriff, but Sen are crawling over this B side.
Artson has his full kit right now to try and get back into this site.
Seconds low, John stunned up. Here's the aftershock. Second tries to tuck from it, and he can avoid the blasts. 30 seconds. Bang giving it a tap.
Surely
30 seconds left. Plant down and oh, Zekken, Aspas descends upon him there. Just lands on him, cleans him up, but all of a sudden MIBR are hitting.
What?
Would have been beautiful.
That's his second and third kill?
Is just as aesthetically pleasing.
I mean, you said the best player for MIBR right now goes down like that. Osboss said, Beth, time to finally step up in this game. He is really...
My opinion on a legendary 1.6 player like Fraud being active as a Val coach, I think it's great.
That is brutal.
I think... I mean, I've been a huge fan of Fraud since...
He's also his first third kill.
You can't even believe it.
How many kills he had before that, Verno?
I think Fraud does work to teach a lot of these youngins like rotations and just like CS fundamentals. And I've heard what he's done in practice in the past when he was on Loud.
Rally back. They have not had control.
Okay, that's the B main lurk smoke.
Either map. They have been clawing to get any round win when it could come their way. Even the anti-ecos back on Lotus, they weren't clean either.
That lineup is such nasty work. Makes a lot of space for the attackers to move into that Viper orb. Zekken's able to overload Cortez here, but he got his. Shannon drops down. No Zekken is tucked in the box, and Aspas will be able to clear him out. It's the SEN classic that goes to work with John QT. And MIBR bounce back, get that 2 in a row, and close the gap.
Artson wasn't able to recover a rifle, so a bit of economic damage done there by Sen that they'll be happy to take. And Osboss is hitting into the bonus with a glass cannon op.
Saw this on Lotus. He was forced into a retake and actually ended up dying with the weapon late in the round. So he wants to control an extremity. Mid.
Are Sen going to be prepared for this in that will they be careful enough? Will they be playing around the potential of an op already?
There's a chance they probably expected to come up a couple of times in a series against MIBR. It's actually been a bit of a pattern from Aspas in the past.
Sure.
All right, second hiding from this. Salsa's going to break it. Only showing the Viper.
This is an MIBR that have essentially fully economically committed to this. It's only Verno and Shenum that have a bank after this round.
Yeah, this is kind of scary.
Out.
Ospas is in mid.
Initially, it looked like MIBR would try and play forward, but they give this space. They hear Sentinels coming as they make enough noise to wake the dead. They'll hope that MIBR will join them.
Holy fuck.
Salvos come in, Zekken and Bang takes a bunch of damage and still is able to win the fight on the move, no less.
Down to 1 HP, Shenum able to... Oh, all right, the headshot, that's a bit of overkill, buddy. But he finds the trade nonetheless.
John wins out that fight as well without taking any damage. That is
Spiked
so
on
big.
heaven.
Aspas on the glass cannon op has to find a way to put it to use.
Has the Blade Storm already too, by the way, Shenum.
Bro,
nice shot.
What was standout today?
The spike is off to Shenum's left. This is very dangerous now for Sentinels, who have no util to speak of.
30 seconds left.
Now that this op is in play, the spike's down heaven. Oh, fuck. One's on his right, though.
And by the way, they've got an op. You just discovered that little tragic fact.
Well, that lead is evaporating away.
John, left alone, saving the rifle, doesn't have a single dollar to his name at the moment.
I feel like Sen had such a good half, but now we're chilling at 8-7. Momentum MIBR side. Jet op is here.
They fully committed economically to this round. And they pulled
MIBR is rolling now.
Beautiful. Paid off well. Aspas actually had full armor, so wasn't quite as risky as we'd expected. And very quickly, he's gotten back into the half in a big way. The game has now shrunk to a 1-round difference, and Senna coming into this one.
Oh, man.
Bro is a turret. I mean, Bang can't be too hard on himself. He finds that first kill on the move.
I need a drop. Gracias.
I think Shenum killed at least one through the Viper wall. Tough though, tough round to win here for Sen. Looks like we might be looking at an even ledger.
They are on an interesting buy right now. John and Zekken, not a lot of cash left, a lot of stingers, and Zekken has been throwing the hero rifle that John saved from that prior one.
Interesting as casters speak for Rancid, folks, in case you were wondering.
Oh.
There is Zekken though with that hero rifle.
Risky ass fight from Artsine on the breach.
Dispatches of the breach and already was swarming over the site. Sentinels do get in position. Verno trying to challenge, but he ends up taking a clone out. Dangerous. Wayward spray through the smoke, but the traces aren't there.
And now MIBR, they have found themselves again in this, not again, but for the
Second
first time
on
in this
16 and
situation
8.
where Ospas has the op on a retake. This is going to be difficult, and man disadvantage. Zekken, what a timing! He can't collect onto Verno.
Holy
but no one
fuck.
from MIBR was in position to swing.
Big damage, Zekken going to be fine.
Oh my god.
Dives in.
Anti-timing, fuck.
Takes one for the team. Zekken is down. And Bang is very, very low. It's just the Stinger quartet left for Sentinels now.
This is a huge
the
round.
Trying to let those shots ring out across the map.
Oh, and a low HP Bang was just forced out into the open. The clock is getting so low, though. MIBR, they haven't even really scaled into the site yet.
Cortezi up down. Verno is very, very low. This is so dangerous as Aspas tries to get in there. And Maverick's the last one standing. Has
Well
he done
played,
enough
Narrate.
for
He did
Sentinels?
it. God
The
damn.
answer is yes.
Holy
so
fuck.
Much
What a round by
delay
Sen.
was caused there. The fight's over towards ramp that Zekken was taking. No one could actually.
Yeah, Zekken was just being
trade onto
annoying
him.
as
He was
hell.
just delaying and drawing attention with the flashes. 4 stingers and that one saved rifle get them over the finish line. And now they put MIBR in a dire economic situation.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I mean, what a moment over there at ramp. It's like a tsunami of fudge, and not the good type. I don't know what I'm looking at. Aspas dives in, Zekken's is flashing. Got his one.
Next.
Here's that dimensional drift.
Has invested into the operator yet again, positioned over towards A, where there are a lot of potential targets coming his way. Zekken doesn't clear out screen. He needs to prioritize.
Oh my god,
backside.
Ospas.
Don't know that the op is here, but Bang's
That's the op down. Zekken's committed now to the A side, tucked here, waiting for delivery of the spike, which will be forthcoming. Smoke to screens. Sen have this locked down for now.
Shenum is repositioned.
Big econ round.
Wanting to make sure that no one can actually walk up there. Zekken lets one shot rattle off. Doesn't connect. Artsin and John.
Nice jiggle.
Awkward fight. Nothing hitting.
No defensive initiator ultimates available. MIBR have nothing really to flood with outside of Artisan's util.
This dark cover is perilous for Shenum. Celsius is just biding his time. Takes the first engagement. Just decides to live. He's going to just bide his time.
He's a rat! Emerges out for a spray.
No way.
Cortezi
Dude!
eats it.
Holy
Somehow
shit!
Gets away with more. He's done so much from here when he was looking to reach even
Oh my
further.
god, what a play by
That likely
Zelsis,
will be
though.
enough. That operator got recovered.
This guy's so
Aspas
ratty.
invested in it, and Zekken will be the one that profits.
Sentinels have been putting MIBR in a nightmare situation 2 rounds in a row now while they're trying to retake ramp. They've just layered that area of the map with
me and the boys
too
hanging
many
out at
potential
screens.
dangers, a minefield
Just chilling.
that MIBR have to work through getting back in there. Just the existence of that dark cover is going to cause so much confusion, and I love how Zelsis plays that. I mean, this is also just ridiculous. I don't think was Shenum. No, he was partially blinded in that moment.
Yeah,
I believe.
He's paranoid.
He's trying to shoot him. I mean, Cortezia can only laugh it off.
Did he get paranoid by? No. Did he get hit by Cortezia? Is that why he was partially blinded? I think Cortezia hit both Shenum.
We would need another replay. It's
I think he hit both of them.
It's possible.
Oh, if that's
Here
true.
it is.
All right. That is pretty devastating. Frod here, starting to wrinkle the brow in concern. First map wasn't the outing that MIBR were hoping for. A much better start here on Split has all but fizzled out after a pistol round win conversion there from the Brazilian squad. Now, once again, Sentinels have been allowed back.
Okay, I can't leak the actual combo, but when I was talking to Fraud like a long time ago, like a value add that someone like him can bring into teams, he was saying that, I don't even know how to explain this. The time when Slasher and I were like debating on like Ospas leaving Loud, Danny was messaging me like, oh, we were playing like troll scrims with like CS-based comps that can mimic CS, so that way we could practice rotations, like flashes and mollies and stuff. I was like, bro, that's crazy. What the fuck? He's playing like Brim from Miami is what he said, with 120 ping.
Absurd.
I was like, what? So yeah, like honestly, Fraud has some like cool ideas to like teach these players rotations.
This map win. Take this.
I think that's actually a big part in how he coaches. So I like Fraud a lot as a coach. He has so much experience.
He was like a solo lurking B-side attack player.
He knows what it's like to be a star player.
On attack. He could never
like he's a goat
find an
coach.
opening towards B, playing alone.
Ooh, ahead of the one way.
Bang is patient. King of the off angle. They save a Cortezia.
Ooh.
Bests it.
Just swings a little.
He looked a little uncomfortable.
He had his crosshair placed for the jiggle peak, and it just did not end up working out.
No heaven presence though for MIBR, and oh, buddy. Someone's starting to get a bit more comfortable now.
Zelsis just wants
Too
to go
risky.
for the quiet re-clear.
Very quiet, yes. Still
Slowly
picked off.
Walks into the crosshair.
Are we doing this? They certainly thought about it. Shenum here, just enjoying his own brand for most of the round, I suspect. Sentinels are inching, scaling into heaven.
30 seconds
Looks like Werner's pulled himself back
This
from
is like an
mid-A side
impossible
there.
3v5.
We'll see a player crossing if the timing's correct, but you'd have to hold that position.
They're gonna need like a clean entry right now to win this.
Seconds go to
I like that idea with this gate crash. Flash.
Oh,
Just
flash. He's going to go in, committed while stunned.
Oh, the double flash is good.
Oh my god.
Aspas gets away. Werner not quite so lucky. Shorty in hand, but Jordan can handle it himself apparently.
Holy
Just
fuck.
enough time for a plant.
I expected him to flash TP. He used the screen.
That comes in, but Zekin will be instrumental. He's trying to wrap. He's leaving. Narrate on his own for the time being, and oh, the timing is good. Shenum is down. Narrate holds
Holy
his own.
fuck.
And the House of
Double
Cards
swing?
crumbling down.
No way.
Not even the ace up the sleeve. Cortezia can bail them out.
A beautiful double swing at the end. That was a 5 versus 3 for MIBR.
What the
Cortezia
fuck? That was
locked down B
insane.
main, got 2 kills to open the round. And then look at the way that SEN dragged things back with a fantastic...
What is that pathing? The timing from Zekin. The trust in Narrate to hold that side and not go over-aggressive.
It was a fantastic array of utility that they threw into A, just getting that gate crash
That
back
was
side.
a sick gate crash because he took it, chat, and he TP'd at the perfect time to use the screen to protect himself. Instead of letting it go and flashing.
Cortezia, great round the last one.
Oh, that was
Scales
so
into B-Main,
sick.
gets a second kill on Zelsis. This time, though, he will have his hands full.
That was the exact type of play they needed to flip that 3-on-5. Oh my god.
Cortezia is in so much trouble, has to teleport away once, wants to stick
Oh,
around.
fuck.
Second guy in the back corner. Cortezia knows it, but now the Rolling Thunder's going to come in. He's going to be forced away.
Bro, they're
once more.
hunting.
He's hungry, but Cortezia served up like a snack. John will wait in the drop, sees Artazine step out. It's an
Good
easy
adjustment.
take for the veteran. Will be a trade. Verno gets involved, but second at long range is just too good, and this lightly armored, straggling squad of
Man, they're too
MIBR
good.
once again are put to the sword. Match points comes up for SEN to get themselves into our grand final as the upper seed.
This Sentinels team
The
are in
Rob Moore
such
signs are so
unbelievable
insane.
form that they're making MIBR look like MIBR last year. This is unbelievable. They should not be this. This is.
You just realized what you said.
Showing, man. No, so this is
Beautiful, Zach.
unbelievable,
Zach,
man.
bro, you're so good, bro.
I already know.
I already know.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I love that kind of confidence out of him, though. Low key, I fucking
plenty
love
of people in
that.
agreement, I'm
When your
sure.
duelist says that, oh, it feels so good.
MIBR again, they've been forcing.
It feels so
Another
good when your
half armor
duelist
round
says
with
shit
a
like that.
smattering of rifles, a judge for
Oh.
Cortesia. It feels like the
You're like,
jury's
we're in
about
good
to make their
hands.
verdict.
He's got us.
Time to jump. Oh, we have that too. Dimensional drift is
It's
one
the
away from
worst when
second.
your duelist is like, no, I'm no good.
Aspas has to dash forward of that fault line, still affected by it somehow, but the follow-up wasn't quite there, so he will be allowed a way out.
Yeah, just has to cloudburst to try to get away, but now that the stealth drone is cleared
No
everything
info
out, he
there.
can comfortably position himself forward. MIBR have been
Aspas
able
gonna
to
get challenged here.
maintain getting a lot of full buys. And they've had some close rounds, but they just
No
have
dash.
not been able to get them over the
No
finish line, even when they
cloudburst.
found these early advantages. Can Aspas get them another one? He is fighting far forward. He doesn't have a dash.
Guy gets out, sees everything he needs to as well. Multiple SEN players rapidly encroaching
all
on his
coming in.
position. Oh, okay. Great punish with the orb take there. Zekken was wanting to go for more. He got his dimensional drift, just not in the way he would have liked to.
Yeah. He did get it.
30 seconds
Now
left.
things are slowing down for Center, trying to get some presence over
What a
towards heaven,
stun.
but the time is really dwindling. Aspas is
What
back.
a
Sure, they can
fucking
shut him.
stun and
Instant
entry.
trade from Verno. Things are looking good for MIBR
Yeah,
right now.
that's a
Great
good ult from
Armageddon
Verno.
time.
This is gonna make
Pushes
you
him
dance, that's
forward.
for sure. Armageddon in heaven now forces narrate into drop. Sees Cortesia coming. There's no time to
2v3.
pivot across to another
No
side.
time, no time, no time.
We're
10
essentially
seconds left.
looking at a save now.
Wait.
Narrate with a kill on the way out. Hang about.
Player standing.
Thought about it for just a moment, but Verno deals with Zelsis. And that'll be all she wrote on round number 20.
Derek
folks.
wants to fight.
SEN still poised to take it all.
Ooh.
And they keep a lid on that MIBR economy.
Aspas able to clean things up. Verno really was a standout in that round, though. Controlling the map from heaven. Had a great timing with the Armageddon. MIBR worked themselves into some really good positions over on this A site. After Aspas took that initial engagement, he gets backside. They had presence in elbow. They had Shenum up in heaven, tucked. Verno playing on the rafters. They were really just controlling the map in entirety. That was nicely done. 4 chances for Sentinels to close out this game and get into the grand finals with that map advantage.
And we're drifted. Seconds off and running. Flash now to confuse, disorient Verno. He's forced off that Raptors position and we convert. We're now on the A side. TP in there from Bang. SEN have it on lock.
Does SEN want to push screens?
How does MIBR
Four
unravel this
side.
now? Piece by piece first. It's a fault line. John
out.
just able to get out of the salvos. It's only a lick of damage.
Yeah, just a bit. 1 kill for Artseam to get the Rolling Thunder, by the way, to get into the site. He can
They
find
wanna play
one of these
side, I
players,
think.
maybe that's back screens, a bit out in the open. John
Great
sends out the
stun.
stun to delay. Aspas has to retreat.
Great special delivery. That stops Aspas from trying to play off that out of screens. Here's Artazine, though. It doesn't matter. These guys are shooters. And Zekken can only find his one. Talk about a bounce back. MIBR.
Damn.
Sharp as tacks.
These past 2 rounds look like a different team. They are rock solid when it's coming down to these retake situations now on A. Now it looks like they're in their element. Getting out that initial wave.
Fuck,
of
I'm checked out of this
utility from
series.
Sentinels,
It doesn't
and then
feel
pulling
like
back in here. Shenum gets that first kill onto Narrate.
it can
and the
happen, but
awareness. I like
it's
now
close.
that on A,
It's
you
actually
can
way
see
closer
that
than it
they're
seems.
just ignoring ramp. On those other rounds, they spent one
Like,
too
they are
much
very
time trying to
close.
actually get the kill on the player there, force them back, and it just ended up wasting their own time. But there, Shenum says, okay, have fun standing over there. There's also
Like, the game complexion feels like eye test tells me SEN are fucking owning and they're winning by a lot. It doesn't feel like MIBR is at 12-9 right now. Like, it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why.
got enough money to buy when we get
Like,
into
I
this
am
next
just,
round.
I feel like I'm on a SEN glazing festival today.
But we talked about Artazine. He needed 1 more kill for the Rolling Thunder. Obviously, now he has that. Blade Storm at the ready for Aspas. MIBR, though, of course, they will be forcing. until they can try and secure some kind of overtime. And that was Zekken and Bang both making use of those ultimates to
Are
sort
Sen
of get
buying
into
here?
that A site to circumvent the early trades that they normally have to take to get them there. But now, we're starting to roll into the initiator.
I'm excited about the next game.
John and Narrate, now close to some of those big abilities, and it's tough to lose around if you can have both of those at your fingertips. MIBR have to be
Celsius,
extra.
if we go all the rounds, he could go 420, chat. Sen fans, do you want that or what? Do you want the Celsius 420?
A lot of damage. We'll have to see if that does end up
Or do you
out
want the
in
easy
a
win?
Way, but I'm mostly looking at Ardzin with this rolling thunder and how they're going
We
to
can have both,
that
right?
in this round.
We can have a win and a 420.
Late storm pulled straight away from Aspas. No nonsense. He was looking for an early ramp fight here. This time, Signals absolutely elsewhere.
I still can't believe Yumpy hit a Teddy Wop in a game. A million OTs.
Over in mid, you just have Shenham on the defense, jiggling for information. Aspas has been trying to control A main off the drone info on a multitude of rounds now and is pushing so far forward. Wants to take the fight too. Zelsis has forced him into sewer. There's no way he chases into the molly. No, but that will result in a ton of control being gained for MIBR
Holy
and Aspas
shit,
leaving
dude.
himself inserted.
He has to. All right, Zelsis could just lurk out and be a nuisance today and make use of that Viper Wall. Aspas plays in
Great
this
job by
position.
Celsius living there.
And eventually,
That kind of
Zelsis
fucks
will try and
everything up for
reassume this
MIBR.
spot. Does
Makes
he
him
know?
stick
Does
around
he
here.
suspect? The human tornado is waiting with a gift just for him.
Oh my god, this timing. Just as Aspas is backing up is when Zelsis
Seconds
actually
in rows.
makes his way out of sewer.
He's trying to
Regardless if that's
sell
not
like
gonna
a fake
send on
A
the map
pinch,
headed towards B. That's what
and then they're
want
gonna.
to execute.
Oh
Second
wait,
is pushing
grabbing the
into
orb, making a lot of
capacity,
noise
tries
though.
to get back to them.
Another timing moment though is seconds in between them in heaven.
John just got the orb to get his Armageddon, but Aspas shuts down the duelists of Sentinels.
Zelsis is so important
There
to
are
this round.
20 seconds left, and they're just getting up mid right now.
Spike is still in the middle part of the map. The kills are coming in though, but now to pivot towards B. The strongest
So they
side
know
here
one's at
for
A.
MIBR, and Cortez is going to try and stop them.
Is going to stop
That hit all of them, bro.
Narrate hit by
That hit all
trying
of
to
them.
drop down. Spike is trying to get there, and it's not going to happen. Narrate has it knocked loose, and everything falls
Damn.
apart for Sentinels.
That was an amazing ult by
Bizarre
Artsine.
rounds. Indeed, that mid control doesn't convert to anything for the attackers.
It seems like they could never get their plans online because of MIBR controlling so much of the map towards A, and then you had Zekken
Wait
try
a
to
sec.
get through the vent, but Aspas' acute awareness was ready for him to swing,
We have a game.
and then by the time Sen decided what to do, they picked the site where the Rolling Thunder was waiting for them with 12 seconds left to get there. It was a wrap
Stinger
at
buy?
that point.
Surely
We've got a
it's not
5
ends,
stinger
right?
buy and 2 rounds to close out this game, or we're going to OT.
Narrate's the
And
only
Arabid,
ult
it's
we're gonna
Aspas
get
standing up
on
here for
Sen's
MIBR.
side.
The second half from him has been spectacular.
Oh my god. All of a sudden, MIBR have decided to win.
Caster curse.
Verno here now, off the back of that kill. Opens up ramp entirely.
Surely
and
that's a
Sen
jinx.
Well, no closer to their win condition than at the start of the round. They're going to slink away to the B side of the map. This will allow MIBR, though, get in, confirm, get info about that A side and redistribute themselves across the map as well.
Giving up B.
At this point, MIBR, they're going to be more than happy to just play for
MIBR is
retake,
just starting to realize
better weapons,
Smoke B
more
Heaven comes out
util,
from Cortesia.
more numbers. The only
Damn.
potential danger is if
Sen missed their
Narrate
time
gets,
here.
you know, when he gets the spike down, he'll have the Rolling Thunder. Like, if things do get really scrappy, he could rip that, and maybe Sen can win this on an eco round.
I mean, in that sense, a little risky that MIBR gives up the site, but they're worried about a fast hit from the Stingers just cutting their numbers down. So they might allow
That's
for a
fucked up.
plant.
Can we end this so we can watch each
And
here?
the Rolling Thunder about to have it online. What do the
You're-
post-plant spots look like for the attackers here?
fucked up.
Ball is now
You
in
want to watch someone
MIBR's
die?
court.
You want to watch? Why would you want to watch
Narrate's
EG instead of
control. Do I
G2?
want to use this now, or do I want to just make sure I have this for the buy round? I like this forward presence from Sen, taking space into spawn.
Fucking sick
So they've
fuck.
got some safety in CT, but here's about to get hot and heavy. Aspas, trade taken by John, swings out with the Stinger, getting low. Riddle with bullets through the box, but it's going to be Bang coming alive. Just he and Narrator left. There might be a use case for the Rolling Thunder.
Does
After
he use
all,
it?
as
Does he use
Artesian
the Rolling
drops,
Thunder, chat?
Numbers are even. Verno got it to half, and Narrator's lining it up. He's got to stop
Does he?
this.
No! Don't do it! No! Oh my God, dude!
God!
He didn't want to use
Long
it.
range, somehow
Oh,
the Stingers getting so much damage off. Good crossfires from Sen.
Oh my
And it
god.
literally just comes down to the fact that MIBR had one
He
more
really
player
didn't
going
want to
into that.
waste
They
it.
trade down perfectly
Respect
and
for
get
not
the
wanting to
spike
waste it, but
series.
honestly, he might have been able to win the round with
Oh my
it.
god, my heart was beating out of my chest there.
Yeah.
To give up the side.
I was so
Against
nervous.
a team that can get a rolling thunder
Fuck.
online, can get entrenched, anchor with those stingers. It feels so scary to retake against that.
Let's go.
Dude.
And Narrate never used a rolling thunder. That's still online.
Anyone
Don't
that's
open
played
the
Breach
Armageddon
knows what it's like to waste a Rolling Thunder on a round like that.
Armageddon ready by finding the kills.
You could see, like, he didn't want to waste it.
Was really only going to be the 2 ultimates.
You think it was a correct save? I don't know. I think in that 2-on-2, they could have won it. I think that was a greater than 50-50 chance. And when I'm in a greater than 50-50 chance, I think I use it. You know? I think it's a hard mental decision to make on the fly, though. To, like, analyze the situation and be like, okay, this is a good situation.
In danger, jiggling for information. He certainly got it.
So I totally get it from his perspective.
Retake mode. That's the mentality by the sounds.
But they are taking control of
I would much rather
like that decision from the 2
err on the side of
players here
not
at
using it. I'll
Anchor.
tell you that.
So if a split does come in from SEN on that side of the map, they'd be able to control that crucial area.
Some
They're
fake
selling a fake.
B pressure here.
They get active at B at least. Keep 3
Ospas
plays
solo,
interested for
chat.
now.
No
Toss a couple
op.
Chunks
Full
of
kit,
catnip
though.
out there and hope for the best.
Ospas is committed in the site right now.
Yep.
Can
Final
he
boss.
find a kill? He just needs to, at very least, he's got to go 1-for-1 here.
He's walking up on this.
God.
Shorty pulled out. Only Aspas would go for this kind of play, and only he'd make it work.
That was crazy by
Zelsis
Aspas.
very quickly gets his. Shenum team might just take a timing out of screens. You better believe he's considering it. And there it is. Zekin is waiting for him. Now SEN, in the dying moments of the round, have a big player advantage. It's up to Artazine and Cortesia.
That breach ult went crazy, by the
Even
way.
at that, Bang is flanked behind them.
4v2.
He'll have a timing.
Damn.
Always him. And Cortesia tried to come alive in this second half for this MIBR squad, but now you're asking all too much of the guy, surely. Zekin
Who fakes a comeback?
And the period put on the
Who does
sentence. Sentinels will advance to our grand finals with a map advantage. Get themselves set up for another
God, they
crack
look-
at international glory.
They look so
This
fucking
Sentinels that
insane.
we're seeing
What
on
the
this
hell?
playoff run has been the best SEN that we have seen in 2025 so
Yes.
far. From the win over
100%.
G2 to a really dominant showing against MIBR, who are one of the best teams in Americas, have been consistently one of the best teams in Americas. Clearly looking a cut above them today is nothing short of impressive. Zekin was on fire. Both maps, 20+ kills. Bang on defense for
Serious
Split
stats.
was really incredible.
Or
John's
Split stats
util, I mean, there's a lot to talk
Dude,
about
Zekin
as far as the quality we saw
fucking
from
owned
SEN
today.
today. MIBR, they started to really step it up towards
Waiting
the
for
end,
the full series stats
but
to
it just
come
wasn't
in.
enough. It was too little, too late.
I mean, we've been waiting for this matchup for all of this stage. Wanting to see what these two teams would look like. It's a bizarre scenario. The G2's in the lower bracket, but now, well, MIBR might be having to deal with that fact themselves. It's got to be a sigh of relief for Sentinels. They secured themselves that spot in the grand finals. Map
All right,
advantage.
series stats came in.
Valorant means everything.
Plus
When you gotta
22,
target your opponent's map pool,
186
try and
damage
tear it
around.
apart. It's a big boom. It's a
Man.
big boost. They know Masters is really on the cards for them. But we know, historically, getting that top seed out of your region is such a massive advantage. Bang, incredible anchoring over the course of the series. I've got to say, stunning stuff on this B site. Backed
Ospas
up
played a
by the
lot
double
better here on
initiated
Split.
util that
Rough
stuffed
Lotus,
every
though.
fast hit that came out from MIBR. This one especially. Aspas could get nothing going on the first half.
That's certainly one of my biggest takeaways from this, is that the initiator duo of John and Narrate were so on point in regard to providing
I
the
agree.
supportive utility that guys like Zekin could capitalize
I think this low-key might have been John's best series as an initiator that I've seen. Like, his util today was insane. It was really fucking good. Like, on this for this year. I think he played so well on Initiator this series. Like, his util for Zekin was goated.
Basically absent in that first map. Lotus was really tough. I mean, when you come into a series against a team like Sentinels,
I'm
and
thinking
you
even
secure
to,
that
like,
Lotus map for yourself,
past,
you
like, the
absolutely
Lotus stuff that I was glazing, even, like, on this second map here on Split when he went Teo, when Shanzo TP'd out of the breach ult, and then he counter Teo ulted B main, like, that was, like, perfect. Like, his util was always instantaneous.
Narrate from Sen City,
It was
who
really
lock
fucking
in
good.
grand finals. That map as well. It's got to feel good. You guys are going to be going into grand finals set up perfectly. I got to ask you there at the end, though. Started to get close again. A little reminiscent of last week. What's kind of been plaguing the team in those last moments, but what's the solution as well to make sure you win the map?
What's fun for a viewer if you don't have an easy win? Like, come on. We're making it close for the fans.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. And you
He's
had a
admitting
pretty hot game today, especially on Split. How are you feeling? How are things going for Narrate?
I mean, I'm still obviously a little bit inconsistent in terms of, like, you know, how I am feeling when I go into the game, but overall, like, as the longer the game goes on, I feel better. So it's good.
Heck yeah, you've seen so much
He holds
more
himself to
emotion
such
on stage.
high
You're super happy.
standards.
Since the beginning, we saw you kind of being your biggest critic. What's
Yeah.
been the solution to that and just kind of like getting past that and focusing on the game the whole time?
I mean, you said it yourself. It's just try to focus on the game mainly, and, like, obviously mental really matters a lot in this game. Just trying to focus on, you know, staying healthy as possible, you know, everything outside of the game, keeping it all in check, then in-game, you know, the results will come.
And I'll talk about that, the big picture.
I feel like
Back to
Narrate's
grand
grown a
finals,
lot.
What's different about the squad
Like, as a
here that's gonna
person
make a big
on
change
Sen.
as you guys go into that best of 5?
I mean, individually, we're all online right now, I feel. And I think that's, like, the biggest thing. Like, we have the strategy. We've had the strategy. It just comes down to whether on the game day are we ready to play.
And the team coming together to be ready to play. It looks like you guys are really coming online. What's it been like growing with Sentinels? How has it been?
He just
with
seems
these guys
a lot more
over the course
mature,
of the
right?
This stage has been
He
great.
stands confident
I'd say over
like
the course of
this.
The team has been a little tough for me. I mean, as you could tell in the performance, but
Admits
I
his
think overall,
flaws.
like, we are growing really well as a team, and we're constantly learning new things as we go about ourselves and, you know, about how to play the game. So yeah, it's just great to play.
That's amazing. Anybody super got your back out there?
On the team?
Yeah.
Oh, you know who it is. It's John QT.
Okay.
He's him, bro. He's a little sly guy. He'll make some wise jokes out of nowhere. Like, he'll have quote of the day out of nowhere, and you just like, yep,
Quote
this
of the
guy.
day. Quote
Every
of
time
the day.
it always brings a smile to my face.
That's amazing. And as you continue to move on, you've been learning under one of the big brains, Kaplan. Final question for you. What's that been
The
like?
final
to
form
learn
of
and
PR.
be tutored by that guy.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between KC, like my old team, and
Yeah.
Sentinels is that I was like the star player of KC. So
Okay.
the team was built around me, and now I'm kind of like fitting into a team that is already existing with tons of ideas and strats. So it's definitely been a bit of a struggle at the start, but I think I'm slowly learning how to implement how I want to play with how they want to play. So I think it's working really well now.
Awesome insight, Narrate. Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for Sentinels. Narrate, locking in the grand finals with the squad today.
Riv again
over
with the
at
goat
MIBR,
sweater,
the
bro.
fast,
They dress this guy with the
fast
best
duo
shit.
fashion. And don't go anywhere on the
This
other
guy is
side.
always
We're going to have the analysts starting
fucking
up
in
our
the
next
best
match.
shit.
That's going to be G2 Esports versus
Hell no,
Evil
you don't like
Geniuses.
it?
Don't go anywhere.
Oh, I said no. Yeah, bro. Riv's sweaters have been insane. Oh, this reminds me. I had something. What? I had something. Here it is. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I knew I had something open.
아 씨발 제이슨!
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh. I've never seen this, so I had no idea. He's so mad, bro.
나라야 찬!
His reaction's so good. Did he do the thing where he shoots?
아 씨!
Okay.
아 씨발 제이슨!
Last player standing.
Oh my god, this is gonna be so good, bro. This clip is so good. I do this to people all the time, but that, like, bro, he nailed it. This is the best reaction I've ever seen. I literally did this last time I played Valorant to some random stranger. He fucking stared at me for like 3 seconds. That is gold, bro. I'm crying, dude. That's so good. The way it couldn't have played out any better, actually. It literally couldn't have played out any fucking better. That is insane. Oh, I love it. I fucking love it. I have seen some bangers today on my timeline, by the way. Demon1 responded to chat. No. No, he didn't. By the way, this was a banger. Derek's tweet today. I mean, he cooked. He cooked. Stunt on these hoes. Bro. Let's see. So you guys are saying he responded to this? Oh. The high road. Damn. Bro. Demon1 taking the high road on Chet? No, not the high road on Chet. No. Oh, dude.
A real tough game. They've been to the finals before, and they've probably the strongest.
When Demon1 takes the high road on you in an argument, you're cooked.
Definitely a lot of pressure. In my eyes,
it makes Chet look so bad.
You know.
That's insane, dude. I never saw that coming.
Ye's just built different.
I think the game plan, more than anything else, is just stick to our game plan. As silly as it sounds, is like just stick to what's been working for us.
That's crazy.
Put your physical body, your mental.
The context?
Game and
Oh,
sure,
one second.
You don't ever want to leave that stage knowing that you didn't try hard enough. Because if you didn't try hard enough, you don't deserve to even be here.
Who knows who's gonna be there?
Tell him, dog.
Oh, there's two. One in discipline and one behind the wall. They just don't expect it. They protect it. Showstopper's back. Oh, the answer is no to that question. Jogmo's looking beautiful.
To take down G2 today, I mean, it would be a crazy moment. All the hard work and conversations we've had, finally paid off.
Okay. Let me get it all ready. We got to get it all set up. Okay. Here's the story time, chat. Here's the narrative. Okay. So we start, let's see, we start here probably, right? Demon1 will not continue with Lev for stage 2. Okay. Whatever. It's like, not a big deal, right? Demon1 goes on stream.
So here's what happened. I got called in one day. Yo, we need to talk. And just, Max, we don't think you're good enough. I said, okay. Walked out.
That's so insane, bro. I said, okay, and just walked out. Okay.
Literally what happened. Don't even, I mean, the real shit. It was like, the talk was like 15 seconds.
What? That is insane. That is actually insane. So then Chet comes onto Twitter and says, people can blame Iropada all they want, but your GOAT has slept through practice multiple times for 2 years in a row. Just a random stray. Just a random stray. Just out of nowhere comes at Demon1. And you expect Demon1 to clap back because it's Demon1. Like, but Demon1 took the high road on Chet. That's crazy to me. It's actually insane.
But for two players on this team in specific, Ye and Icy,
wait, Jaw was in
they've
there?
had such a rocky road in their career. What a moment this could be for them.
Wait, I didn't see Jaw in there.
Ye was on top of the world, was in the Champions Finals, was considered the best
So you still let Okeana sleep during prac?
He plays 2 matches with
That's
Cloud9,
crazy.
gets dropped, goes and plays tier 2 challengers, doesn't win a series, goes over to Pacific, only wins 1 series. I mean, this was the lowest of lows for someone who had the highest possible stocks. And I think now, in playoffs, for the first time, he is playing like Optic Ye. He is not playing like the guy who was on 2 winless teams who achieved nothing. He is
What
back
the hell?
in peak form, and he is one
no one
of the
gotta bring that
biggest
up.
reasons why EG is here.
Yeah, I mean, they literally made him
Of
two-dimensional
course.
on Disguised
I'm
Toast,
glad
but
to
this
have
guy
given
has
you
been
that
playing out of
summary.
his
I'm not
mind.
gonna
And
lie.
What's really impressed me is both
I was working through the whole thing, all of that series. I love how no one's refuting the claim, though. Yeah, I don't know. Part of me is like, dude, that's so unacceptable. I would be so mad. But I also dealt with this. I always dealt with this over the years as a player. And this is why I said, chat, one of the things I say, Mike literally pulled a miracle on Cloud9 because he brought the players from the team house into the prac house every day on time without fail. That is literally a miracle. Like, you don't understand. In my history of esports, over a full season, for no player to be late, like sleeping in, is insane. Shroudy slept through practices before. I think Freakazoid missed a couple. Jordan missed several. Like, I don't know if Scott ever did. Scott got like really pissed about that kind of stuff. He would be really mad. I mean, even when Tens was on like SEN, like that was the narrative about like Tens. Tens slept through a couple pracs and they had to cancel. Like, star players have that happen a lot. Yeah.
Now he's playing for EG, and it seems like everything worked out for everyone involved.
And remember, Jaw was the one who didn't leave. After winning
Look at that teacher's pet. Fucking cringe. Trying to keep a job next year is what he's trying to do. I mean, let's go, Derek. Let's go. Let's go, Overwatch. Derek out there fucking
finds a new team, is on top of the world. He's colliding with an EG who is making another.
That's your coworker. Okay.
When he was on the team
now you're
2
just
years
you're
ago, and now he has to
okay.
be the guy to shut them
No,
down.
you ain't a no.
Twisted alternate dimension reality that we could be going down now, where Jogamo, after finally leaving, after joining the best team,
Yeah, I
in the league,
agree.
now
I'm
finds
literally
himself in
I literally signed on today with like one thing on my OBS is for this game right here. Just gotta wait in there. Just chill right there.
It's a vicious one. We've seen some things happen like that shake out, right? Verno, NRG, right? Similar.
I'm just trolling.
Earlier today, we had an opportunity to catch up with the IG.
I do
of
think
EG
IC
to get his
needs
thoughts
to
ahead of the match.
play like he did previously, and then
I
EG
mean,
has a
EG's
really good
nature
chance.
Before their match today,
EG is
thanks for
shooting
the time.
lately.
I got to ask you, going up against
I don't
pretty
have a
much
rooting
one of the
interest
best
here.
teams throughout the stages right now. What are you feeling? How is the counters coming in? Do you feel like you have a good counter for G2?
I feel pretty good about like playing against them. I was actually like expecting it, so I would say that no team is like unbeatable for sure. And because they are the best team in America, is
What do you mean you were
says, a lot of
expecting it?
people
Wait.
And challengers, the people you scrim against, are also trying to copy their way. So not only have we been watching their play style, trying to counter it, but
What
we've
the
been
fuck
playing
does
it
he
in
mean
prep
he was
a lot
expecting it?
Because everyone's trying to play like G2.
Seems like good prep. Can't wait to see it. Good luck in the match.
Thank you.
The fuck?
Now, of course, EG is not going to have it easy today here because, well, they're going to be going up against G2. And you heard Nature there talk extensively about the influence that G2 has had on these players. And Mimi, we even heard Coach Imi talk about it, specifically on Split, how G2 has influenced so many of the squads.
Actually, though, Kiro with my coworkers. Yeah, let's go, everyone. Yeah.
They lose pistol. They're almost always forcing. And Christy, they're so successful at it.
Yeah, what, 6-2 on the force buys? That's absolutely obscene, especially when you consider that their pistol win percentage is just about 50-50, all things considered. But what G2 are doing is basically anytime they're
all
on
of
the attacking
these
side and they lose pistol, they're using that plant bonus, if they are able to plant the spike, to force up stingers and armor and win on out. They even have this defensive round on Ascent where they're almost forced to go for the force because they're down so brutally. But G2 with stingers is real scary.
But to the point that Nate...
The only way EG can win this, chat, is if there's no Yoy, all gay, all icy, no fucking whatever you would meme on icy with. I don't even know. No Yoys, no Lyces. We need... We need none of that. We need literally both of those two need to be crazy today.
Who puts up some great numbers and good calls into server. We had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today. Here's Riv.
I'm here with Valen before today's big match. Josh, our team mentioned how you guys were able to main composure.
I think they
in the
stopped
last
the
matchup.
sunglass
Do you
shtick
feel like that is the
before
hardest
today.
the team has been pushed this season?
I mean, yeah, season on the line, map 3 down 11-6, I gotta say so, but it feels like every game, it feels like the hardest one we've had, so I'm expecting the same thing today. We've been battling a lot of adversity, but coming out on top, so we're just maintaining a lot of composure, and I'm proud of the guys. Hopefully we can do it again today.
I don't like the way he's smiling when he says that. Go EG.
Man, I think it just comes down to people being clutch in the moment, like people stepping up, taking lead, taking charge for others, helping each other when we're down.
Bitter.
Sometimes Jogamo steps up and helps the team with the comm. Sometimes I step up. Everyone is just so good at this game and so high IQ, and so we can just help each other out when we're feeling low.
Awesome to hear. Good luck in the match today.
Man, he's so good, actually.
When you look back at the great teams in any sport, their stories are usually written in just a few critical moments. Those moments are what define their legacy. Think about last year for G2. What do you remember clearly?
I can't tell if this is
to
a
me,
funny
they were the
bit or
new
a serious
team that
bit.
ascended into the league. And the games that ultimately shaped their story were faltering in back-to-back America's finals. Now think about this year. For me,
Where are we
there
heading
three
here?
key matches.
Okay.
The first was the kickoff finals versus Sentinels after
we
the
serious?
addition of Jogamo. They cast off the curse of losing in back-to-back finals to take their first ever domestic title. They lived up
Okay.
to the hype. Fans stopped asking if they could win and questioned whether or
That's
not they
pretty
could
sick
even
they did that with that one
lose.
panel.
But expectations weigh heavy.
This
And
is
things
insane.
changed
I've
in
never seen them do
Bangkok.
this before.
It was a bumpier ride to the finals versus T1, but they made it there all the same. Then, on the final map, they couldn't catch a break. Talk about key moments. Virtually every single clutch slipped away. Any one of a number of smoke spams, full diffuses, abilities.
All right, let's go to the
connecting,
next
and
panel,
they would
whatever.
have been victorious. Instead, they fell in OT. It was disheartening, to be sure, but
Flip the page.
still, they were right there. It was in their grasp, and people
Narrator, flip the fucking page.
But that could all change today, because their third year-defining series is right now versus a fourth in groups, Evil Geniuses, that nobody believed in. It sounds insane to say it out loud, but it's true. You failed today, and G2 would lose the chance to defend their title here at home. G2 failed today, and they lose their chance to return to the global stage and do what they couldn't do the last time around. They'd become a team that washed out, that choked, that couldn't quite get it together after Bangkok, and well, we'd forget about them for the next 2 months. Not only that, but the man to stick the dagger in their back would be Icy, the player they didn't even want, the guy they dropped to sign a world champion. Losing today would rewrite the story of their year. It would cease to be about domination, but become about redemption. Even if they were to go on and win everything else, we'd still look back on today and see a blight on their record, a stain they could never remove. No, losing today isn't an option, and it never was.
That's it?
And hey, it feels that way with the Talon team because we all feel for at this point, this has to be G2, except for Wyatt.
I think he just fucked with every EG fan's mental. That's crazy. No punchline, nothing.
Their players are hitting the best form they had in years or ever for
Damn.
Day and Icy. Supa's feeling it. This is a team that is hot. But G2, whenever they've lost in the past, they are always a team who bounces back.
Yeah, this is going to be it, folks. The last spot in Toronto is up for grabs. So let's send it down to the stage where Riv is standing by with Coach Potter.
I am here with Potter. We're just moments away from the match, and I have to ask, you're going up against one of the strongest teams we've seen throughout a stage now. It's been since 2023 since that international travel for Evil Geniuses. So what is the focus to make sure you can book your ticket to Toronto and win this match today?
Well, G2 have had a great year so far. They're a fundamentally sound team, and we're hoping to exploit that today. Take advantage of how proper they try to be.
Oh, they're gonna scrim the fuck out of them. I love this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time.
Oh, she's ready to fucking brawl with them right now. The players are gonna play loose as hell, dude.
For evil.
Holy fuck, I am so ready. I'm so ready. The coach is letting the leash off of the players. I have chills. I'm excited. That's an aura answer, actually.
And this organization, that coach in particular, Potter, has done just that in the past with a bunch of misfits and brought them to a world title. So this isn't out of the realm of possibility for Evil Geniuses.
That's the thing, though, right? This team is still coming in as massive, massive underdogs, and they will be the whole way through.
At the beginning of the year, Potter said no one picked to be on EG. It was a team of second chances, of players looking for their redemption. This is their chance to prove that, to beat America's best team and actually make another global for EG.
Bro, that Potter answer was straight
I'm with Josh RT.
cinema,
Come out
by
of
the way.
one of your strongest splits as #1 seed, but now find yourselves in an elimination match. As kickoff champs, is the team that's expected to go international. What's the team's focus here to make sure that's a possibility?
Well, EG is a dangerous team for finding their identity so recently, but it's all about taking away their strengths, but also like showcasing ours. And I think we're going to try to exploit everything they showed so far and play our best game today.
All right, good luck in the matchup. Thank you. All right, let's bring out our second team in this elimination match. Their opponents.
I like Potter's answer.
Make some noise for G2 Esports!
And here comes the tournament favorite at one point in time, but now they're in a position no one thought they would find themselves in. Lower bracket, fighting for that last Toronto spot.
It was back-to-back.
Chat, the way that Potter said that, by the way, that is very, very similar. Very similar to the stuff that I told the team ahead of this game. When I thought, I went and I watched these VODs. It's literally, we had 1 day of prep. And I'm looking at these VODs and I'm like, man, these guys are so fucking drilled. These guys are so fucking drilled. How the fuck are we going to beat these guys in a best of 5? I'm like sitting there, I'm like thinking about it. And the only answer is that you have to have the players play loose. And you have to break the structure. Because you're not going to beat them like with strats. And so you have to have the players be confident. And they have to know deep down that they're favored in the gunfights. I actually fuck with Potter's answer big time. I feel like they're going to play very loose today. They're going to be taking a lot of fights. Picking Lotus is insane, by the way.
Punishing the B-lurks, because EG is a team that is putting...
Dude, do you guys see this? Hold up. So the
Some
Teo
changes
nerfs?
to Teo. While agents are meant to change how you strategize around the game, and abilities are what make Valorant Valorant, our goal is to ensure that the game still feels like a tactical shooter first. So when certain synergies and ability overlaps to move us
I think it's
to that
glitched.
goal, it is important for us to correct them. Since Tejo's release, we've watched players master the use of his rockets, and over time, we've seen enemies feel that their options...
Oh, there it is. Huh. Well, one more for the road, though, I guess. McTrent is crazy. He's just gonna fucking switch to a new agent known. We all know it. It's like, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
They can steal away Lotus from EG.
Yeah, of course, map 3 Pearl, I believe.
One
right?
second,
Was,
bear back, we'll go live.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So.
It's interesting you're saying like steal Pearl away or steal Lotus away from EG2 because G2's Lotus has been
They're both
lights
really
out
good. I mean, they
all
were
year.
They had a crazy streak on the map for
Just
a while.
not losing, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of comfort there for both teams, which is going to make this first clash that much more interesting. Agent select coming up here in just a second as we see what our team's going to be opting for here, see if we get any shenanigans. But of course, you're going to see that Clove coming up for Ye.
Yeah. Same composition here with Ye on the Clove, Icy picking into the Rays. We've seen this one quite a bit from EG thus far this year. I'm just excited to see if Icy and Ye can keep form. They've been so good on this map. They have been the reason that EG have made this playoff run happen. but he's gonna have to do it against the guy who took his job.
Please.
One of the best duelists in the world.
Sign me up. This is the series of all time. If Icy's gonna prove the haters wrong, if Icy's gonna, scream in G2's face, this is the match to show up.
This is the moment. Masters Toronto is on the line. So let's go ahead and jump into match one, shall we? Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise and get ready for this one. You got your casters. It's, of course, Brent and Sideshow on the call.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, ready to get into this one here, and the stakes have been set up beautifully, honestly. They couldn't be simpler. Win and define your year, generally, and I think Korea's on the line with it alongside it, because G2, all expectations for them to be making it to Toronto, of course, but they find themselves facing off against an unlikely foe, which is EG in that lower bracket.
And the last two matches for G2 have been remarkably good games.
Yeah.
I'm so used to seeing G2 just slaughter their opponents.
all right.
We thought there was a big gap in Americas between G2 and the rest of the pack. Turns out, you look at their loss to Sentinels and a really tight win that G2 managed to get over 100 Thieves. Oh, they are great games. Nail-biters, edge of your seat kind of stuff.
I cannot believe
And if you look at this match, G2 have a serious chance of missing Toronto. On the flip side, EG have a serious chance of making it. Which of those would you say was more unlikely at the beginning of this stage?
That's absurd.
I don't even know.
And we're seeing that slow beginning. EG are known for, they're defining themselves. Josh RT saying in that interview, hearing from him, that EG are a dangerous team. They're finding their identity.
Find you.
Heating up at the right time.
Double challenging this.
Double walk forwards.
It's the double face front feed.
Icy and Ye, the two
Icy,
players that are
yeah.
so good right now in the playoffs.
Supa's
Putting pressure
playing a
early
little
on and
loose
doing
over there at
damage to
A.
Jonah, who still has full
Spotting.
breach util apart from that stun. Using a flash to go and re-clear into B, just in case someone
Teo
is taking the
drone.
timing. And now it's Valen who has
Open
to back
door.
off as the door is open.
It's a good pistol right now for me,
Respect
dude.
a lot of the space that's being taken up.
No fights
here by
taken,
EG.
though. Not really any util.
Looking to contain, maintain control as well over towards
Like,
A
the
rubble.
big util
And this
still
is
remaining
really
for
crucial
G2.
because we've seen games where Superman just dominates by taking this really late A-lurk timing. A very standard slow round from EG so far, seeing if they can work a lurk, but generally grouping over towards C-mount.
Yeah, now you might see the hit come through, but still that util was saved for a rainy day. G2 had it in their back pocket, trying to go for the refight as well, but an exchange of the lead. It's Valen who's going to be the
Good
first
damage.
one to drop. Quick little pivot now. It's cheeky, but G2 are going to be waiting with open arms to try and absorb most of this
spam
pressure
that
coming
with
its way.
16.
Nature dropped into the play. Jogma already finding one of his own. Off to the side here. It's off to
No
the
way.
extremities.
Jonah got
EG
2
going
with
hunting for any
16.
chance to lay claim to this side plan. Finally going down here. And
I see
defending
the
the time
goat.
here with a nade in
I
the
see
back.
the goat.
Done. I
Wait a
see.
sec.
And
Good
Derek,
close smoke.
a tearing G2
Sheesh.
to pieces.
What a pivot from EG, late round into B. Icy springs forward and takes heaven control. The rest of the team gets stuck a little bit in the choke point. Jonah, despite his weak health, did everything he could. But Icy's
Bro.
kill onto Trent really opened the door. You're going to see a ton of this. EG.
I don't know what
doesn't
would
matter how
make
much
me
pressure they
start
apply
believing in
throughout the early
EG.
and
Like,
mid
I don't even think I would
generally
believe in them
they're
if they
gonna
went up
it's
a
the
map.
late round where all the
That's
action
about where
happens.
I'm at mentally.
Nice, let's go. Come
So
on.
I'm just along for the ride right
30
now.
seconds
I'm here
is just
for it.
action, team
I want to
fight,
see it.
Trying to get through the defense and hoping that they've bled out enough utility to make the site hit work.
And a team like EG as well, they've been lucky almost in terms of the opponents they've been playing against, finding this
Lucky?
form. I say that because the slow style that they play, it really heavily favors them if a team is ready to opt into them. You know, they play against Cloud9, that's, you know, I think in the back of everybody's minds alongside as well, their wins against Crew, two teams that like to try and take that pace and that action.
But when you look at G2, you're expecting to see a team that deals with this slow pace style quite well.
Yeah.
They're a great team in terms of their composure, and they're also super happy to play a slower style too. You didn't see them use too much of their utility
Prowler
on the
and
pistol.
Teo
They
drone
didn't try
through
to force
door.
a fight into EG. They forced EG to make the play into B, and EG still won.
Here's an attempt at a refight there with a fault line. That's going to be coming up with the goods. Icy's dropped at a moment's notice. EG, though, are corralled, cornered in for a tree, and surrounded now. Still with a better weaponry. Not too much to worry about for now, but you've got to try and see if you can hold on to control of this one. It's a bit of an exchange.
EG are
Look at
kind of
this call by
sketching me
EG.
out right
Flip
now.
side.
a little bit.
Yeah, decisive, fast.
They're like
making sure that
all
they take a bit of
so
space
clustered.
and leave. Could be pressured or could find the timing. Looks like he's going to try to take the fight and spawn as Ye swings against
Oh,
two.
you got both of
Okay.
them?
Knocking the heads clean off the shoulders there.
What?
Leave it all down to Jonah P. with the weapon that was claimed just a bit prior. But too many targets to overcome, surely, and indeed it is. Weapon's going to be reclaimed at the other side of this one. EG get through these opening rounds relatively cleanly.
Prime Ye is here for playoffs, man.
Yeah,
He's just...
he is.
It's unbelievable how much better Ye and Icy have been during this playoffs compared to... I mean, not just their regular Stage 1 performance, not just kickoff, but like, when have we seen them be this good consistently?
Early hate coming EG's way right now from the casters. I'm fuck with this heavy right now. Oh, bro, this could be just a movie. By the end of today, this could be a fucking movie.
Looking ahead for a bonus conversion as well. I mean, EG. Here we are. Going to be seeing a fight to be taken here with a Prowler forwards, but that is a good stun against that.
How did none of this connect?
Falls prey to it as well. Still eager to take these fights forwards and leave it hard committed off to the side here. Yeah,
Even trades is good. Honestly, not bad. One off this Clove Vault too. Get this orb. No, what the fuck? Yeah, we're baiting the Clove.
That share of blood, and there's no other response for it.
Not to be denied the ult orb either, so that gets ult online for Ye. He's going to be able to take aggressive fights and still feel pretty confident about being able to go in and get value out.
Oh, fuck.
Aggro was anything here, Jonah P! A chance to shine and maybe potentially done enough, and that's not
Double flank, dude. He'll never be able to read this. Oh, fuck.
I mean, Ye at least is going to be getting a little bit of information. He's going to realize and feed info back to
Yeah,
Superman.
I guess
There's nobody around
Super
here
will get that
It
info.
could possibly be CT, but it's
Ho, ho, ho!
He deletes Trent, and it's only Jorgler.
To find into the 1v1, Superman. It's been a star player for them when EG have been trying to get these wins on. Lotus is a map. Up against Jorgamo, though. That's a tough test indeed, Jorgamo.
Oh my god.
Rattles off a couple of the bullets, and one to the chest will do it. Superman is in a sorry state in terms of the health, and Jorgamo.
Damn, Jaw's so cold.
Perched up there,
Fuck.
just onto the slightest of high ground.
And he shuts down the momentum that his former team might have been able to get going early on here. But to be honest, I think you zoom out a little bit, that is a great bonus round for EG. They've done some serious damage to the economy there. Only Jorg left alive. They're on defense.
Oh yeah,
side, G2
dude,
also
Josh
got
was
money.
watching
That's
fucking
gonna
those
boost the economy.
regions.
It's gonna really hurt. They're gonna be coming into the next round
Wait,
with light armor.
Sideshow's literally casting a team he dislikes in an irritable state with no sleep. Fucking, I'm so blessed. It's an amazing day to be me.
Golf clap, but I don't think you can feel like that was the most decisive win in the world. G2's gonna have a tough one here. Like I said, no Guardians, but
Oh, this is goated.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel just to get this buy together.
Leaf's position over here.
Bro, he
towards the
hates
B.
how
This
EG
is
goes
something the
slow.
analyst desk was
He
talking about. They're
hates it.
expecting double walk-ups over towards B in a lot of these rounds, and Leaf putting himself in this position, expecting that at some point
Like
he
if
might get walked
EG win.
At the same time, though, EG love to default over towards Mound, and then that door could get open from behind you. And
This
you get
base
put in
hole
a
from
really
EG,
tough
they
spot.
just absorbing all the pushes.
Not much control for it here. It's EG trying to lay claim to the space over towards A. G2 have been putting a heavy premium on controlling that space. We mentioned it prior, just Superman's lurks. Trying to deny that he could get value, and here comes the pivot now, up towards C-Mound, and there's the danger. Leaf could be in.
Leaf's going to be hearing a lot of this. Now the question is, do they cut noise, open the door, and flush Leaf out, or is this a commitment?
Potentially. Narrowly avoiding there with a fault line, but here's the paranoia on top of it. Close quarters, near side.
Oh man, he got showstopper with that too. Fuck.
From the side, is Jorgamo laying claim to the site, denying them a chance to set past the threshold, and they should be aware of this one. Superman has been doing it against teams. What was the tail end?
Great movement by Superman, just a lot of awareness.
Fully aware. Locked right onto the
Takes
head.
him.
Superman dropped. Now Derek's left to pick up
To
the
be
pieces
fair, that
in
was
this
very
one,
hard
and a
off angle
1v4.
clear.
15 seconds left remaining into the round. Extremely unlikely indeed. An inclination as to where Trent was, but 9 seconds to do it, and they are right there behind you.
Great idea of how Superman is going to be lurking. This has caught off a lot of teams.
Yeah,
We
I
heard
can't
the analyst
do
talk about
this.
the fact that you want to be flushing out these
Sideshow
lurk players.
single-handedly
But what's
made me
caught
want to
other
root for
teams like
EG.
Crew, for example, off guard playing against EG, is that the lurks come so late on. Like, this is 25 seconds left on the clock. Still watching for a lurk at that point in the time is tough. Not many teams play that slow. Now, I do want to give a lot of credit to Leaf there. You might not have thought that he got much action done in that round with his judge, but he heard all the rotates. And he told his team to go and stack C, and Jorg was there in time to get the double spray down and support Valen, who got stunned up.
Dive smoke.
That's the kind of information you need when playing against EG. The info game is so important because EG's worst enemy is going to be the clock.
Yeah.
They're hitting sites with 25 seconds left. So if you can find the right read in the late round without getting punished for grabbing that information, you're hunky-dory.
Bro. We just need a fucking counter. We need to...
Been making sure to save.
Bro, I wish I had one of those things where I could click a button on my keyboard and it would just like keep counting. It would just keep counting.
They've taken this one
And we could count how
slowly
many
indeed, just to see
times
if they can
they reference EG's slow
pick up a
play
Bolts
style.
online for next.
Opening that door to push Jorgamo further back. Not that they knew that he was there, but it's a good protocol anyway.
I love it.
Just to
I
stop
actually
any
love
of the
it.
defenders from taking front B control.
They are playing
Played pretty well
slow.
by EG so far, but remember,
And if
it's
it
the
wins, Saicho's gonna mold.
Spike is going to be steadily making his way over towards A here.
Take a shot.
Certainty.
It is tough to gather information over here. With
We should seriously make this into a drinking game.
Right,
The problem is that would be
okay.
blackout drunk by map
That's
2.
a really large expenditure.
Bro,
There'll be someone home and
stop
something
questioning
exciting
everything
to
they do,
Really
please.
evacuated. Almost near.
It's too
Dimensional
funny.
Drift even going to be used now by Jorgamo. He wants to get that extra information for his team. There's a late backstab that potentially could be occurring. Derek up the gut through mid. There's 9 seconds left. Finally, that plant's going down. Yay, forward, off angle. Sheriff in hand. And it's a nice little peek there from Jonah P. Crouched off into it. Are they aware of this one here? Is a Rolling Thunder even being committed? And Superman stunned up, round to the side. Leaf, he deals with him. It's a swift hand necessary. Still 2 shots. All it takes for Derek.
One off
Finally
ult.
coming alive and
One off
activating
ult.
in through
One
that
off ult.
backstab. But the sight is gained up now for G2.
kind of
This is applying the
doable.
pressure indeed. Running with that plan as a salvos and a shot. Still, they haven't cleared out nature. They haven't cleared out these players. Rooted into place. EG have a decent
kill, Derek.
chance of
Get a
this.
kill, Derek.
Another time to try and push them out. The composure maintained. Word of the day for a team like G2, and there's no real chance here for Derek. See if he can clean it up.
I'm rooting too hard. I'm rooting
You're
too
talking
hard.
about composure. I was worried watching that.
This
from
was supposed
GQ's
to be a no
perspective.
root game for
They
me.
weren't getting onto Icy, who was holding it backside. They weren't clearing out the pit. But they know better than me. They still had the patience to be able to slowly group up and clear it out, make sure that they were double facing their opponents, and just rely on the better weaponry. I was getting confused about the time. I thought they were potentially going to end up getting into squeaky territory there, but cool, calm, collected.
As a
G2
reminder, guys,
get
G2
into
have
the lead
won
here. But the
1, 2.
ults favor EG right now.
10 games in a row here.
I think to not get
Average.
when the time gets low.
Interesting map choice picked by EG.
An attempt to try and take this one up and over towards the top. There's a flash to supplement. Quick TP back there with a gate crash. Back to safety. Opening pick. You're going to be happy with that
The
one,
NRG
G2.
shot.
Absolutely. A lot of teams brawl with EG at the start of this round, and they just can't quite handle the early round utility that they're using. That metal can be real nasty. So getting into a clean 5v4 is going to help a ton, especially because Icy is that tip of the spear that dives in on the XX. And if you don't have that with 30 seconds left on the clock, who the hell's going to be going in making space for you?
That's crazy, bro.
This is a precarious spot indeed.
Don't think that
Flying
didn't
away
get
here,
by
side
me.
with the smoke.
That didn't get by
Coming
me.
onto the drone
When
and
you
the
dive in with
reposition is
30
smart.
seconds left on the clock. That
Looking for options,
I
looking
know what
for
you're doing.
picks. There's danger here, crossing out into the open. He just spots out
Holy
to the hand as well.
fuck.
He's going to be laying claim, potentially over towards the side here. Yay! Sidestepping.
Oh my god.
Bullets raining
Well
down.
played by
Jorgamo.
EG. Not giving him that
Punished for
fight.
it. 36 seconds left, and what does a call now? With the Armageddon and a horn into the back. This is all onto Leaf now to put a stop to it.
God.
He's got that supplementary util though. It's an ult going to be expended of his own, but Ye's caught a timing.
No yoy,
All
no
the way
yoy.
through, 25 seconds
All
left.
yay,
Where
no
you taking
yoy.
the spike in the midst of all of this. Superman! He's found one of his own.
All yay, no yoy. Show us yay.
Bring around the roses, yet Superman full control. And a backstab from Yay. How do they do it?
Timings on timings on timings, with the clock ticking down at all times. That's absolutely remarkable. Yay gets into a weird position. Superman's lurk eventually pays off as well.
Oh, 30 seconds is a lot of time. 30 seconds is a lot of time.
Going, getting pulled from site to site, trying to find a safe location.
I love this game right now, bro.
We're perfect, and Valen in an essentially impossible situation.
Not long for the word if Derek can land that one. Indeed, he does. So 3-3. EG proving that it can really dish it out against the gun
Dude,
rounds.
Yay between the Teo ults
Yeah, they do.
was kind of crazy. They did not expect that
Sometimes you wish
shit.
that they would pressure the sites just a little bit earlier so they had more wiggle room, but here, 25 seconds left on the clock. Superman essentially has to win both of those 1v1s that he catches the timing on in B. Otherwise, even if Jonah trades him, Jonah's going to be there, denying the spike from getting planted. And Yay talking about, I don't know how I got into that position, but I made it work.
That's great.
A stinger by now for G2. They've been deadly with these. Can they convert?
Often on the attack side themselves, and that's the one rifle player, Jonah P.
Damn, that was fast.
Collects his kill. Ice is going to be dropped. Didn't stop EG in the fire round, but we'll see if it helps. This one right here.
Yeah, they had a clean 5v4 in the previous round. No Icy, and just the lurkers getting the job done. And now you see G2 holding a much more aggressive control over Rubble, trying to deny Superman any entry, and that's spam for Jonah P, and it works like a charm.
Fuck.
Sometimes better be lucky than good. Jonah P is both. So
nope,
he's got it in spades, really, hasn't he? G2 have really aggro positions now out towards B, and they are primed and ready here with the door opened up and a fault line towards it. It's a bit of a spray down, spam down. With guns in their hands.
How the fuck did you get that on nature?
And I think this macro is beautiful from G2. Complete control of Rubble with 2 players. Jorgamo gets posted. Then they control the front of B, an open door in case C gets punished. I think they can use this system quite a lot to abuse EG.
I feel like Sideshow is just fucking twirling his mustache the whole game right now. He's rage baiting. He's rage baiting.
So they lock down A Rubble at the start of the round. And EG are not a kind of team to be doing big reclears of A. They do it a little bit.
They do it a little bit.
Kind of hoping that by applying
it's
pressure
slow.
on the map,
the end of the round, you know.
Just activate on alert. Oh, it wasn't even spam through smoke. Caught a glimpse of it right before the wall went up at B.
Oh.
And then what you saw from G2 is once they had that Rubble locked out, they were going to be able to re-clear towards the front of B with about,
timeout?
I don't know, 40 seconds left on the clock, something like that. So they're pretty confident it's not going to be a B hit. Open the door towards C. That's where you know EG has to be, and you're pinching them from both sides while they're focused.
This is a good timeout by Potter because early on in this game, they're doing what I said they would do. They're playing very loose. She's actually giving the players on the team right now immense freedom, which is how you're seeing these scenarios where Icy is just like, you know, taking these first engagements and dying. Even on pistol, let's see. I'm gonna like fly through some of these. So on the pistol, we have Yay, Icy, double challenge, front B dry. Let's see. Bonus. Bonus was this super aggressive mound take where they tried to disrespect the util. So again, like a lot of fuck you energy in their play. Next round, they go really, really passive. Is this the round? Icy gets the entry here. Icy entries in. They just try to do a normal C exec. And then Icy takes a challenge front B on the next round. I just think they're playing with like a lot of aggression. I like what EG's doing. Unfortunately, Jonah getting that kill front B is probably the reason Potter took that timeout. Like if the breach is holding that line like that, ready to frag you, like frag you on that creep, oof, they're ready for it.
Easier said than done sometimes. Jorgamo gets set up initially, but he is on a bit of an island. The gatecrash is going to be running out soon enough here. Vulnerable. There it is. Did it out. Jorgamo is going to be trying to peace out. The salvo's out towards the door. Exit strategy tonight. When it's still left onto the clock, lots of options here.
Maybe a little bit of anti.
React accordingly. Going to shore up the defenses over towards C with that Viper's Pit. It does leave A almost open for the taking. Potentially a B pivot.
B, Jonah P.
It's about this fight here. Superman, he's been caught off to the side as well, but barely stays alive. Straight bullets. Jonah P now is the one who has to step up to the plate.
How did he run out of that
shit?
shit?
Take that challenge, take that
kill.
test. Dropped at a moment's notice though, and that means the B site is open for
Look at us planning with more than 30 seconds.
Lurks Leaf is going to be wrapping around
31,
yeah.
free.
Does not
Just
win
easy.
the fight out.
Fast
Not against
round.
his adversary.
Superman's just been amazing for EG in these last few rounds.
Doubled up towards heaven.
Remaining.
Discipline from EG. Trent's still able to get a lot of space out here. Damage done to a lot of them too.
Man, I can't wait till his Teo nerf hits so he can't hit that
No one
shit,
from
no?
EG willing to give him an easy target. Salvo's an attempt to try and clear the way through into blue room, but EG are already wrapping all the way around, looking to be one step ahead of this one. Potential options here. Trent taps. Here's the footsteps, gets the kill, but time is running short now. That's the one commodity that he really needs into this spot. Yeah, he knows it. Plays the time down.
Time is running short, but yay!
4-4.
Fucking 7 feet standing on these
Right
dubs.
before Trent was about to get half on the spike. Superman, though, it looks phenomenal in these kind of spots. I mean, this play is lovely. What a great play that Potter cooked up coming out of the tank timeout. But Superman
that
gets
dog.
such a crucial kill there onto Jonah
Wait,
P,
I love you, dog, you know.
and turns around and deals with Leaf. So
I
he controls
don't even know
B-Main,
what I'm rooting for right
and
now.
then he goes back and deals with the flank, with the lurk. Beautiful stuff. This was the map where Super put on a masterclass performance against Crew, and that was really where the tide turned and people started waking up and paying attention to EG.
4-4. They are hanging in there right now, chat. They're doing a great job early.
Operator in the hands of Jorgum. I want to try and set him up. Odin spam as well. They're pouring absolutely everything into this one here. You got to be careful, Nature. You can narrowly sidestep, but just onto that angle, not
I
anticipating.
did see that.
The G2 were just going to overload them.
Fuck, I missed that kill.
Yay and Icy. They
great
got
kill.
posted up early towards B main and left Yay here as an insert.
Icy's having a rough
I'd
time on
imagine
the
that they're
first
looking to
bloods
try to
right
pivot
now.
through blue room.
Really rough.
First, they'd have to deal with Trent. There would be Odin spam as well, coming through this wall, through to the blue room, if they decided to pivot like this into B. And then, of course, Leaf is tucked towards B main. It looks so tough.
Smokes to obfuscate.
It looks tough now, but wait 30 seconds. That's when we
You don't
shine,
know.
right, chat?
Inclination, of course.
We
here.
shine in
EG
about
looking to
30.
try and step their way forwards into that
Yay!
that's Leaf.
Scrim through the
Denies
B
that
wall.
chance.
He got this kill in the
Now,
back.
takes himself out and away.
No.
Giacomo. Once more, steps to the side. Quick dismissal, but a spam into the smoke.
What?
Hello, okay, Superman's found that one still. Ults are going to be offloaded. This
Fuck,
is
he's
G2
main,
not
he's main.
really just trying to not lose control of the crowd. I think they've achieved that completely. Giacomo is just running rampant right now. 3-piece in to the round, looking for that fourth.
Yeah,
Seal it all
don't
the
go that
way
way.
up here, but nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Don't go that way either.
G2 take the lead just by 1.
Jorg was styling on them. He's inside a smoke
They're being
trying to
vile? Like,
no-scope
how
somebody
so?
if
What
they
was
try to
happening?
put pressure towards stairs. Mad decision. And then, and then he's trying to hit flick shots and spray the ground, assuming that he'd won the round. And then holding it with one bullet in the operator. He was feeling himself in the off in this round. He
damn.
hit a nasty shot on Nature.
Wow, these are
A
nice
gorgeous shot
shots,
on
dude.
Derek. Repositioned, by the way, with the help of a paranoia from C. So they had breach util coming.
I moved backwards, and as soon as I moved backwards, he peeks, so I just can't shoot.
It's just
That's crazy.
They had breach util coming
So
from tree.
NRG
They had
have
coming
Baby
from C.
Bay,
So much
and now
cross-map pressure
G2
to
have
apply onto EG, who are now
Sideshow
knocked down onto
and Brand
Eco.
maybe.
still up against
These
the
orgs are
player
just
and
buying
Giacomo.
casters? What's going on here, chat?
Back out and away here, but a temporary increase by EG is called for.
The bias casting narrative
down.
as a caster is just
Access
too
to the A
funny.
side is given up freely here. G2 have a lot of confidence in their ability. Try and play retake here.
But they are going to be playing retake with an off. And an Odin. Could be slightly challenging.
Derek, he
Ooh.
spots it, he hears it. That pressure
Ooh.
coming from the side, he's only got that goal.
Oh!
And no way
Oh
whatsoever.
my God.
Give me the thorn in their side. G2, did they get a move on? They got to worry about their backs
He's
the entire
flanking.
time this is occurring. Trent is forwards as well. Should have been an easy kill, but he's left just wondering.
Yeah, Teo's
what
nerfed.
the hell is happening and what has gone wrong so far? G2 from bodies in the
Oh my
wall.
God,
See if they
Clovolt's
can try
out.
and
3 on
salvage this
2.
entire operation. It's an ult.
Fuck.
Not yet. Valen from the
No.
side. And Jonah P to put the squeeze down onto Ye, leaves it just down to Derek. He was the one to try and make it happen.
Time. They got it.
Yeah, narrow margins.
Super close. Less than a second by the look of things. But they're going to be able to get the job done. That is so similar to the round that we saw earlier when EG were on an eco. EG take the site, and G2, they're trying to play it slow, trying to play it controlled. But there is chaos.
Yeah.
And credit to them, they've won both of those situations. But dude, Derek just fried Leaf at Blue Room. Do we really need to see this again? Trent, I mean, my pick for like the best player of 2025, and you're doing him dirty like that. Yeah.
The team's history, BLR? Is that what you're looking
From
for?
the coach and C2.
6-4. EG, they're putting pressure on, but remember, they won the pistol. So since then, have only won 2 rounds. It's not actually good in the scoreboard department, and it's not getting any better.
Wading out into the one-way. Jorgamo, he's getting so active.
And this slow-paced style of EG,
What are Jaw's
the
first bloods
slightly
at?
more contacty
It's
approach
way
with the heavy
too
lurk
high.
style, it just
Way
runs
too
into
high.
the operator.
That's the problem for them here. Leaf is tucked to the corner, a bit out into the open. Is this Icy offloading with the hold
my
up from the
God.
side? That's Nature, his savior.
Not gonna lie, based on how
Still,
things are going, I thought
big
Jaw was
wrap around now,
gonna
G2,
get that
that's 3
kill.
players. That's gonna be called out by Superman. And what is the reaction now from EG? Push into CT, try and dominate some control, flip the map in some way or form. Maybe there's a
Big fight
chance
here.
for them. Despite that player disadvantage, but
No.
the U-turn, it's picture perfect. G2 subvert expectations to wrap around again. EG thought they could get access towards it. Armageddon now layered down, and this is Nature with no chance whatsoever.
Bro.
A beautiful round from G2.
God, that was actually
They
really
push
good.
fully out through A, dominate the player that's in the lurk
The
kind of
initiator
position,
util
Superman, who was
between
tucked towards front
Trent
B.
and Jono was like perfect.
And then that stun for Leaf, who was alone over towards CT, they knew would be under pressure. What a read this is.
Damn.
They know
That's an
exactly what
insane
the
stun.
adaptation is
Those
gonna be from
missiles
their
are
opponent
fucking
before it
goated.
even comes
Just to
through.
get Waterfall and
That's
like
the kind
out
of
on those
G2
lines.
You're expecting to see on this stage.
With the tail
And a
ult in the
reminder
back.
that it hasn't been clean recently.
No.
They lost the Sentinels. A nail biter, edge of your seat, ridiculous overtime against 100 Thieves. G2 could have been out very reasonably already from these playoffs. But they persevered.
Alright.
And they've had an opportunity
Derek's
to
got
stamp
tail ult.
authority on this.
Supa, Viper Pit.
And actually, in both of those series, they kind of wiped the floor on the first map. They looked utterly dominant first map. And then their opponents start
Similar to pistol strat here, double
close out the
double
half
dry
strong.
front. Oh.
It's the G2 effect.
Oh my
Listen,
God,
brings the best
what?
out of people. 120 like that. The
We
late
take
shot.
that.
Yeah,
We take
Superman
that.
not to be
We
denied,
take
not to be
that.
dropped. That snap as well to Jorgamo is something else entirely. Derek wants to try and contain this space. Holding a bit of his U-turn, that's back to the walls. That's just the timing that's missed out. And yet he picks it perfectly. Rolling thunder forwards. Armageddon on top of it. This is Carnage. And Jonah B. My God. Heavy weapons guy.
Why are we fighting them right there?
From behind. That's a bullet to the brain. And the final round of this half. EG barely carved out a path here over towards the A side with a pit down. There is chances.
Planted.
Anything can happen in these kind of rounds. Nature trying to make his way forwards. Do they have utility really to clear out Superman? Superman taking the K damage, but he's already so weak.
So damn low, and you're up against Odin spam. It's going to be raining down onto you.
Do they have the comms of the damage that they've already done? I would assume so.
Yeah, Jorg knows he liked him. Paranoia is good. Nature has to be the one to try and hold this one down here. The Tracers point out the position of Jonah P, and now they have to stand up against this one. It's relentless. No mercy whatsoever.
Run,
Shorty in
run.
hand, you get the one, but how do you get
No.
the rest? You just cannot. Time to spare 4 at G2. Wrap
Poor
up this
doesn't feel
first
so
half of
good.
Lotus, 8-4.
Poor doesn't feel so good.
And again, remember, EG won the pistol. So after that pistol
Camera
and
up,
follow-up,
I got
it's
you.
basically been perfection from G2. A statement opener to Lotus, a map that EG picked. Oh, but
Damn,
G2,
man.
it's probably their
I feel like
best
they
map
needed
as
that.
well, if we're being
Oh, it
honest.
definitely is. They've
This
won
is a
10
tough
straight
one
here.
for EG to take, and it's going to get even more difficult, I would argue, with them on the defense
What
side.
the fuck? Where are they sending us? What's happening? No throw? Fuck it. Chat, we've got updates. We've got updates. Plenty.
Huh? Nature sure is full of wonders.
This is just the gift that keeps on giving. 101 comments on this. Bro.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Oh my god, dude. No, no, bro. Bro. No, don't let them roast you. What was that? Bro splashed. What? Dude, that is such an old pick of Chet. God damn, that was the CS days. Plenty of people have come to me without me asking. That's crazy. Just a pic of him with his arms crossed. Yeah, that was the I'm a Pet days. You're not wrong.
Now, only one of these teams can make it to Masters Toronto, of course, and tickets are on sale right now. And you can scan that QR code to secure your spot at one of the biggest global events of the year. Watching in Toronto, Canada.
Bro,
and,
people are fucking
You've
roasting
sold me.
Chet.
I'm buying 8 of them right now. I'm scanning those
Holy.
tickets. I mean, on one side of things, you could get to see Yay playing against Crazy Guy for the Bleed Beef match.
Fuck is
on
this
the other
thing?
side of things, you might get to see G2 defend their opportunity to go back to the grand finals. So, yeah, take a look. See if you can book your tickets. But I don't know who's going to make it here. That's what makes this match so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because everybody
Oh,
would
the
have
Zamboni?
been predicting G2.
That's a banger, actually. What the hell? They cooked.
G2 have got a very hot
They
start
actually
to the beginning
cooked
of
so
this series.
hard.
8-4. EG's map pick, of course, like opting to bring G2 to Lotus, which, listen, G2 have been no slouches at the entire year. It's a brave choice. It's a bold
Wait.
choice.
They made the ground ice for our goat?
Maybe realizing, wait a second, G2 might just be in a different league entirely and starting to open up here. EG have got something cooked and up their sleeves. Get an early advantage potentially there, but okay, it's spotted out. Valen's going to be seeing it. Early pressure out towards B.
I'm not sure if they were expecting a single lurk player there or whether they thought it was going to be a B pistol from G2. But either way, EG didn't find too much. And now because the door opened on A, they were reading that it was an A hit. You saw the rotation from EG starting to lean over
Not
there.
really buying it.
And then when the drone came out from Trent, they're like, hold on, we don't know where it's going right now. So you see EG's defense kind of scattered currently.
Yeah.
Lacking info.
They are starved of info right now.
Incredibly passive.
They don't know where to rotate.
Draw a line all the way
Double swing
back. I
on
mean, it's further back
stairs.
than
They
where the
don't see
barrier stuff
anything.
for a lot of these players.
It really is.
This is weird.
And there's not been much utility expended here on either side. The drone,
Lurk
though,
smoke
is
front
gone
B.
from Derek, or in
Oh, he
fact,
didn't even
he
buy it.
never bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't really have a way of gaining info beyond Icy just kind of jiggle peeking this. Could get
those
punished.
unknowns definitely could get punished. 35 seconds left. G2 trying to give EG a taste of their own medicine, but
30 seconds left.
no util really expended, as we've already mentioned as well. And
Oh, he got the guy in the
Icy.
back.
Shots lay it down as soon as that orb is going straight up.
Jaw at
EG
70.
into a pretty nice spot. 5v4 now to try and play this one into the retake, looking to potentially flood in and waiting for the right cue.
Why is this EG's
versus
pick?
Yay over towards Blue Room.
Oh, just let Potter cook.
Is it going to be anticipated?
No way, bro.
Missed! And what a mistake to make there.
Yes.
Missed it narrowly. Nature does his best
No,
to try and
no,
reclaim
no,
some
no,
space
no,
off
no.
to it, but Trent trying to deny it, and damage is done to it. Jonah P. He's
my
alone. He's
God.
isolated. And EG
Bro.
put the squeeze on him. It's another pistol round.
That
They're
did
gonna be able to
not
lay
feel
claim
good.
to.
Nature just
But we're the goats.
banked them.
We're the goats.
He just got 2 super important kills denying that push. Because you're so right, EG did not have that timing. Ah, look
Holy
at that.
fuck.
That's how Leaf falls at the beginning from Icy. I thought it was through a smoke. But here's that other push, completely caught Derek and Icy off guard.
I thought that was it.
Nature turns around and deals a death blow back to G2. See what it means to him.
Yeah.
All right, double pistol.
And here
Double
comes
pistol.
G2
2-0 pistols.
on the force. They've been doing this
Holy.
quite a lot since the beginning of Bangkok.
Please,
when they
please,
force
please
in
hold
situations
this.
like this, they have a 75% win rate. That's absolutely ludicrous. They have worse weaponry than their opponents, but they're winning 3/4 of the time.
Trying to control the pace on
No,
the attack side
bro.
here and lying in wait. Yeah, Superman. Jump spot just missing that one onto the timing, and Jorgamo happy to clean him up. Take him out of the picture now. It's open access to that C site. And how do you bounce back if you're EG? Difficult indeed. An abundance of util as well, pushing them all the way back and away. That's a paranoia. Delaying this attempt and take. EG are trying to get themselves into this one. Outlaw in hand, not the weapon of choice for Icy. But he's got to make do. Stuns. Ricocheting, rebounding here. Picking them apart at the seams. This is just G2 at their best. And another one to the tally, Josh.
It's not quite flawless, but it looks like it. That's amazing. How do they win these rounds so cleanly? They just have such great ideas, and they get themselves into positions where the Stinger looks unbeatable. The America's Stinger is OP. What's ridiculous though too is G2, they're winning, I mean now more than 75%, like 77% or whatever after this round, but they're still only forcing a third of the time when they lose pistol.
Why did he start? Why do people do that? Why do they start jump spotting the C line like late into the round? I've seen this happen a lot lately.
And it's the wind taken out of the sails of these EG players.
Like,
thought you were going to get a bit of respite.
That has to be happening in their scrims, just like we see it.
That's a full line, that's a salvo. Ooh, they're lucky to escape. Yeah, well, only just the one.
No.
Yeah, Icy's going to be dropped. Risk to be taken here for these EG players. Yeah, hoping to get lucky. So they're going to be spotted going walkabouts.
And what's wild about this force buy strategy too is because it delays the rifle round by 1 round, you get close to those ults that you can use to snowball the attack side. And it's Trent actually who I'm looking at, but he gets absolutely nailed.
And Superman, he's under the pressure right now, but he's really taking control of the map and potentially this round entirely. Jump spot with the right click.
Fuck, that would have been crazy if he got that kill
there.
Look at the lurk at north side as well.
Leave has to contain this one. He needs to do it cleanly.
Oh, it's mucky.
And it's a rough spot indeed, but still that fault line from afar, long range. Util stunned
the
up.
heal?
Matters not. Yay. He's fully healed up, but only for a moment. It's going to be
Come on,
fading before
take the
you
fight.
know it.
Yes!
He almost anticipates it. Here's it. 1v1.
Yes! The heal actually did something, bro! The heal did something!
2022 Yay is here to
Yo!
again. That's outrageous.
No way.
No glimmer of a reaction. A small wipe of sweat off the brow.
That is crazy.
Superman
Super got those
Great job
two.
of picking up 2 earlier on though, but what is that?
Dude,
stun,
the heal right here. Oh my god, dude.
To take down Jorg.
Oh my god, the way I just died!
That's what you're going to say about that?
There's no way that's your reaction at the end of that round.
Yeah, what? How did he die even? I don't
even
remember how Nature
Good
died.
side of the force buy from G2, thrown in the opposite direction, but their economy's actually
I don't
good
even
enough
know
to
how he
basically
died.
buy up.
Balanced out. So Jorgamo, dimensional drift forwards here. Gate crash to clear. Pave away potentially to this C side. EG know this. They've already evacuated.
Something I dislike about EG on this map, they're normally very slow to retake on C.
Okay.
They don't throw plant denial util.
I
mean, Superman just goes for it.
I mean, I think that was an attempt off with the back of some of that util. Leaf's going to be caught though, just trying to take that timing on that flank still. 4v4, Plant only just going down by the way here, and they're really looking to tango. Takes 2 of them though, Nature opts in and already removed it. Still Armageddon, forwards Trent. Stands tall and proud, trying to maintain control out towards the side, a bit of stray. Spam does the work and gets the number of Valen. And now Trent left into the 1v2. He's been fantastic. But can he persevere? Stray shots.
Jump out, jump out.
Towards him.
Attaboy, let's go!
Like that. Slippery as anything, these EG players. Not willing to go down lightly.
And so
Holy.
much faster than I've seen from EG on the C retakes. Superman's in, I mean, way early, ridiculously early. But the rest of the team is brawling, scrapping, fighting for space. Jorgamo forced to take that fight because Derek ulted. And there's Teobot on the other side causing chaos as well. Much less controlled, I think, from both teams. Both opting into a little bit of the carnage there. But it's EG that comes out on top. And I didn't think I'd be saying that in this match.
That's 9-7.
G2 come in, honestly, as heavy favorites in this game. But you could have said that about their match against 100 Thieves most recently. And that one went 3 maps, OT towards the end. And now here again, EG picked Lotus. It's an uphill battle picking Lotus into G2. It's always going to be, no matter how good you are on this map. But here, EG are keeping it within 2, and they've knocked G2 down onto an eco. So in all likelihood, this is going to be a game where there's only 1 round separating these 2 teams. At the beginning of playoffs,
As the GOAT once said.
I'm taking her back. We're out of here in 5 minutes. You're not going yet. Look, the rendezvous is 10 to 12 miles away from here. You think the chopper's gonna wait?
Dylan, we make a stand now, or there would be nobody left to go to the chopper.
Wait, surely it says it.
There is
If it
something
bleeds, we can
else.
kill it.
When the big man was killed, you must have wanted it.
If it
Blood
bleeds, we
was
can
on
kill
the
it.
leaves.
Right?
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Yes. I didn't know where it was in the clip.
They've developed even more as a team.
I don't even think I've seen the
Finding
movie.
their footing.
I don't even remember. It's been.
I think you can see that evidence.
But that's
of
how I
that
feel
in
right
this
now
game
about
too.
G2.
Just in the terms of the way that they were brawling on that C retake, for example, actually. The ultimates are enormous for EG here. But
Don't
the
jump
idea
spot
is to
anymore.
not have to use them in this round. You want to save them if possible for round 18, when it has
know,
the
right,
chance
Peach?
of
That took
breaking G2's
forever.
economy again. Leaf has a rifle,
and he could be the danger player there.
I knew it was a line, so I guarantee I've seen it like at one point in my life, because I knew like the bleed kill it line. I knew what to Google, but
thinking about
I did not
win cons
remember
later
what I was
on into
looking
the
at.
rounds, try and build up, get closer to the ultimates.
All right.
A Rubble re-clear. Superman just dominates control of Rubble, and that's going to mean a lot for them, to be honest. Leaf's going to be dropped. That was the rifle player.
and now they can start rotating people over towards B and A, because they don't have to be worried about C at all. Where are they going? They're going back with the spike over towards C, hoping that there's a bit of a gap over here. 40 seconds. I mean, this isn't a fake.
He hears the footsteps, the rumble of it here with 30 seconds left. That's a drone to the side, and Sidus
Sup,
of off
bitch?
angles, almost not anticipated. Trent can't quite take that one. There's backup arriving. That's Derek over the shoulder. Stray shots and bullets.
Wow, it looks like G2 is going with a slow round. They're running out of time here, are they not? Where's the time at? Where's the time? The time, Melons!
Yeah, you can shut all of this down so easily. Trent.
Well, who's running out of time now? Well.
Is Joe going to try to save after he put all of that effort into getting the Vandal back online?
Pretty
much. He's been hunted from behind.
Real boy.
Might be able to hold on.
Yeah, just trying to sidestep most of the bullets. Can't quite hold on to it. But you are right, Josh. It was an eco.
Oh, okay. It's just an eco.
It's almost everything. They have Ray's ultimate if Icy Sight gets pressured. They got Fade ult for retake. Ye is able to have 2 lives.
I love this.
And
This is
Superman at any point can try to reactively pop his ult over towards C and ensure that that area of the map is locked down. Or at least much more challenging.
UG staring straight down the gut of the map here. Is this an aggro play coming from them nice and early? Reminiscent of the pistol.
Oh, not that one.
Walk up, triple
Whoa.
up, making sure that they can try and get a kill or 2. Still
Yes!
outside of Strongman with a trade, but he's been mocked up regardless.
How did I end up rooting for EG, bro? Why did this happen?
Tried to hold the angle and contest. Not expecting EG to be doing something aggressive in the
I
first
don't
10
even have a
seconds.
dog in the race. My dog is anti-sideshow
This is
right
EG
now.
that's really trying to shift their game up a little bit just to throw G2 off their rhythm.
It's for the
Talked about
meme.
earlier, man, that evolution of EG that we're witnessing. Because it's been slow going ever since that crew game in stage 1. But they've been adding twists and turns. Unexpected moments. This is a narrow angle.
Ah!
Valen just crouches straight into it, almost anticipating it. Brings it 3 versus 3. Plan going down, anything to push this one back. Looks like the salvos are good for it, Derek.
Oh, fuck.
To the high ground, but he's going to be meeting his match here with a lot of util. Slows them down to a crawl, but just delay with the util. So another kill claimed.
Fucking
Spike finally
cringe. They
planted,
breach
G2.
ult to heaven.
Feels like they've been permanently on the back foot in this round here,
That's a
but
good
finally
play
with an
by
advantage,
G2.
at least with the players, yay. We'll look to even the odds.
That's a really good time to activate this door.
Bit of pressure
For
now
Ye.
from Superman. Opens up the door wide, but it's a triple face again. That's an ult popped off. Not dead yet. Not really anticipated. Still without plenty of util. That's a snake bite wide. The face. Kill needs to be claimed here. Round and away. Yay!
Sidestep that shit,
Has
bro.
brought it to a winnable spot.
Smoke the spike,
Smoke in the back pocket.
smoke the spike,
Not
smoke the
anticipating
spike.
it. Valen with the reposition up towards a high ground. Yay, snaps.
No time. No time,
He's
right?
got it.
Wait. He does got it.
Circle back.
Holy shit, he's got it.
And Ye just bringing it back from the brink.
Imagine a player. There's one player in the world that can get value out of a Clove heal and Clove ult in a singular map. El Diablo.
deadly shots.
Holy fuck. That shot on
Resurrected
Jonah.
and comes back to snap up onto Valen. He had no idea that he teleported onto the high ground. And Potter, gobsmacked, cannot believe what her players are capable of in playoffs. Cold. So cold. A small smile and a wave to the crowd, and that's it. He's drawn EG level with G2. And G2 down onto another eco round. EG are now in control of this game. It's unbelievable what they've done.
Clear towards Rubble here for G2, but again, you already mentioned it, the weaponry.
Dude, he is
less
in
than ideal.
insane form, yeah.
Yeah, he wants more.
Oh no! Fuck!
Puts himself in the spotlight with that one. That's going to be Ye drop down, and this is fast indeed, but out wide into the
Good
open
shot,
lead. Not
Icy, good
expecting this
shot,
one.
Icy.
It's rapid from EG. Still they are blinds it up. Valen is eager to try and take that fight forward. Still, that's a showstopper. It's going to be rattled off and away, and they don't hear a thing. All noise cues cut away. That's a plan. Committed. Jonah P has to ISO these fights. Has to do it now. Stinger in hand.
Shit, how did he
Just
almost
not
kill them
possible.
both?
Leaves it down to 2. With that rifle reclaimed, Jogo might be able to do it. Trent forwards. That just needed to land it.
Good jiggles.
Points it out now,
Good
but
play
this
your
is
life.
it. The net is closing in. Jorgamo can't quite do it.
You have the lead, dude.
The big moments here are coming from evil geniuses. We saw Ye's performance in the previous round. Nature hits that crucial stun shot there to deny what could have been a comeback in this round from G2. And look at the string of rounds that the defenders have put together here. 5 in a row.
They lost second, they won
Josh
third, and have won out. This is G2's second time out.
That stun is so good that Trent is throwing. Completely pins somebody in the corner.
Let's go.
And Nature still manages to hit the shot.
I'm taking her back. We're out of here.
Its
Take
blood
a
was
breather
on the
and
lead.
this tack timeout.
We've got to go back.
It bleeds.
It's not quite
We
been
can
the
kill
pattern
it.
of G2's games so far.
Really hasn't, nor EG's.
That's what Ye's saying
we were
right now.
expecting a slow siege, a bit of a, burning at a midnight oil type beat. It hasn't been the case.
And G2 normally, in these last 2 matches, they have crushed map 1. Whether it's to do with their preparation or their form, just starting strong.
Meanwhile,
they dominated, and it's looked like
Josh in the
this is
timeout
amazing
right
G2,
now.
And then, okay, they let it slip a little bit. Map 2 or map 3, and things get closer.
It's all coming apart, dude.
Pretty much
It's
for the first 8 rounds.
the
and then
structure
everything after the
unraveling.
halftime has
Oh
been dead
dear.
even. And EG applying the pressure. Foot on the gas.
Yeah.
G2
I still don't
going
believe.
just to stay
By the way, I still don't believe. Not even this map, I don't believe. I truly believe that G2 is going to win this map.
Final spot for our Americas teams going to Toronto is defined and decided by
These
this
power
match.
ults are going to be a bitch to get through right now.
G2, they have this habit of bringing the best out of their
EG's
opponents.
money isn't
EG's,
great.
Well,
Real talk.
play, hoping to stay and ahead in our opening map, despite a 1 round for now.
Cutting through. Who's next?
No, I've never had beef with Josh. I've actually always respected Josh as an
Shots
IGL.
out for 2. And I know that EG are just playing this one. Oh, how is Valen going down there?
What?
Oh, that's brutal.
The fight to be taken, that's a door open
did that
wide.
happen?
EG! Yay! He's doing it again to a man. And he's out wide into the open. That's an Armageddon force. Oh, back to the side. That's Jorgamo looking to see if he can pick up these pieces, make anything of the round whatsoever in the chaos. In the carnage. EG thrive!
Dominated leap on the lurk. Got into aggressive positions. Valen, I think, must have been inside of his smoke. So he couldn't really tell that he was stood on top of a salvo or something? I don't know, I'd love to see a replay of how he died in this situation. There's the salvos, and yet, oh no. He just takes a bit of decay damage.
Oh, the
and
decay
ends up
did
going
it
down.
too.
And I don't think he even realizes that the salvos are inside the Viper Orb there. And they've knocked G2 onto another eco. This is ridiculous, the form that we're seeing from EG. The moment's going in their direction, and a massive brawl over
More paint shells!
Picks up 2 on the spray angle.
Oh my god, dude!
You're not coming back from this one.
Revenge on the mine and redemption for a lot of these EG players. That's what they're playing for.
Oh
They
my
rebounds.
It's
Quick getaway
fucking
from Jorgamo here, but you're already 2
cinema
players
right
down,
now.
and this
Please
is
don't
an
die,
EG
Super.
with all the confidence in the world. All the confidence in the world. Surrounding and laying claim to these lives.
They won this opening map. Flawless. And 3 opportunities to close out on Lotus. On what I think a lot of people would be pointing to as G2's
god,
map.
dude.
They've got a deep map pool, G2. They've got other maps that are great for them. Split and Pearl, they're super fine on those maps too. Don't count G2 out. But if EG are capable of doing it here on Lotus, they might be capable of doing it
Dude,
on a bunch
Ye
of different ones
looks
too.
fucking insane in
And the
these
run that
playoffs.
they've made on this defense is
And he's
honestly
so
like nothing I've
locked
seen
in.
against G2. I've never seen a team
He's
put
like
G2 in
so
their place like
fucking
this
serious and
on this
focused.
map.
The fuck? Did they like
No
clone
strangers to the storyline of EG.
the EG fan?
Scraping by potentially 2023. You remember they barely made it into Toronto. Or into Tokyo, I should say. Finding that peak.
Sandman's cheering against G2. There you go. Okay. Okay, there you go.
Striking wide, the iron is
Low
hot.
vault, we're going out. We are
Looks like there was
big,
an attempt at potential
big
risk
time
to be
playing
taken here.
this shit.
Fights swinging wide, EG.
We are bringing the fight to them.
With the
Oh
Horn, though, there was
my.
cross-map support from Nature. Now,
Oh
Valen goes for the
dear.
re-clear. That's so
They are
risky on his own.
scrambling.
Hoping that EG had just backed off, but he gets the information as the IGL, and now they pivot into A. But this is where Icy and Nature are waiting.
This could be it. Getting more than dangerous here as an Armageddon. Pushing back towards it. I see slightest of gaps to play in here. Open access now to the A side, just barely. EG closing in as a Viper's Pit. One of the lines of defense of G2 are going to be layering down at it to get into the post plant. One way up top is going to mean it's even more difficult. An abundance of Utilities flying forwards
Going
here. It's gone
through the
pound for
one-way?
pound now. Valen has got more in the back pocket, but
Woo!
time when these fights out, EG!
Valen didn't
The
hear
time
that.
Forwards. It's a relentless
He has
match
global.
here. They can taste it. The finish line in sight, but maybe a little bit overzealous in the
3-3.
process.
Big
Still,
kill.
leaf down.
Still global.
Hit drop down. Trent. It's going to be all on him. Swing wide from Jorgen.
1-on-2. Jump out
Not
wide.
yet. And Trent.
Wait,
gets
we're not
to do it
trading.
all. 1v1.
Why are we not trading this?
Nature sticking. Half earned. 6 bullets left. Trent down to the wire. Is there time though? Time.
Oh, he's got it, dude. They did it.
With 0.3 seconds on the clock, EG take map 1.
Oh my
And
god, they
tomorrow,
actually did
still
it.
An opening blow to G2. It looked at the halftime like G2 were the better team here, and then EG's run on defense was crazy.
Yo, what
Ye
the
ends
fuck, dude?
With 300 ACS and 25 kills. Bringing back memories of 2022 when Valen's record against Ye was 1-2, a negative record against that Optic squad, despite beating them in the
Bruh.
North American Grand Final. What the hell have we just watched?
I can't even believe it.
An incredible opening to this series that defines who our third team is going to Toronto. For EG to take it. The peaks in the individual form, listen, it's all there.
I think the G2 players are getting outplayed right
EG
now.
Players pulled out remarkable stuff.
Like, I don't think Leaf is playing his best game. I don't think Valen's playing his best game right now. I think Jaw did a lot to keep G2 in this game. I think Jonah played pretty well. Damn, bro. This is... Wow. The 1-on-3 from Ye. Dude, the third round when Ye ecoed them back. The Clove Sheriff eco. That was fucking crazy. That's what got this all started. Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah, Josh has to be in fucking disbelief right now, dude. Josh has to be in utter disbelief, dude. Oh my god. Jaw went 5-2 first bloods with like 180. Even Jonah, like I said, yeah, like he played well. I truly think like Valen and Leaf had like off games.
What I'm talking about.
They need to like snap back into it. Holy fuck, man. Icy, honestly, Icy wasn't really doing much this game other than that 2K like deep in, which was big. And then his ult, I think it was on Valen. But let me see his first bloods here had to be bad. Let's see. 2 and 5. I respect the constant aggression though. 7 first blood opportunities right there. But yeah, like wasn't working out well for him. Same with Ye. 0 and 2 first bloods first half. Then they switch halves. Sheesh, dude. What a map. Supa's form continues to be really, really good right now. As a reminder, what we just saw, chat, they put an end to this. Oh, nope, wrong map. This. So before that map, they were on a 1, 2. I'm just making sure they don't lose any of these that I'm fucking immediately going past. Oh yeah, they were on a 10-game win streak with an OT loss here. Like, they are fucking really good here. That was a bold pick by Potter, especially considering we saw NRG go for that same type of shit. NRG picked Lotus against G2, and they got fucking owned. And everyone memed on NRG for this. Look what Jaw did to these guys. Oh my god. Wow. It's actually kind of crazy, by the way. Phoenix is back to streaming. And wait, they literally did. That's crazy.
Firepower for
he had to watch that?
Of these members. Oh my god!
Today is a movie, dude.
Nature takes care of him, but that's just the start. He's gotten it down to a 1v1.
This is old, yeah?
I am here with Potter ahead of map 2. First off, I gotta ask you a little bit of the evil genius coming out with a pick of Lotus. G2's last 10 games or wins. What was the thought coming out there?
I mean, just activate Ye. Activate Ye. Going into the second half, especially as well, we felt like the first half was definitely ours. 4 and 8 doesn't feel good for the confidence, but a lot of 1v1s and unfortunate clutches that we didn't come out on top of. But the confidence was there, and the problem solving was there in the second half for us.
That's amazing. What's the key to the activation that made the comeback happen?
I mean, it always helps when Ye is just popping off, right? I mean, if Ye is getting deagle kills like that,
I wonder what Potter thinks of that. All these people. Why did I read that out loud? Because I just think it's so funny that people on the internet just call Potter mommy. Like, what would she think about that? I'm gonna ask Christine what she thinks about that next time I see her. It's just so ridiculous, dude.
He had come off a winless season in NA Tier 2 with DSG. He had come off of a year in Pacific where he only won a match with Bleed.
I'm going to definitely ask her. Next time I see her, I'm going to ask her.
Oh my god. Here in playoffs, it's right back to PK.
Oh yeah, Prime Ye, he was so clutch in the second half. And remember, you're talking about risks that EG took. They picked Lotus. G2 had not lost this map all year. Not at home in Americas, not internationally versus Vitality, EDG, T1. None of those teams were able to beat G2 on this map. EG pick it and just knock him out of the park.
And it's crazy because I actually thought their attack side had some really good ideas. I loved some of the slow default around where they're punishing John the TP. It was clear they put a lot of prep into that. But they were still down 4 to 8 going into the half. They rally back there after getting ecoed as well, and they still pull it off. It's crazy.
It really is. But also another part of that success, I do got to give a little bit of flowers to Icy. Had a few moments where he had some greatness there. And in that battle between him and Jogamo, right, the guys who swapped jerseys and went to the other side of the field ender, that matchup did not disappoint.
Yeah, the first half is a little bit hit or miss, I think, for Icy. He got taken down a lot. Both are just like hard angles being held. He also tried to go for that like C boost play with the satchels that he ran in his last series versus Crew. Worked great from there. This time he got shut down. The second half, though,
there's a story that Sideshow might not have, I don't know, it must not be around in the UK or something. Like, Kara, have you guys heard of this one? The tortoise and the hare? I don't know. He just seems to think that the slow one can't win. So turns out EG only slow because they're in the mud. And they fucking dragging G2 in the mud. And G2, they can't get out. They're fucking stuck. They are fucking stuck. And G2 is like swimming in the mud. They are chilling. They live here. They were born to play in this mud.
I am here with Coach Josh ahead of map 2. Looking, that map was so close up until it seems like EG was able to kind of temper the aggression.
Josh seems pretty calm about that, I'm not gonna lie.
They were able to do that wasn't allowing G2 to get that result.
I think we were in a position to succeed, honestly, and they were able to absorb our aggression. But it came down to these like micro moments towards the end of like a lot of these like post plants where we were just disconnected, desynced, not understanding. And I was just telling the boys like we need to get on the same page here. Whoever wants to lead, and just commit to that call. And there was a lot of those moments that you saw. It was just because like people are overcalling each other, or they're not really like understanding like what the call was.
If it bleeds, chat.
Characteristically, we were not synced up in those moments. So as long as we take care of that, I feel like our game plans are really solid.
Oh my God.
We should be able to get to map 3.
All right, I hope to see us on map 2. Thank you so much.
They're on the ropes. They are actually on the ropes right now. There's blood in the water.
Coach Josh RT telling us what's going on.
That was
G2 in the comms there.
the most worrisome interview I have ever heard Josh RT give. Like, he's saying anyone needs to lead. Anyone. He does seem a little shaken. Like, they're missing stuff. Like, they're missing the comms. They're missing the ideas. They're missing the spark. I've been there before, dude. Chat, do you want to know where I felt this on 100 Thieves? I think I've said this before. I felt that.
This was not the calm G2 that I think I was usually expecting to see when they go into a game like that.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, they have their strategies, they have their plans.
I felt that in our first stage game. This one. And I looked over to Mike on Bind and I'm like, bro, we are fucked. We are fucked. Because like the ideas weren't clicking. Like it's not like the aim, it's not like people aren't playing their spots. You can't really pinpoint. You don't even know what to say, truthfully. Like, because it's so many little things. It's like the little ideas that make these top teams click, just they're not there in certain times. It could be because of pressure. It could be because they didn't get a good night's sleep. It could be because the other team anti-shredded the fuck out of them and they just weren't prepped right for that. It could be like the heat of the moment and EG's just like out shooting them. Like, but either way, it's fucking kind of crazy to see that out of Josh right there. I didn't think I would ever hear that out of like G2. Like maybe in the T1 series, I would have thought maybe would have heard something like that, but not even then. I don't think we heard that. That was crazy. That was actually really crazy to hear. One sec, I'm gonna get a drink.
Well, here we have it, yeah, map 2 coming up, which is split, and my word, we have an absolute series ahead of us here. It's already looking like it with, you know, EG taking that first map, completely subverting expectations across the board, of course, and it's what the desk was really saying. I think I just want to iterate on even more. When you are the top dog, when everybody's watching your games, even if they're not playing against you next week, you have that target on your back. Everybody's learning from you, everybody kind of knows what's up with your game plans.
Yeah, but man, I don't necessarily think that that was the issue. I agree with the desk. I think it's more to do with Ye just activating, playing unbelievably well, and also the post plants going wrong. I looked at the stats after the game. I didn't realize this necessarily in the moment. Obviously, their post plants weren't working because they weren't winning rounds, but they only won 1 out of 7 of their post plants. So they were planting the spike 70% of the time, but they actually were only winning 1 out of 7 times. G2 have been defined by how well they play post-plant scenarios. The cringe with the pulls and the salvos, and we didn't really see any of that. They got looped into the chaos and they weren't on the same page. Now they're going to be starting on the attack side of Split. And once again, they're going to have the opportunity, at least in terms of the pulls, aftershocks, that kind of thing, to play some really disciplined post-plant scenarios. Can they pull it off? Or are we just going to see a repeat of the second half of Lotus?
EG going to be feeling good about themselves here, but as you said, it's up to G2 to prove that they can pull it off. Woods, didn't think we'd be saying here.
Who is hating on EG?
VCT is full of unexpected results.
Why'd you say who was hating on EG that they didn't notice what?
It definitely feels like there's an element of any given Sunday when it comes to playoff games.
Yeah, force forwards here. This is the hit footsteps. Oh, okay. I mean, listen, there's a snake bite at the feet on top of it. Jorgamo trying to take that time with the rest of his team's util here. Here's the reaction though by G2.
They've left Jonah P miles away, so now they've got a breach lurk planting. Trent has to take aggressive screens control with Leaf, which means he's not going to be in position for salvos.
Bro, Angel commenting on the chat thing is kind of wild.
Yep, Jonah, okay, that's a critical one to win.
Lurking
out
fucking
here.
breach.
Break that one forwards and over the shoulders is Leaf, and he's made that lane claim to some space into the map. Wrapping around from IC. Brings it into that 1v2. Jonah P is getting a big move on. It's a marathon sprint for him to try and be active into this one, and well, has he done enough? Anticipation from IC that it could be peak from heaven, but Jonah P, that's an aftershock from Nasaru, we were just talking about it. Discipline, buying time, 22 seconds left, stun is avoided, but time is running shy and short of the mark!
He's got it.
He's got it again!
Every time.
Time is running shy?
In these kind of scenarios.
Wait.
You gotta think, is that the play from Jonah P?
How shy, Chad?
Goes over towards heaven,
We are fucking vibing. 3-0 pistols, dude. No way, man.
Situations where the nerves are getting to people.
I can't even believe this shit.
Through mid, through a snake bite, probably a bit ill-advised, though it does set G2 up. Nature running on his own to try to clear with a single breach flashing screens. Could have waited for a teammate, but Icy stays cool throughout it all.
Oh, he's doing the thing. Icy stays cool.
And here's a G2 force.
Yeah, again, of course it is. Seeing this on both maps, because on the attack side, they lost the pistol both times, but managed to get the spike down and get a bunch of kills, so the money looking good. Good enough, in fact, to get Leaf a Guardian.
We're going to try and do this one again. Drone forwards. Fuel and attack there, saved by Superman, so obfuscating quite a lot and just walking, stepping forwards. They expect this one. That is a cheeky angle. Icy. Don't expect to clear that one whatsoever, but this is a rapid take of the space by Valiant.
Icy's 2 off a wall.
And so now they're going to be set up to try to pinch in onto A. They know roughly where Icy's backed off to, but you got to be a little bit worried about Ramp. Leaf clearing that out.
I am
the salvos, and now
shocked at EG.
EG already playing back towards it. That's a great stun though. Icy forced to commit into that
Phantom.
Fight. Another one out through CT.
And Phantom delivered over into the hands of Jonah P.
Flash forwards though, they want to take this fight, they want to get active. This is EG looking at least slice up the map, trying to define themselves here and set themselves up nice and pretty before the spike is even in play.
The flashes.
Yay!
Yo, Nature's flashes were goated right there.
Spike in no man's
Holy.
land. Leaf left to do it all to pick up the pieces in a spot like this, but there's just no chance, no hope whatsoever. Stun. Lay it down early. Slow to a crawl. Wall up, but a timing to be taken. It's all watched for EG. Swift dismissal of that force of G2.
And a great start to their defense side again. This is almost certainly going to put G2 at a 0-3. They don't really have the money here. Didn't get too many kills. Didn't get the plant down.
Sideshow is grasping. He's trying to jinx us right now.
Go for. How good were these flashes to fight back into heaven? 2 really critical flashes coming out from Nature. And he's got good reason to be excited. EG, 1 away from getting up to their Raze ultimate. This
They're not Pearl. A G2 Pearl third would go crazy, Chad. Come on. Double duelist on EG. Can I root for that?
The slow siege as well, looking to see if they can get access over towards the A site. TP into
yeah, whoever wins goes to Toronto.
He cuts it up nicely. Clear most of the way with a bit of salvos. Stun out on both sides. It's a refight attempt in the
I feel weird having any rooting interest. Damn. Wow, what a flood.
And the guns into their hands. Hold on.
2-on-3 though.
Wait. Not expecting, not anticipating it. Round to the side. This is Jorgamo. Brings it into that 2v2. Rifle picked up,
Oh,
rifle
fuck.
gain, TP not committed, that's a fake. Off to the side. Still no plant down. This is G2 looking for a bit more advantage to feel safe enough to plant.
And this game has been a real test of how EG play in the chaos. But there's a bit of quiet descending upon the map here.
Back to the side though, Jorgamo's good for it. Precision.
Caught like an ankle on that jiggle.
3 in a round already for him. His team needed a step up. And he's the player to deliver it.
We're looking at Icy and whether he can deliver a knife in the back for his former team. And there's Jorgamo, doing what he did early on Lotus 2, trying to stop EG's momentum before it can really get going. A 4K in this round. A labored kill onto Icy, it must be said. But as soon as he managed to upgrade to the
Jaw's
Phantom,
playing really well.
clean to finish things out. So the economy flips completely. It was G2 who were coming into that one.
I don't feel like
with a
Leaf has
trash
had a
buy,
good day so
and now
far.
EG, who barely pocket changed.
Right now he's 5-2 on the map.
But Icy at least with an ultimate, so things could still get dangerous.
If Leaf keeps up his form,
of aggression from
could be the
G2.
difference maker.
At least with the salvos, a bit of pressure. That's just to give Derek access to the orb.
It kind of looked like Jorgamo was setting up to
Icy
flash his
has
teammate there, but
ult.
the idea is that the flash is supposed to line behind Leaf.
Playing close
so
wall
that they
A
can
with Bucky.
Test A main together with it.
Oh, they're going into him,
But
Chad.
the push didn't come.
Wait a
I think they were concerned
second.
that maybe Icy would
This
send
is
it
with
off
your
rip, but
wall,
that would have been
though.
an extraordinarily
I'm
bold
thinking
play
Icy is going to
Joseph.
hide in the triangle right
Instead,
here.
EG probably just want to wait and see if they can get a
Alright,
free
pop the
pick
wall.
with the Bucky.
Here we go.
Can Jorg
We popped
find
it.
out where Icy is playing?
No, we're not hiding in the wall, Icy? Okay,
Still with the
whatever.
drone as well. That's going to be putting the pressure now down onto Icy. And he lets loose anyway. It's going to be the ult here into his hands. Round to the side.
Yo.
Jorgamo can't escape it.
Wow.
G2
Now,
surely
here comes the
behind him
hit.
now. Few seconds left to try and play for, but they have to clear out these spots here. Can they deroute Icy from his position, lying in wait with the Bucky in hand.
My
My
God.
God, he's going to be making it awfully difficult. Waiting though, Util in and around forward. It's a wide face Leaf, barely able to get a handle on it.
Icy did work,
Tucked to
bro.
the corner still. His position's going to be noted. It's a pit drop down.
No, he landed on his head?
Leaf. My God, man.
No!
Pulls an ace out of bloody nowhere.
That's a ridiculous round. Stuck in a corner, flashed up. Pits just so that he disguises where he's playing, I suppose. He had a rough map on Lotus, couldn't really get anything done. But he's come out here with the iBuy power ace to go up 10-2 after 4 rounds. Absurd, but exactly what the doctor ordered for G2.
I'm afraid it's
so.
over, Shot.
Make sure you follow iBuy Power on the socials. Plenty of rewards
I fear
to be given out.
we'll never get the momentum back
Exactly what G2 needed. Rifles v rifles now.
now. We're 4 rounds in. I fear it's over.
Slow walk up to the drone here, just trying not to reveal their hands, but that's going to be a
I think it
stun.
saw them both, right?
Locking down onto Superman.
Did it
He's
get
in a lot of
Icy?
trouble here, but most of the Util going to be
Maybe not.
narrowly avoided, not sent in his direction.
The salvos were really deep, so it didn't actually even clear out where Icy was holding. So they haven't actually cleared vent here. A smoke over towards Mail. And now Icy gives up that position.
Drone so far back by Derek, didn't get the full clearance out towards A main. G2 up through mid, and Armageddon and a stun, an attempt to try and at least get that kill, but it's slapdash
A
really.
little mid-round clear,
Yeah, not
baby.
good enough.
Barely put together there by EG, so could be wasted in terms of the ultimates. They were hoping to at least get a pick. Superman.
No,
Superman,
what?
Caught in that transition, and Ye now has to do it all from this spot. Near sighted. Smoke to play in and around.
Impossible,
Teammates just
bro.
trying to buy some time for them to get themselves in nature. And Ye to try and combine their might with a bit of a flash as well to compensate, but Jorgamo looks it down. The spike does need to be reclaimed at this point, and Icy has revealed his position with a bit of stray spam. He's praying for it. A pick to go his way. Quick TP.
Valin, he's in, he's out.
It's a getaway job.
Icy
Val
might have been
in,
hoping that he
Val
could
out.
defend that. But now he's got to win a very difficult 1v3. But these are the kind of situations that were slipping away from G2.
What? How did I jinx it? What did I even say to jinx it? That if Leaf comes alive, that we're fucked?
Is it worth it?
How's that?
Money's not good. Still looking to make a play for it, though.
I mean, he'll probably poke and prod and see if he can get given a free pick, make things easier into a 1v2. But with nothing going, nothing given,
Especially
he's going to
against
back up.
Trent.
Yeah, and Trent's going to have those salvos And I think really crucially,
Said Leaf is having
he
a
gets
bad
himself
day.
back into a safe position.
I see.
Think about some of the
It's in the
post
clutch right
plans that we
now.
saw from G2
I don't
on
see what you're
Lotus,
saying though.
and how they
I
weren't
don't
able
agree.
to just play that standard post plan kind of setup that you expect from them. Even if you think just back to the final
like
round
that?
of Lotus, where
You
Trent
take
was trapped
Icy?
in the tree and didn't have the timing and the safety to go into his salvos. In rounds like this, if he's got the teammates to be able to hold the line, he's doing all right. G2's really in control of this game. At least if you look at the scoreboard. They've knocked EG's economy down. And EG have only won the pistol in the follow-up. It kind of is similar to the first half of Lotus so far. Leaf, again, more pressure onto him. Stun, salvos early on, but he's not going to get caught by that.
Oh no.
Temp with the pressure, bit of spam IC.
I can't believe he stepped
75.
forward.
Stuns are forwards, flash on top of it, and that is just instinctual Superman.
Oh!
My goodness! Yeah,
I see it a
Stormer made
rifle.
it to mincemeat to the back wall and mid.
Grab that shit. He pinged it.
Yeah, he might be receiving a hell of a lot of pressure coming his way now. Under it.
Got him.
Util, seeking delay claim.
What a volley.
He got that snake bite drop down to his
Go
feet,
ahead.
Superman.
No!
He's doing dirty work with that gun in hand.
Yeah.
And EG somehow again get it done.
What?
Backing off.
What was that, dude?
Because they see a horde coming through in the Tejo drone and stuff.
That was the worst time.
Plays at default and gets rewarded.
Why are we buffering
with
right
a
there?
teleport from Valid. And he gets a freebie, and basically Spike delivered, snakebite at the choke point.
Fuck.
These players have to run in against a Bucky. And they're vulnerable too.
He's like the most...
But again, it's that confidence from Ye that carries over from his dominant performance on Lotus. That
What?
sets him up to be in position to take the
That's
kill
crazy.
on the
Oh my unk is crazy.
in that spot.
Oh my unk.
So 3-3. The economy be damned. It doesn't matter.
Time to jump.
A lot of emphasis here by G2. Trying to take that mid control. Different. Look at it though, up towards the top. Oh, Jorma barely ready with a rifle in hand. And he's going to be spotting that one. Narrowly avoiding. Hello. Pops your head up. Says hello, at least with a shorty. And I don't think you're going to be...
Icy has a fucking demon inside of him.
At the same time, though, Jorg's position is fairly safe.
I don't know
Like
who
Icy's
this
gonna
guy
be
is playing for Icy. It's not the guy that played for G2 last year, though.
May end up revolving around an A Heaven brawl. You see the
He's
the
got
players in the
gremlin
spike
energy
heading over
right
in
now,
this
yeah.
direction. So it's going to be a little bit of fake B Heaven pressure, trying to draw people over, which it
Jesus.
has kind of done. You see these players over in spawn. Only 2 defending A right now, but Nature has a breach ultimate. So does Jonah P, though, now that he's picked up that orb.
He's hard locked into the position.
Okay,
It's going to be
counter
Rolling
breach
Thunder
all.
versus Rolling Thunder. Handshaking across the site here.
Don't think that
Slows it
hit
down
anyone,
for but a
though.
moment here with a fault line. Buys it time, and Nature trying to get his team back into the fight as well. Jorgamo forwards into the fight with a shorty in hand. Anchoring Smoke has played for, but a bit of spam. We'll definitely clean that one up. Nature taken out. Nade rebounding. Leaf has got to be respecting that. Spam slowed down to a crawl, but it's going to be safe. He can get back into that spot here.
What?
Stray spam as well, back and forth. This is EG. They're looking to get lucky. Couple of kills through the smoke might be exactly what they needed. Need more where that came from though, and the discipline of G2 is not going to let
Didn't expect an
anything else slip.
extra 2 there.
Doubled up. Full control towards elbow. Superman.
He expected
staring in
1, but
dismay.
not 2.
Best he can hope for is a couple of exits.
Post-plan positions, honestly, not that incredible from G2. They didn't have ramp control, didn't have screens control, but it doesn't matter much when Nature is dead. If Nature's going to be hard anchoring the site like that, you're not worried about the breach utility on the retake. And if we see in the replay here another look at that A exec, you'll see exactly what happened for G2. It was a double teleport into the site from Jorg and Valid. So while Nature's fully committed to blocking people in the choke point, the double teleport from the
Eco for
Yoru and the
EG.
Omen
They've
just
been doing
breaks
some
that
good damage
completely.
here, though.
They're in towards the back of site.
Look for a fake out of G2 with Valent's ult here.
While Nature is still thinking that he's got them blocked. And another round where G2 have control, win the rifle, and knock the economy down. But these rounds have been
No fake.
more difficult than you might expect for G2 to pop up.
Close. Getting a handle though, I think, in terms of the tempo. A bit more control. Spawning 2 of these players out. Dimensional Drift is doing his job there. There's a sliders of corners that Jorgama makes certain to clear. EG trying to control Heaven, trying to control Ramp. It's going to be critical if they want to try and play this one into the retake.
It's always Trent that's ferrying the spike in here, which means
that's a Heaven plan.
it's tough for him to get back out of the site again. He's forced to play on site.
Locked into the corner here. That's an aftershock that misses though. And that util, it's going to be hurting. Did they expect this one to be fully cleared out? Ooh, could be playing spoiler towards it. Double tap, playing that crossfire setup all the way through and in through the back. I see.
That would have made it like all right. The round would have been pretty good if he got that kill.
Superman,
danger, man.
He's left with no opportunities with a Bucky in hand. Trent even managing to get up to his ultimate in the midst of all of this. So G2 handle an anti-eco pretty nicely. Superman just looking to play exits at this point. Die to the spike.
Yeah, he'll get his wish. Or not. Oh, yeah, okay, Jonah P.
I mean, that's actually not his wish, right? Jonah P's been given another whole point. And this looks controlled from G2.
Fuck that all point.
Arguably more controlled than the first half of Lotus even.
Good time out,
very
brother.
tempered.
But
take control,
at the same
please.
time, man, it doesn't matter how many rounds G2 get on this half. Look at those legs in the air. It doesn't matter how many rounds
Look at
that G2
those
get
legs
this half.
in the air. Excuse
What
me.
happened on Lotus is still going to stay in my head rent-free.
Yeah.
And I'm just still going to be thinking, okay, does EG still have a chance to run this back with a ridiculous second half? And last time we saw Potter take attack timeout, the adjustments were really good off the back end of it. So
That's
she's
true.
going to take the first here on split.
I don't know what the
Just before
adjustment
round
could
9
possibly
kicks
be
off.
though, because not much
Team
was
shots as well, I think
shown.
that- well, at least
That was just a
your
Euro at the A
It's
round.
always been, I think, redemption, right? It's players that really it's their last chance before they get shipped off to the retirement home, potentially. They have to prove themselves, right? And listen, they've been upfront about that. They've
I
said it
do
many-
think G2 right now, because I didn't see the Yoru ult last round, they could cook up a gnarly fake with this Omen ult and Yoru. Like, Omen could have the spike on like a B hit with Yoru, and like the TP could go back to A for Yoru. Obviously, you could ult A with the Omen. You take one of the initiators with you. You could sell the fuck out of that. They're not gonna go with that. They're gonna keep pounding A. Wow.
That
Interesting.
you mess up in the short term. And Josh RT has also been really candid about the fact that it feels like the team's in a little bit of a slump right now.
I'm not really
And
sure
you
what
can
they're
see
doing.
from
They're
some
just
of the
absorbing
mess-ups on
pushes
Lotus
right now.
that they're usually pretty perfect on. That it's manifesting even in these really important games.
Decoy.
Jorgamo placing down that clone to make it feel like there's a little bit of mid-pressure even after he's left. So a flash, a clone, and everybody grouping up over towards A. Now this keeps these two players anchored over here towards B heaven. So 3 players on the B side of the map as G2 exec A. The macro is good here.
Good nade
the
by
calling
IC.
is great from Valen. Look at his teleport into the middle of that Tejo ult. If there had been anybody on the A side, I think that would have cooked them.
Yeah, that was actually
Would've
very
been
nice.
curtains
He
here.
just
Quick
immediately
reaction
took the
from EG
ground, but the
nevertheless.
tail ult cleared.
They hold on to control of Heaven and screens. This retake could be set up nice and pretty here for EG. A lot of ults as well to expend.
Ramp control, though, is nice. I like this post-line positioning from Leaf and Jorg.
Pound for pound with a util, but here it is. Tempo's going to be increased, and with Leaf already dropping, already icy onto the fight. That's going to be miscommunication potentially here. Layering down the fire, layering down that lead. Jorgamo is going to do a lot from this spot, and it's not quite planned for him, and he's got a lot of targets to deal with. Too much to deal with.
That
in
was a
fact.
great round by EG. They sensed the ramp take right there, and they immediately flooded out Heaven with their wall up. That was very, very well played on the fly by EG.
EG playing that retake style. And that's
Quick
the
flood.
adaptation that comes out of the tactical timeout, right? Every other round on the defense,
has
we've
ult
seen
now.
somebody try to hard anchor. Whether it's nature
That
or
was a double ult round too from
if they're
G2.
able to get kind of,
Teo Omen ult.
you know, icy
It's a
or
great
somebody
round to win.
into the A site, they normally haven't had the full 5 people alive to be able to util dump and just play retake. And here, massive ultimates expended. G2 now have
Is
to
the
make
arena
that
they play in
slight
really cold?
adaptation.
Uh,
Valen has to realize.
usually if
okay,
there's like a
they're playing
studio, yeah, it's
offsite
pretty cold.
A more. That's
Just
their
because
adjustment
the
coming out of
lights
attack
produce a
timeout.
lot
We
of
can
heat,
save utility
like those LED
and
lights.
wait for post.
And so to keep those lights from
Pit's going to be throwing a wrench into the
dying
plans,
out,
though, I think.
fucking up, they have to keep the studio very, very cold.
I mean, to be honest, I think
It
this
warms
mid
up throughout the
pressure is
day, especially if there's a lot of
mostly
people
just
in
gonna
there.
be a fake anyway. They'll be
Like right
content
now, it's
pushing
warmer.
Superman out
First
of the
game,
pit if they
very
can.
cold.
Superman bulb though, re-clears back in.
It's waves of Yuto being used to try and get him control and space back into the pit. Fault line and salvos of their own. EG now have expended some of the bigger tools to get that done, and G2 sight set now over towards B. This is a different direction. Jonah P's been holding on to his stun. He makes
I don't think
a bit
they've
of
gone
noise,
into
and the
yet
presence
yet.
is shown immediately.
So
Most of
many
them
A
moving
hits
up.
on.
Fake with a TP.
We haven't really seen it since that eco.
A lot of util pulled out of EG.
The Bucky.
But they've put enough of a pause here that Icy and Derek have not full rotated.
Yay.
God,
Looking for a safe spot to stand in here. He's got his own smoke to try and make a do with still. TP in through the back now. This is going to be chopping and changing the minds of these EG players, wondering what is going to be happening next. All the way from the side, and ult expended. And only the one for his troubles. Icy is plucked out of the sky at a moment's notice here. Leaves it to Derek in that 1v3 plant. Hold on. There is safety there. I was wondering. And I was worried for a second, but Trent just snaps to the side.
We didn't get to catch it completely in the middle of the round, but I'm pretty sure that 3K from Leaf was ridiculous. I mean, the opening kill looked absurd. Okay, just catches Ye completely. Gets the kill onto a flying Icy as well.
That was a nice kill on Icy, yeah.
Just as he gets extinguished by the rocket. 16 and 6. A great map from Leaf. Rebounding after a bit of a subpar performance on Lotus, where he often rules the roost. EG knocked down onto an eco again.
Again, a lot of util Valin. Gonna try and get the hell out of there now. That's a lot of presence shown by EG.
But the G2 are kind of on the wrong side
They've
of the map.
been using a lot of his CPs to enter into B too.
They're still gonna go for it.
Very spread out, looking to see if they can take a lot of that space up towards it. That's an off angle of Ye. He was hoping that somebody would
don't need it now.
Just slack in terms of the discipline.
It's the same off angle though that he died on in the previous round. It's exact deja vu. That's how Leaf got the opener previously.
EG want to flood in. They're holding the util out into the hands. There's a flash and a pop play all the way through here with a rolling thunder. Superman's trying to make the most of all of this one, and it leaves it down to Derek once more.
Honestly, good job getting that breach
faster,
hold out.
but it doesn't quite pay off for them. Derek's going to have to win a ridiculous
They need
1v3.
5.
Only with the stinger. Drop down.
I don't have
be hearing this.
What's another stinger?
And he's paranoid. He's looking for a gun to try and make it that much more winnable. This is G2. Good control.
All right, so they got Astra ult. They have Tail. Leaf has Pit. I mean, the Astra wall can be super good. It can be insane. Like, there's so many good Astra walls you could do to retake. Like, to even hold the site, make it so you can't plant. That's crazy. I'm thinking G2 does like some kind of.
I think it's just a sign of satisfaction.
I thought they were gonna end A.
It's kind of weird being this favored.
I was predicting
in
an A end as well. I was gonna
you
say.
can't really overperform. There's nothing to get too excited about.
Just 'cause
If they
it's
win this game,
Tail.
it's just going to be like, yeah, we were expected to do this for G2.
Damn.
It's been a hard road being a top team, that top dog.
Acquired.
In a sense, you can only disappoint.
Yeah.
Which is a weird position to be in as a competitor.
Extra level of pressure. It's just going to be laid down onto your shoulders.
And so think about the adjustment in this round that Potter made out of the tag timeout. Nature over here on A. Does he decide to hard anchor the site, if indeed they go back to A, or does he play off-site retake? Because that off-site retake, where Nature still had all of his breach util, it looked a lot better. And the question for the mid-round is, do they bite on this fake? Because Trent is just throwing that drone out to make it seem like they might be taking A space. The Spike still pretty heavily committed to B, and Ye on an aggressive angle where Leaf has killed him twice.
He's gonna get seen by the zero ult in a sec.
Fuck. Just spotted out, I think. Barely. This Jorgamo Dimensional Drift is going to be calling out most of this here with the armor getting in through and around. This is EG looking to at least push this one back.
Valin got in front of it.
Buy some time.
Yeah, he fucking
Valin
TP'd.
is in front, but listen, Ye is on top of it. Forwards and
No,
around.
he shot the clone. Fuck.
To be punched up from
Fuck!
and drops down and delivers.
What a 2K from draw. Fuck, man.
Aftershock has to be respected.
Okay, deny the
Back
plan.
and away.
That's good. It's gonna be hard to plant in the
Two players
pit,
have to stand
hopefully.
here on the side of EG for our final round of this first half.
Okay, it's not
you
so
need a
hard.
miracle. You need luck. It's not going to be on their side. Leaves it down to IC, making all the noise in the world, and G2 4 to stand as well to put a stop to all of this here. Just an impossibility at this point. IC's done well to avoid most of the util coming his way, but yeah, spotted out.
Man.
And dropped down here. It's an 8-4 finish.
4 doesn't seem too
for
good
G2
with how it
here.
started, huh?
Familiar scenes.
Yeah, the sides flipped.
True.
And in that sense, the narrative also. But the scoreline
Right, it was 4-8 on Lotus, right?
EG win the pistol and then 2 other kind of rifle rounds. And that's all they're able to manage in the first half. But we saw what they did on Lotus. The run back was ridiculous. Yes, they're not going to be on the defense side. Yes, Ye is not playing Clove. But could they do it again?
They need another pistol, chat. How many fucking pistols these guys got on them right now? 4? 4 out of 4? They're gonna need this 4th pistol. Shit. There's so many of these rounds that were close and could have gone the other way. What a half by Leaf. 18-7. Fuck. Yeah, so Leaf's back, and things are hard now for EG. Highlighted. What is this question? That's crazy. My stash. That's crazy. I don't think I could do it. Even if I tried, I don't think I could pull off it. I don't think I could grow it. It wouldn't work.
It's been a bloody affair between these two teams here, and G2 were hoping
I will say, we have seen some outstanding hating today coming out of Chet and Sideshow. So much so that I honestly don't know who gets the award for the day.
Really able to find too much success on that defense side. They weren't able to play offside retakes. Couldn't really force G2 in a position where the post plants looked awkward or chaotic.
Yeah.
G2 were in control. But you would have said the same about the first half of Lotus. I think the difference here maybe being that Ye is going to be playing Astra, which does not take anywhere near as many aggressive fights.
Hate of the day.
The Clove did.
The hate of the day has been insane today, no?
Listen, that extra
just a great level. We're seeing a great level of hate
over
today.
the edge to win rounds that should never have been winnable. That was Ye in map 1.
Yep.
And you heard
the hate
you heard
continues.
from Potter. She was like, yeah, I mean, you just want to get Ye comfortable and let him kill everybody.
Yep. Good game plan.
Just a
maybe he can do it in the clutch.
just a couple of little guys getting lucky. That's all EG are.
Should be incredible with both the pull
Couple
and the
lucky
salvo.
guys.
But my question is, are they even going to be able to get into those kind of spots?
What's up, Odd?
And if it does go to Pearl, we might get to see the Ye Jet, and then suddenly you're back into he takes every fight territory again.
Yeah, dangerous
But
territory.
might be thinking too far ahead at this point.
Both of these teams is going to be about the here and now, one round at a time.
And a lot of territory gained early on here. G2 seeding mid control and a ramp control.
Dude, Ahad, you know what? I just thought of a banger. You've got to get
45 seconds.
And 2 players
one of these 2 casters
drones of G2.
to say your name, and then you have to find another word to put after your name to bait them into saying it. Because when they say Ahad, it's going to sound like a hard. You know where this is going, right?
Yeah, right here and now. And
4v5.
Stun as well for the follow-up, just in case there's that safety net granted. EG need to pounce on this chance here. They have open access to the A side, but G2 playing and feeling like they are one step ahead. Deep smoke, obfuscating a lot. Held in time.
No!
Safety over the shoulder, watching for his teammate. Here's the running, and listen, he's going to be the one doing the gunning. And G2 trying to make their way forwards now into this side. How have they done this? But Derek's left to do it all still into the 1v2. Heroics ordered up. Jorgum already full sticking, full trust in his team.
And Leaf delivers with a 3K. Holds off that attempt at a clutch from EG. I think this round, more than any, showcased G2's ability to punish certain playstyles. EG are a very slow team on the attack. And look at this, they were set up for the A split and waited for 20 seconds maybe?
Yeah.
Whilst they had vent control, had a ramp control, they just paused. And in the meantime, G2 had already pushed out B main.
Thoughts on MIBR?
Started flanking through
hard
sewers,
to say
right
after
behind them, killing
today,
them with
right? Like, I think
EG
MIBR is
gonna
a
take a
goated
page out of the
fucking
book of
team.
G2 though and force
It's
up with
very
stickers.
hard to say after today because Sen looked so fucking
Can
nice.
their success rate be anything similar?
They didn't really give anything new with the comps or anything like that. They already qualified, so I don't know. I don't want to like take too much away from their loss today, truthfully. They have looked insane though.
Salvos. The stun. Nade's going to be rebounding as well, so open access now, giving up towards vents.
Type 1 right away.
Two players on EG that have light armor. Trent, I don't think realizes how close Superman is.
For the timing!
What?
Snap to the side.
I can't wait for this fucking Teo nerf, bro. On God. Right?
That could have been a deadly mistake to be making, especially against this
Dude, the
EG
wall
team
falls
looking to
and
try
it
and
gets
take a fight straight to them. That's a great stun. Slows down the approach here, and G2 just playing this one back ready to defend or flood in, whatever it takes. Still towards screens here, and EG have got access over towards the side at least. Here, forwards into the smoke. Stepping forward,
Dude,
trying to dominate most of these
Nature.
positions.
Shut the
Nature
wall.
is hard committed. Stun to try and reposition here, but he's going to be in the danger spot, potentially. Damage done, lining him up. Off to the side, yay.
Come
A
on,
lot
Goat.
is going to be asked of him. He's paranoid.
Goat, they're using
Nearsighted as
all
anything,
of the abilities
and the
on
aftershock at his
you.
back just seals it up nicely.
EG not able to find the same success with that force. And at this point, G2 should be sailing away with the map, you gotta think.
Changing plans.
EG got the plant and they got 3 kills, so they might even be able to get Stingers up or some kind of rough half-buy here and make a good go of it in round 15, but it's not going to be anywhere near as powerful as a classic bonus.
I mean, yeah, the coaches definitely matter on
G2,
match
in
day.
fact, who are gonna
But
be
what
taking
matters
on
most
this
is the
light
players,
weaponry
obviously.
It's a bit unlucky there, to be honest with you, on Superman. 'cause I
Like, the
think he
coaches
fought
could bring
great
the
time
best
on
shit
the
ever.
round.
They could literally be
Yeah,
fucking
couldn't get it done. at
saying the
very
most
end.
perfect lines ever.
Guys, let's go.
Ain't no way.
A bit of relief.
This guy's gonna fall asleep.
In terms of the tone of voice that Trent is using there.
The fuck?
For EG, they realize it's a dampener on the spirits. Looking with barely anything. Coming into round 15 here with G2. Full advantage and lead. Bucky lying in wait. Some repeat there with the smokes off. It's going to be a lot of util forwards and around. And okay, flick of the wrist.
Bro.
Does the job there, especially with the decay damage kicking
When
in.
they get
Accuracy
a
not
fucking
really
Bucky
needed
kill,
with
we
the
say
Bucky
flick of the
man.
wrist. When we get a Bucky kill, it's
A lot of
fucking
noise in
cringe
the
and
process
lucky.
here, stunned. Oh,
Get me out.
goodness me.
One enemy remaining.
And it's clinical from G2.
They're going to be able to take these light weapons forward into the next. Or force up if they want to.
Bro, you know for a fact
You're
that
expecting
Vuln
EG
guy
to the
was
next round with
definitely
full
getting
armor 'cause
Buckied.
They know the Outlaw is there on the other side. So maybe we'll see some of these G2 players discard the Stinger or the Bucky. Or
God,
hell,
is that
just
a
see
win?
if you can make it work like they did in this round. That shot is sublime. And then followed up by a collapse.
I actually
Monstrous
do.
from League.
No, I can't say that out loud.
It
Chat will hate
certainly
me.
is. But isn't that why we love it?
Yep.
25 kills for League.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, after
I mean,
15 rounds.
Scoreboard check. You've been seeing glimpses of it, but like you said, Josh, 25 kills for Leaf.
Say I want map
A lot of
3.
them
I
against
want
elite
map
kills,
3.
Don't get me wrong, but
I want map 3.
He
I'll say
has
it.
over
It's monstrous.
He has over 6
Caught.
times as many
Look,
kills as
look,
Valen does
caught.
currently.
You guys caught me. All right.
That's crazy.
Guilty as charged. I just
Well,
want map
I mean,
3.
Yeah, he's just
Guilty.
dominating.
I'm
And you
fucking
do get
guilty.
these
What can I
performances
say?
out of Leaf. They were super common at the start of the year.
I'm
Early part of
greedy.
kickoff, the first 2/3 of kickoff, he was an unkillable machine. He was out there slaughtering people. Looked like he had walls on. But he cooled off slightly, and now will still give you a huge map where he dominates every now and then. And he can be the difference maker to just send G2 strolling forward.
This is why we're losing.
And onto Pearl.
That's not
Exactly
true.
right. No better time for it for G2.
That's not true.
And I think, you know, this is a team that sometimes people have been looking at and thinking, are they chokers? You know, in last year, they missed out on 2 domestic trophies when they certainly were favored to win at least one of them, I would say.
Yeah.
And then after losing in the Bangkok finals, they kind
How
of
much
choked their
glaze
first
does this
appearance
guy
at
got
Global
in
as
him,
well and
chat,
popped out.
right? Am I right?
There has been a bit of scrutiny on this team.
Am I right, EG?
If they lose here, I think that narrative will go crazy. But right now, they're looking in control.
I love getting
chat
chat
just
going
about how
with
much
this.
damage they can do to EG. The weaponry advantage is massively in favor of the attackers.
Yeah.
But this orb feels like death is on the other side of it after what Leaf did.
Yeah, he's still got that Bucky.
Oh, he's stuck in vent potentially.
Pulled back potentially, I think, by this util. I think there's a pocket for him to play in, yeah. So survived for now, but Vent's control given up. Icy, do you dare jump over and step past that threshold? He meets his
Fucking
demise.
what?
G2 up 2 kills already. Desperation now is going to be called for, but these EG players step up to the test and the trial once more, but you're going right back into the lead, running and gunning forwards. Derek, at least with the trade, and they do have open access to that A site.
Yeah, he did a good job on the flank.
Armageddon even just committed here. Push forwards, that's Derek. He had to cross safely with a spike in hand. It could have been
Put the missiles in the
round,
back,
so
bro.
Feeling the need to expend that ult.
Put the missiles on
he's
the
done
spike,
a really
bro.
good job trading out onto Jorgamo and then giving information about that player in heaven, a Teo ult, put them into checkmate. So now Valen's got it all to do.
Paranoia.
Whoa, what?
That is a round from Ye.
Damn!
He 2 kills, but he's instrumental in picking up that kill onto Trent as well with Derek's ultimate. Really good map control. And that's the kind of impact you need coming out from Ye. Up at the top of the scoreboard with Icy, but they're going to need a bit more of that.
Yeah. That is...
Bro, that's
fast.
insane.
Oh
that is so
Now
fast.
they have done a tiny bit of damage to EG's economy. 1 light armor, 1 bulldog. But Jorg, they had wealth on the side of the defense, and now he's picked up an odd.
Yo, no one asked for that odd.
Over towards
No one asked for that though.
Pit in mid on top of it.
Realist milk, man.
Util from EG looking to
Yo,
see if they can
fuck
clear out
is-
most of that space.
The realist
Really
milk.
worried about salvos and a stun at the start of the round.
Forwards to set up the kill, Jorgamo.
He's just got so much space over there because
Every time
Superman
G2 needs a
has to
round, I
play
feel like Jaw
passively.
does something
Yeah,
insane.
pouncing on a chance like that. Options are starting to dwindle now.
Hello.
EG, yeah, spotting. Jonah P. Creeping and crawling off to the corner. Taking up most of that space. This is pressure by Derry, but he's feeling it.
Yeah, thank you for the
could be
primary
difference maker
21.
again.
Soundbait.
Look at what he's
Soundbait.
yeah, Derek.
Soundbait. Derek.
Nice.
Play.
Bait and switch. Smart play indeed. Maybe enough for them to wrangle control of another
All
round.
right, we need Ye to get activated, chat. Right
Stave off map 3
in
a
about
little
like
bit longer.
10.
30 seconds.
When the clock hits like 33,
For Ye to make
that's
the move,
when
but he's just kind of been tucked in
that's
that
when our
corner for
goat
a
hits
while, and
prime
instead,
form.
EG have been putting the pressure
Right
on
now,
the hit.
33.
But I don't
Boom.
think you're really going to get Leaf out of here.
There he goes.
Pressure again.
Come on, goat.
Derek barely stepping.
Okay,
T2
we are
forwards,
really
but
letting the
G2
clock
already
go.
got the main control. They got the
Fuck.
read onto this one. Jorgamo does not really have a backup strategy. He needs a kill to get his dimensional drift. It all lies in wait, and it all leans on that. An opening kill potentially. See if he can get the hell out of there. Just misses up to the side. There's a flash up and over. Icy drops him. Dead in his tracks now. Plant is down. Safe around the corner. No spam to deny that one.
Double flank puts pressure on Derek. His salvos are back in 5, but he won't have a chance to use them.
Right from the corner, Derek twisting and turning, just spots out of 2 players, and what is the reaction?
No.
What is the call? G2! They put him in a vice grip in the blink of an eye. All the advantages that EG had, dismissed, scattered, sent to the wind.
And there's a really nice adaptation from G2 to work against what EG are going for. EG's post-plant setup is to rely super heavily on the salvos, on the pull, and that means they need a safe place.
A map 3 Pearl double duelist on EG. Come on now. Come on now. This is literally about to be a movie. Let's be real.
It's a really simple but nice idea from G2, and it works out perfectly. They're up 12-5. 7 chances here to close things out and send us to Pearl, which will be one hell of a map to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Ye and Icy on double duelist potentially.
But they run so slow, even though they do double duelist.
I was just waiting for it. You just know he's thinking it.
Time to set it up. Walkabout's relieved. Now you're in the danger zone there. Punished for it. Dropped down despite the weaker weaponry of some of those EG players and forwards.
Damn, Trent's so aware.
The least with this one stepping up and round
Good
to the side.
punish.
Trent is left on an island. Jorgamo missed his shot, backed himself out and away. Repositions himself into sight now. He wants to try and spell spoiler out towards him. Yay, my God. Just cracks it open here. EG, round by round, is what it's going to take for them.
And this should have been one of the more difficult rounds to take, because their economy coming into this was pretty rubbish. They had a
Which
couple
one
of
of these
stickers,
do you want?
managed to make that work.
I
in
assume
mid.
you want this first one.
You could argue a little over-aggressive from Leaf,
Or do you
but
want the
he was
third one?
expecting that
This
to be
one.
pretty heavy A-ramp
What is the
take.
one you want? What is this emote?
EG baited him by putting a player into A-ramp, but still having to
First one, okay.
heavily watching the mid-flank. EG already making those adaptations because they know that G2 are looking to push out and get behind them if EG commit to an A exec. So you're seeing a real nice evolution, even though they've only managed to pick up 5 rounds, even though they're down 7 in this map. EG are still thinking about, okay, what are G2 trying to accomplish?
Honestly,
how can we shut it down?
emotes are exactly what we
mark of a team
fucking
that's
need right now. That is very
improving,
good thinking by you guys, chat.
All throughout the playoff round.
That is
Still
very
believing, I
good
think, as well, that
thinking.
they can win the map. It's possible to drag it back.
It's very unlikely, but what does that matter to EG?
No.
When has this roster, when has this org ever cared about what's likely?
And expectations that we have coming into series for this squad, it's just a consistent level up from EG. Looking to drag it back 1 round at a time, as you mentioned. The chances numerous for G2.
It's almost inevitable that at some point G2, either by virtue of ults or a huge round from somebody, be it Leaf, Jorg, Trent, they're gonna get it done.
We
The question
need
is,
this
can
one.
EG make it difficult? Can they push them to the brink? Can they maybe find the one universe where
Are they
they
gonna
get
do
the
this?
comeback?
Flash held. It's a tepid approach here by EG.
They're hoping to catch Superman.
We want to push, but I don't know if we have enough util to take these fights, guys.
Previously about
I don't know if we have enough util to take the fights.
off into Ye's hand.
Trap's going to be triggered here. Ye has to try and put a stop to it as well. To be that
Oh.
dampener, but it's just traded out, evened out, and it's quick getaway.
They got us.
All the way through sewers.
Fuck, they took down
the
our go.
spike and get a run on, but they're going to be going straight into Jorgamo airplane. Bucky, seen this one before. EG.
I need Icy get 2.
Already is Icy.
The
Delivering
flank thing.
death from above. Jorgamo tries his best to do damage of his own.
But I think Icy's done the job here, right? He took the fast timing through vent, deleted both of the A-ramp players.
I was actually
Now, EG
terrified
themselves
because
into
they
a
had
nice
breach
2v1.
ult. They had a
Also
lot of
work with as
util.
well.
I
Derek's gonna be able to
actually
get
thought they were
his
gonna
tail
fucking slaughter EG right there, low
I
key.
hesitate to say it, but it's almost unlosable for EG.
Like I kind of helped it a little bit, maybe.
Valen will make
I
it
did
go.
my job.
Spots out the first paranoia. Held and let go here with the salvos to try and slow down the approach. Watch for even a showstopper. I mean, listen.
We need this to come
whatever
back.
it takes, absolutely anything to try and drag it forwards 1 round at a time now.
Oh, I don't like that.
Critique
We fucking
EG, I
needed that
think.
thing.
Maybe say that they could have been a bit more frugal. You know, it's going to take ults really to try and make this map a bit more winnable, but I think that just shows the pressure that's on these players' shoulders.
7 chances down to 5 for G2. That was an eco round. I think they'll be happy that they forced out the showstopper, as you're talking about, Brent. The op was in Ye's hands there, but they've not gone for it again. I'm not even sure that they had the money, actually, to go for it again. On the other side, though, Jorg's picked one up. So he's looking to try to get himself posted on A. Salvos early, so that you can leave the Yoru on this aggressive angle. And this is now going to allow Trent and Jorg.
Chat, when you type analysis in
lead
all
mid,
caps,
help
is it
mid.
sideshow yapping?
Best chance in a long string of rounds here for G2 to try and take themselves to Pearl.
But this ult combo from Derek and Nature can be utterly
okay.
deadly.
Just checking.
If you find information on where a player's holding,
No,
reach
no,
out
that
to
is
tail wall,
not what I
just
said,
gives
Mead.
you a pick.
They're looking for it. Full line. Narrowly avoided. Side step by
Nice,
Superman.
good shot.
Wow, okay. Straight in. Cape flourishing right behind him. He's going to get that opener now. EG looking to try and take control of the rest of this side here. It's ults expended. And G2, they've got some of their own. Valen collecting that kill. Derek, he's not going to be having a chance to really cause any more impact into this round. Hits drop down on top of it. EG trying to put a chokehold, a bit of blight now to dampen most of the side. And here's that Armageddon. Ults of their own.
They're gonna hit us
G2
into
to make
the
a play
ult.
forwards into it. Jogging through the back here. And here it is, stun to collect. Icy quick with the trade as well, but they are
What?
dropping like flies.
2v2.
Bodies toppling.
I have
on
no
either
idea how
side.
Icy
They
just
did
got
get
that
a plant
second.
down. 2v2, and time still.
Fuck the plan.
important
26
necessity
seconds.
to
We have
play around here.
forever.
As you
We
mentioned,
have so
Josh,
much
no
time to
plan
work with.
whatsoever, but hunting, lying, but Trent will drag you all away.
At some point here, somebody on G2 was going to pull out the play to seal the deal. And that 2K was crispy at the end. Despite G2's, despite EG's best attempt at making some level of a comeback out of that one, G2 were just too much in control. No run back in the second half possible, like Lotus. And we're going over
Josh
to Pearl.
is so... Excuse me, Luke?
I think a very, very fitting map to close this one out.
Oh, yeah.
Pearl was the final map for G2 of Bangkok, and they let it slip. Pearl was the final map just recently when G2 played against 100 Thieves, and it looked like they were going to let it slip, and yet they clawed it through in OT. And now Pearl, the decider map here again to define whether or not they go to Toronto, whether or not EG go to Toronto. Couldn't have it any other way.
No. It's been a messy, messy map for them in the past as well. A blight on their records in the past, but G2 are looking to try and set that record straight as well. We'll see if they can close this one out. It's a ticket to Toronto that's on the line between both of these teams. Do not count either of them out.
Man, I don't know, guys. Can they do this shit on Pearl? Fuck. The one thing I'm kind of optimistic about here is Yay on Jet. Yay on Jet might go crazy, but where's the last time they played it? They played it really recently. It's here. When did they play this shit? Okay. It's been a couple weeks. They've been a couple weeks. 420 was the last time they played this shit. Okay. That's not so bad, chat. I'm not gonna lie. They've had some time to cook. Maybe added a set play or two, did a little homework, a little anti-strat here and there. Could we have predicted that this would have been the third? I think so. We ban Haven. They're going to ban Fracture. We know we're picking Lotus. I don't know if we knew that they would pick Split. We definitely prepped for these two men. She definitely prepped for Ascent and Pearl. I still don't feel great about this. How have they done? I mean, I know the games are close, but they're still winning them, right? Yeah. Look how close. Dude. God damn, they have played some close Pearl games. Holy fuck. 18-16, 14-16, 12-14, 13-11, 16-14. Yeah, to beat them, you have to grind that shit out. It's not going to feel good on the way to this win, chat. I don't think this one's going to feel too good if we get it. It is going to be labored. It is going to be hard work to get this one across the line, I think.
And it's going to map 3. The only way that this one could be decided. G2 manages to get that massive win, 13-7 on Split. But of course, that sets up our final map. It's going to be Pearl. It all boils down to this. Welcome back, everyone. GB alongside Mimi
That's
and Ender.
crazy.
Well, let's talk about Leaf right out of the gate here. I don't want to waste any time because that guy, he's been playing great all series, but in this particular map, Mimi, oh my God, what a performance.
He willed this map 3 out of Evil Geniuses in the first half, having incredible impact on his lurks, finding timings into sights, winning out in every post plant, and then in the second half, he's the guy to shore up the map as well.
If this emote ain't a sign, I don't know what is, chat. It's a Canadian flag, too. A fucking leaf. It's a sign.
No help. Literally no help until the last round when Tread comes in with the 2K to finish it off. But, like, even going onto the defensive side, this guy was playing, like, escalation, getting active with the bucket.
You were talking about it in the last pre-match, too. He's a guy who's adding a lot into the team, is helping Valen with the leadership.
Is that a 3-8-6?
Popping off in the server, too.
Oh, my stars.
400 ACS nearly, 3.0 KD. I mean, it's just outstanding from Leaf.
It really is. What more could you possibly ask for from your player, man?
For everyone else to step up behind him.
Yeah, that's it. My guy's out here freaking dragging the Jansport across the finish line. He's like, please, someone, you know. But honestly, I give him a ton of respect. Really incredible stuff there. But here's the thing, though. It wasn't just Leaf. You also had some good plans. You had some good executions from G2, which, of course, is what we come to expect from them.
Yeah, it was interesting, though, because thinking back to the last map, like, how much of the planning was actually Leaf giving ideas. But here in this first half, G2's execs into the site were super effective, especially once they got ults online.
Yeah, I really love on this map the way that they play around Jojima and the Yoru. I think they do a great job of finding different TP positions for him to enter onto and combining that really well off the drone, off the missiles, and quite frequently managing to isolate that player as the side anchor, stun missile them, draw TPs in, he gets the opener. It's
Chat,
so
we need
good
some-
out of G2.
Yeah, I just am a big
Some
fan
time
of watching him draw
emotes.
path on the Yoru when he has that ult up, even clearing out those tiny little cubbies. You've got the nades going into back sight here, threatening with the TP in as well to get this little pinch going on the players coming out from heaven. It was just really nice stuff consistently through this first half, which gave
Definitely this
G2
one.
the 8-4 lead, right? That's exactly what they got in the first half of Lotus as well, except this time they were able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and capitalize on it, they most definitely did. I mean, there you can see the track and the success of G2 in the white there, really just showing that once they have that lead, unlike map 1, Ender, they weren't going to let it go.
And contrast the post plants, 8 out of 10 rounds for G2 on split, where they won a single post plant.
It is wild, chat. It is wild that I type in Pearl on 7TV, and the second result is the Cove. Pearl, dude. That's like, doesn't have to be the map. Doesn't have to be the map. That's kind of crazy, actually. Oh, no.
On the Yoru and the Jet. No one else is really playing that comp. It is very unique to this.
Drinking for the
2025
third?
GT.
Yo, I might join you for that.
And even thinking about this, it is so... Of course it ended like this. It just makes a lot of sense, right?
Can't.
Because in Americas, we just seem to be gifted with storylines all the freaking time. And you're in a situation, Icy, he could potentially take the team that, honestly, the team of scraps, of the leftovers, and they find their way to a Masters event. Or you got G2 going right back to where they were, but this time a little bit more battered and bruised than they were previously.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm thinking about those key moments that are defining G2.
How are these emos even chosen, chat? I type in Diablo. Like, huh?
Game 5, they head on to Pearl, and it slips away. They can't catch a single break for them. That felt
Like, surely Ye would be in here somewhere, right? I know someone had to make him an emote. Has to be in here.
for the next month, potentially having a chance in America's Trophy, having a chance globally, and literally going home. We don't see or hear from them for the next 2 months.
And the narrative
I don't think he has one.
for a guy like Jojima. He's stuck by EG in 2024 when everyone else left. He made the choice to go to G2. And now his
Take it back,
coach with
Sugar
her
Zero.
brand new team has a chance to eliminate him and eliminate America's best team from a chance to play
Yes,
in the first North American International since they won
That's
in
crazy.
LA.
Look, I'm going to keep it real with y'all. If you're just tuning in and watching Valorant for the first time, you think we just made this up. You think that this is a script that we just happen to make up out of thin air. But no, this is what's happening. This is what's at stake. Map 3 is going to decide which team is going to move on to tomorrow's lower final and head to Masters Toronto. Of course, you don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a little bit.
Where's our goat in emote form? He has to be here somewhere. Somewhere. Breeze is in.
It's all led to here. Pearl is the decider between G2 and EG, all the way to the brink, genuinely, for both of these teams. And listen, a hell of a task ahead of both of them, of course, but a ticket to Toronto on the line between them. The staging ground we're going to be treated to here. Of course, that double duelist, we get to see Ye on the Jet. He can reach even a peak. Slightest inch, I think,
did
of the
look
form
up
that he
the
was in
Acer, I
about
couldn't
map
find
number
him.
1. Room for a barn burner.
And he has been phenomenal. The player to watch whenever EG plays on Pearl is Ye on the Jet. Like, since he swapped over to playing the Jet on this map, they've looked really good. But at the same time, it's a bit of the same story of Lotus. G2's record on Pearl this year is 6-2. That's great. And they're playing against a team that's 2-2 on Pearl this year. But it doesn't matter.
The glaze.
On Lotus, G2 were 10-0. And yet, EG came out with the win. So Results, they're for the past. EG, they're forming the future. And it all comes down to a map here on Pearl that drips with history for G2.
Wait, I might have found a goated account.
This year so far, and we're like halfway through, that you can think back, and they've been pivotal to whether or not G2 have won, lost, choked, or fulfilled their destiny.
There's nothing more pivotal than here and now. This round, pistol round for Pearl.
They're hiding Java in the box.
In some sense, a chance for redemption if EG can drag it over the line and potentially make that chance of Toronto. For G2, would be dire straits indeed for them.
A really early pop of those thorns within the first 15 seconds.
C's going to be offloaded on top of it as well. This is not a stall. Use delayed. Jorgamo. All going to be taken out and triggered nice and early. That was just to give EG that bit of peace of mind. They're already lurking all the way up through into lane. They're going to try and take these fights together here. And now Leaf not shying away from it. He's eager to try and at least draw some blood, but they're both flashed up.
What is going on, bro?
Fades away just in time. I see 3-4 it. Jorg barely able to get the one before the trade comes through.
All right.
Now wrapping around from behind. Trent's got it all to do.
Hide, hide, hide.
Already reveals the position.
Oh, God.
Salvo's into the corner. Nature's wide as anything here, but 22 health is what Trent has been dropped down to. That's what he's got to work with.
No,
sure Icy and Superman. The discipline in their minds, yeah.
The ante looked good from G2 in this round. They know that EG like to default towards mid, and double doors is normally where they go first. So G2 put Thorns there, and then a Seasoner pull, and then are ready to fight it afterwards. But Icy is the difference maker. He picks up 2, and then even gets a 3rd with the flash kill. It's him that almost single-handedly saves that round for EG, after G2 knew exactly what was going on. And picks them up another pistol. Now G2 are not going to force this. Even though they could buy light armor and stingers on almost all of their players, they only do it really on the attack side, but they're going to push still.
No, no.
Position of Nature here. Lying in wait for it. Leaf
I'm a
has
little
opted into the
worried
Marshall
here.
purchase. No value to be had just yet, but shows his presence. They know exactly what they're going to be waiting for here. Off to the side. Difficult shot they hit. Yay.
Don't
Drop
do
down.
this.
101. Weakened to a degree. Flashed up as some support from the rest of his team here, but there it is. Lying from the side. Squeeze being placed and put down onto some of these players. G2.
It's actually close.
And shut out here of the site.
It should be very clean. The positioning from Derek and Superman's good. They're going to have salvos, pull. Yay and Icy can fight.
Slight pocket to play in here, but out towards the top.
3v3.
Players have been isolated and cut out of the picture. Derek does draw blood. Trent's going to be dropped.
EG have won 4 out of 5
really
pistols this series, by
as
the
I
way.
say that. Cheeky shot indeed, but you have to really deal with this pull. Off to the side here, shots need to be hit, and decent try and a decent effort by G2.
But actually, Derek, the one to collect all of those kills and gets a little closer to the Tejo ultimate. One to keep an eye on, though it won't be available in the bonus round. And the weaponry, it's not going to look that great for EG heading in here. Quite a bit of damage done. But this is where we get to see whether EG have changed things up with their attack. Now, to give you a quick rundown of what EG love to do, they're an unusual team on their attack side of Pearl. Almost every other team is going to be taking fast A main control, then going back to mid.
I feel like chat might like this one.
And instead,
Evil,
EG normally
but
are going
still
to opt
gorgeous. It's
into
crazy.
taking a bunch of mid control
Okay, I'm
first,
focusing now. I'm
then
focusing
going
now. No
to
more
the
fucking
extra
emotes.
Yay with a Guardian, though. Has his watchful eye over towards a potential push.
The
Jordan
fuck,
Trent,
Ducky?
as they did on their eco round.
Could be in the danger zone. Gonna be worried about the flash play with the haunt over.
EG's bread and butter are these A splits.
This is it. Trent crouched down, ready to pounce. Notice, but the shot just goes wide here.
Oh,
Yay.
fuck.
Finally dealt with.
Damn, nice shot by
Jorgamo.
Jaw. Jaw's gotten
The hell out of
some
there before
really,
Squeeze comes through.
really
You can hear it, the
important
rumble
kills like
of
that one.
footsteps out and around to
The whole
side.
round
There's
snowballs if
Jordan
he doesn't
P.
hit that shot.
Does more than some damage. That was out through mid, but stray shots and stray spam. Okay. Might save the day. EG finally get themselves active and into this site.
Valen not feeling confident enough to go for a spam kill here. He doesn't have anybody watching a potential push. He's worried that EG might be going aggressive.
Round to the side, no one was watching. Or even anticipating the position that Baron could be in, lying in wait for it. Just a jiggle out wide, trying to play the rest of his team all the way in. Finally, you've been going from split there with the form, I should say, Josh.
Is that even Ye in this picture?
I mean, he found his moment perfectly. He was playing passive, not giving away where he was holding, and maybe gave, you know, a bit more room than I was expecting to EG, but then found his moment to pounce just as they were escaping from the plant. The form's looking good.
3, 2, 1. Nice! Let's go, Jake!
And Jorg calls that double
Damn,
swing towards the
that's
end.
the most hype I've heard Jaw like all series.
Discipline. EG are going to change things up here. They're going to go for some early A control. And this is where Jorg and Trent have been playing. They've got the read. It's been pretty much the same for the last 3 rounds.
Sal was on a dash forwards.
Gonna re-clear A main right now, I think.
On top of it, so EG. Full control of forward. Is attempted a refi,
Good
but
counter missile.
delayed.
But it does give you the information that they've stuck around here. It hasn't just been an insert. You know, there's still bodies in this area, including Derek. Ult online. And now they leave. Do they?
You are the one that linked it.
With the rest of them too. So you're expecting Trent to redraw
13 pounds of asparagus is wild. Why does he have so much asparagus though?
They realize there's nobody here, and now they
What's
don't
he doing
need to
with
keep
that?
a stack on A.
His P is going to smell
leave
forever.
Jogomo posted, and Trent, Jonah P, they can rotate off to either cover mid or B.
They might be going straight into the blender. 50 seconds to work with.
3-2 on the wall, please.
EG only just getting that wall out and over, but luckily boxes to play around and jump over here with the Armageddon. That's laid down all the way into the back of the site. G2 push forwards for a moment, but it's already faded before.
They're gonna own us.
The Pinter could really get in. Bit disjointed here from EG, and they're being slowed down on top of it with that util, but yay, not to be denied. Steps all the way forwards here, but Leaf, luckily,
where's the team, bro?
That spot. They call for it, fighting forwards.
Where is everyone?
To try and drop
Honestly,
these players before they can really stand and make
1 on the flank. Fuck. Jaw's gonna kill everyone. God damn it.
Doesn't do much more.
But the flank.
Jorgamo is going to be hot on their heels all the way through and around to the side. Dodging round. Derek! That was whipping from Jorg. Still, it's a worldie of a shot. Now wide to the side. Superman covers it all.
Fucking wide swing. Let's go, my goat.
To go for that push into spawn and missed Jorg completely. Gotta say that flank was a bit of a whiff though. They should have had that one locked down.
That's a brutal one for Jorg.
And Valen was doing an incredible job. Superman deserves some credit for getting into that spot, but you can see the reaction from Josh RT. That should have been around that G2 were in control of. They had the read, they knew it was ending B. The Tejo ult early, mistimed from Derek, and yet still success.
All right, added no rushing mode for you
VCT
guys.
players fire in their belly.
G2 stack 4 players to fight B. Sorry, to fight mid, but not an aggressive fight of mid, just stacking, knowing that EG are going to want to default in this area.
Make it 5.
Both teams just staring at each other.
And Valen's joined the pack. Tipping point here. Could be triggered at a moment's notice, and here it is, the go button. It's going to be called for here. Hole needs to be contained, but he's EG players. But
oh my god, what are we doing?
Whatsoever!
Holy shit, dude.
Superman. He hit him with the 1-2. Delayed hit at that, but it does the job.
Look, chat. Respectfully, this game is full of freaks, okay? I type in Overwatch, what do I get? Nothing to do with the game. Nothing to do with the game. Literally, all sus shit. I can't control this. It's the game.
Jorgamo's going to pull out this operator, so it looks like he's going to try to take an aggressive line.
That's literally Derek's face.
Teleport before he gets into position.
You're right. That actually,
exactly
you're right. Derek's face was there. I didn't see that actually. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I appreciate
out
that.
onto an island. Icy's forwards though with that dimensional drift, cosmic divide. It's all going to be laid down, but there's a gap to play in. Straight shot just missed, and a bit of spam into the corner. Jorgamo is trapped. Off to the side here. Is this going to be overzealous by Icy? You're going to be lying. Okay.
Dude.
Not really regretting as I say that, G2.
Oh, we're overextending. Fuck.
Taking a fast and loose approach all the way through into the site. The plan is already down though as this is being played. trying to get away onto the side. Superman, he's got this shorty into his hands, but the rest of his team has been picked apart at the seams.
It's fast, it's well executed by EG, and then slightly overstepping. You called it out, Icy, maybe a tad further forwards than he should have been, but honestly, he had the backup from nature. It was a coordinated push from EG, just masterfully dealt with by G2. Both of these teams are super happy when their opponents are the one driving the tempo forward.
EG could have really fucking twisted the knife right there with this round. I'm not gonna lie. This would have been an insane round to win.
And sometimes, like in this round, they're anticipating it, dealing with it perfectly. G2 knock EG down onto an eco round.
Let's go. Let's go.
That did feel a little like a
fire straight back.
Shoes on the other foot here, but
All
my
right,
eyes
Jaw,
peeled onto Ye.
Jaw Trent aiming
He's just
again.
looking to contain at the start. Now, we saw in a game against Crew a while back, he went for an updraft play, and they just flashed into Art to get info over whether anybody was there. And that would have set up Icy and Ye for a double peek on that defender.
I think they're waiting
But
for
alas,
Nature's
no
Flash to
one's
come
home.
back.
Drum forwards. Triggered early. Even Jorg revealing his hand, showing that he is here. There's presence. Waiting. Got to be controlled though. Already coming through. That's going to be up draft and away.
No.
Slow in your face. And Jogamo
Too nice
his way out
left
of there.
puck.
Had that backup policy and that plan lying in wait, but
I'm not sure they know that Icy is this deep pushed. Okay, now the Prowler detects it, so he's forced to back up.
it's all over the place.
It is a little.
Armageddon even being committed.
Really?
Just to clear this space out. Causing a bit of a timing.
What?
Trent! Oh my! It's collapsed onto them with the salvos in hand, and Icy barely survives. The salvos just dissipating. You have mid control, but it's a 2v4.
And Leafs flipped the map. He's the defender, and he's now deeper into mid than the attackers are.
30 seconds left.
A weird opportunity for timings and a little bit of info. Those jumps probably heard by Leaf, although maybe not, because the rest of G2 are not reacting, not responding. And Derek is going to have salvos, and he's going to have Taylor ultimate here. There's 10 seconds left. G2 have got to realize that nothing's happening.
Trying to clear out most of the way. G2 finally get to grips of what's happening in the round, as you mentioned. And it's all about not letting it go to waste. Dropping it to the side here, that's a kill to be claimed all the way. Icy's there, Jorgamo! Running dead from a boat with the pellets and the shorty Valen.
He got that kill.
Quick on the cleanup.
Doable.
So G2 handle what was an incredibly chaotic round. I'm surprised that Trent invested the Tail ultimate out of that, but I also lost track of what was happening over towards A main. And there were double salvo kills. Ye and somebody else ended up running through A main, I think, and then just into the salvos at Arth. Was that...
Pick your poison.
Not just pick your poison, but they just didn't realize. They were caught in the midst of those cloud bursts and just didn't realize where the salvos were, popped out of it, and suddenly, as soon as they could see, there's danger all around them.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's
He's
not a
managed
big
to
deal.
Get his Teo ult online in that prior round with the benefit of
It's
the plan.
not a big deal.
Yay.
Our goats are 2 and 7.
In a lot of situations
He's
where
about
he
to
just
get 100
slowly
kills.
takes A control, looking for a duel that he would be favored in.
Oh, Teo's dead.
Sitting currently at 2 and 7. It's good Yuto to at least push Jorgamo out of the picture.
I think it's undeniable that Ye has to have a phenomenal game in order for EG to win and go to Toronto. It seems almost incomprehensible that EG would win with him not being the best performing player, because that's exactly how their Pearl has gone basically every other time.
Runs there, Jorg. Just missing. Dash still in the back pocket of Ye here, but it's
TP'd
flashes in
out.
your face, and that's going to be slowing you down still. There's that Armageddon.
Out.
Save
Good
for a spot like this
missiles.
one with
They
the
have all
someone's
sight.
in through the back.
So their missiles
I like that. He
connected
clears out
here and
Secret
here.
and he clears out Flowers.
Towards the top though, drop down! And oh my
good-
god,
good
how's Ye
entry.
getting that one? They want to take this fight all the way to them. It's going to take a lot to dislodge Trent from that
2-on-2.
spot. In that carnage once more, chaos. Trent contains them all!
That's a beast of a performance from Trent. Stuck in a tiny corner, he creates magic out of nothing. 11 and 6. He's had, maybe you could argue, a bit of a quiet game. He didn't dominate on Lotus. He
His
was there
stun
in the
was so
final
good.
round of Split, but otherwise it was all Leaf. But this is his map. And he stamps his authority upon the game. 4-4 and knocks EG down onto an eco once more. Rounds like that are why I think he's probably been the most impactful player of 2025, if you sum up the whole year so far. But they are going to need more of it.
More asked for from Ye himself. I mean, okay, that was
Fuck around, find out, Jonah.
Peak. If Nature hadn't got it, Ye was there.
Yeah.
And they've given that hero rifle to him. He goes forward, drops the Vandal, collects a Phantom, and now EG have 2 weapons to play with. It's Icy and Ye, the playoff duo. You do not want to be opted into that fight, Leaf, barely. Bit of bullet tag there could have been spelling defeat for him, but they've given up lane control completely. That's drone forwards. Leaf's fighting super aggressively.
Hyper committed angle.
Him,
hoping to get ahead of that timing. They thought it was
He hit the perfect timing.
But Leaf was there, getting active, and this is just a strange round entirely. Chance is still here. 2 players with the rifles in hand. Dash forwards to try and cut this one up, but there's a smoke to obfuscate. Off to the side and into the corner. A bit of spam will do the job there, and Valen steps forwards and around, waiting for that timing. Calls for it, but just about delayed. I mean, 35 seconds left with the spike in the middle of nowhere. They realize that Ye has to play into them.
The round is essentially over here. I mean, Ye, even if he was back to his absolute prime form, I don't see the win condition. The net is tightening. Players all around him, completely surrounded with 15 seconds left and the spike nowhere near.
Nowhere to run. Not even a chance to really plan at this point as well. There's Leaf.
For the wall to pop.
Hyper active in the moment.
Wait a second.
That was a super intelligent round for
Hey.
Leaf. The way that he responded after jiggle peeking and seeing 2 players in B-Link, he instantly comes out and tries to take an aggressive position at Pillar. He knows that these guys, this is the weak side of the hit. When EG run their B splits, the majority of the team is coming through mid. They're not coming through B main. They do it differently to a lot of other teams.
Is our
and so Leaf, he's watched the VODs, he knows his opponent. Know thine enemy. That is the definition of Leaf. He's out there playing TFT, watching VODs of his opponents. You're in ranked grinding. He's out there playing other video games and watching your VODs. He knows exactly what you're going to do before you even do it. And there he takes the perfect space over towards B-Long and deletes the weak side of the hit. Now, something else that I do want to point out, though, is that EG are putting a bit of a premium with Nature's Wall in their mid default. They're walling art on the attack side. So they're not saving it to watch the flank. They're not saving it for post plant.
They probably have to read that. G2 doesn't really use the flank too much.
Art.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is because they're anticipating an anti-strat.
Yeah.
EG know that they want to go and clear double doors early. G2 know that they want to go clear double doors early. So there is a potential timing to walk aggro in art. The thing is, though, I think G2 are just happy getting info on A. Like, A main is so empty of presence. And the way that Trent and Jorgamo are playing it, they always know if it's going to end up in an A split. Yeah. Because Trent's going to drone it, Jog's going to get
Potter
posted on it.
Potter got us.
This round, Jorgamo looking like
100%.
towards B-Long. Yeah, and it's another one of the rounds where EG are actually in that direction.
Found the
We saw
abuser.
this earlier on as well.
Another lurker. Yo, thanks for the tier 1.
Back end of that timeout here, EG are looking to see if they can stem the bleeding because that's 4 rounds in a row for G2.
The thing is, I don't see how Jorg gets value out of this because Icy's going to ult and then Jorg is going to have to leave the angle. Can he get something done before Icy ults? I mean, Icy's on the opposite side of the map.
Stepped up, just misses it with a flick of the wrist there. Has to commit it with the TP to back out and away.
So this really committed from EG without the assistance of their Yoru.
I'm
That makes me
confused
think it
what
might
the
even be
play
part of a
is.
fake.
Yeah, not sure where the presence is coming from, but
This
I
is
think
very
this
odd.
is going to be a real test of Leaf. It looks like Icy's going to ult over
just
towards
has
A
the
and
flash
trying to make
here.
it feel like an
Yeah,
A fake. Or
Where's he
trying to
gonna
make it feel
go?
like it's really A.
It's just him.
The question is whether Leaf buys
Crash
it.
is gonna
Solo pressure,
like fade
at
in like
best.
2 seconds.
To be honest, the gate crash has just disappeared, so Icy's missed his timing.
Yeah.
What's going
Can't
on?
regroup with the rest of the team. I think Leaf is fully aware. Look, no one from G2 is really budging from this position. They know.
This is a gnarly setup too.
Yeah, and that's the Leaf game sense again.
Sentinel Drift to try and clear through here. The trouble is this is going to be running dry ever so slightly, but he's got a TP to try and back in the way. He's going to try and point out some of these players for the rest of his team to try and take it. Steel Guard and forwards. Jorgamo goes for it.
30 seconds left.
Nice little attempt at that. Okay, indicators.
Yeah.
Yep, spelling it out. It's dangerous to be had onto the
Plan,
site.
good
EG
plan.
get themselves into
Well
it.
played.
Though. Good sees onto the 2 of them. It's an Armageddon. Clears the way most of the way in through the back of the site now.
Oh, we're
G2 are
chilling.
being slowed down themselves.
Trent's
5v5
utility
post.
basically solo clears sight, and now G2 can focus forwards.
Spam in through the smokes. G2, they need these kills and they need it bad. EG Dropping to the side here. The smoke's going to be dissipating. 3v4. Playing into the post plan and not expecting Ye to be just so tightly committed into that corner. Valen knows up the spot, but listen, it's all just disjointed in the end. EG.
Let's go.
Played immaculately.
Potter had us, Chad.
Fully evacuating off the site, knowing that G2 had the tools to clear it out.
And that's how EG need to be playing these post plans. Get back, get far away from the spike, rely on the fact that you have salvos, pull, spam to be able to work with. It's fine if Ye
This
plays
is going to be such a grind. If EG win this shit, it's going to be the biggest grind ever.
Spraying down two players that were miles away from each other. Leaf tapping.
El Diablo! Let's go, baby!
Hyping up Ye, who is at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. And if he takes over, if he makes the difference in this map, he could start propelling EG into the lead.
G2 forwards again. This is 4 players. In through lane. Money. It's going to a little bit skew whiff here, but EG forwards again.
They keep punishing that.
And repeat. Finding the kills. Jorgamo's turn next, and the flash is impeccable.
Yes.
Who will be the new challenger to step up to Ye at double doors? Send your best. He's in form.
Don't in.
I think G2 again with a great read that EG like defaulting over here.
But listen, they're already holding
Oh,
on this space, man. Doesn't matter.
It's just one by one.
They're
they
broke.
weren't willing to be patient and allow EG to be the ones stepping forward into their domain. They forced the fight.
Holy fuck.
Which is even the very best teams out.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty serious mistake there. And it means that EG, they take the lead in this half. And Jorg, he can't really buy. Valen, he's down to 100 credits. Leaf as well. The economy is going to be so bad heading into the next round for those 3 players. Trent, he needs to keep this rifle just so that he can drop one of them.
Yeah, he does.
Sideshow.
EG already going hunting.
EG, though, do tend to be slow in these kind of moments. They're not super quick on the trigger in terms of going and finding that player.
Josh is pissed.
He could updraft to check art, which would be ridiculous. It doesn't look like he's going to go for it.
Here they come. Spam into the box. Narrowly missed.
Trent needs this.
Desperate for it. He's got to try and hold on for as long as he possibly can.
And he is going to keep it.
Yeah, being swarmed, but it's going to be slow going, I think, for EG. Seconds dwindling down. To the wire there. It does keep the gun in the end.
Leaf, I think, does make a mistake there, trying to force the fight through the crack angle. You had 4 players stacked at double doors, waiting for the fight to come, and it was so close. If they hadn't taken contact early, I think EG would have committed. And G2 are going to take a tactical timeout here. There's only 1 round left in the half, but Josh RT,
I'm surprised they're
with his head
taking
in his
this.
hands, wants to make sure that G2 level things up.
They need something special.
Yeah, because the economy,
There wasn't really a
it is
time
dire.
for G2 to take a timeout all half because of how the rounds have played out. And so it almost feels like, I don't know, they're taking this with no money. Like, they have no money. I think, if anything, you should have taken that timeout before that last round. But it's hard to make that decision because they haven't strung together 2 rounds. And G2 were dominating the half. But now at the last second, it's going to feel like G2 is behind because they're broke. So now this round actually matters quite a bit. Yay, 4-1 on the First Bloods. Icy 3-1 on the First Bloods. Shit, dude. I do think the double duelists are going to need a little bit more this half. But I'll say, like, they have a double duelist with a Vice and having Yoru on there that can TP to both sides quickly. So this is bad. Like, their defense isn't going to be terrible.
Light armor.
Shouldn't
so G2 reading that Ye would go for something like this, or somebody on EG would go for it, and decided to invest in the full armor rather than the better weaponry. They come in with double Stinger and a Guardian.
A large group up again by G2.
Okay, double art.
Trying to learn a lesson, though, from last time. They're actually going to be taking the initiative themselves.
Good counter missiles
Forward,
right
Jorgamo's
away.
Backing out of there. An exchange, that's an updraft
Oh,
again.
through the window.
That's so sick.
Knives in his hand.
Yeah, he's the only player that I see going for that in the modern era. And yet he's been successful with it twice in recent history.
Timeless is the play. Clearance now for EG all the way through, and it's up to these G2 players to take risks of their own. Jorgamo repositions. He knows that they've lost control of art, and absolutely everything is caught for here. Straight shots, 140, barely alive.
G2 really are falling into the trap. The slow attack side defaults from EG are forcing G2 to go and look for information, especially with Trent down. They don't have the drone.
Yeah.
So they have to put their body on the line. They have to go and peek for info. And that means you run the risk of walking into Yay. They're worried that there could still be people in A
into
main.
the Vice
They don't really have util for it. I mean,
They're
Jonah
really
Peek could throw a
far
hole, to be
off
honest,
this rotate
but they need
right
to get
now.
a move
Like
on
really
re-clearing
far.
because all of these
But
G2
double
defenders are in the
thorns,
wrong
wall
spot.
flash,
Leaf,
like
Leaf
Leaf
is
could get
under
2.
mad pressure on B.
Already. 25 seconds left to play with here. Already dead in most of the util. That's a steel garden. The knives, they miss.
No.
Right click in hand, it's damage done. But Leaf is under scrutiny. It's all about what he can deliver from this spot and how much time can he buy for the rest of his squad to get in. The walls, Triad up and away. Cosmic Divide, it's chaos.
Fuck.
It's anarchy.
That was
For
insane.
EG.
I don't know how the fuck Derek got
Thrive.
that kill.
And look their best. 2 left to stand here for G2. Try and make a play forwards, cross section. Looking like all sorts of weird and wacky business. Step forwards and around. Another kill here and a rifle picked up at least, but Balin missed his chance
Damn,
and missed his
bro. That's a
opportunity.
really good half for
Two-round
EG.
lead here for EG.
Wow.
And I think a really respectable half from them. The later the half went on, the more G2 struggled, actually. Early on, they had a game plan that was working fairly well. Here's that replay. The flash, getting information that there's a player there, though I think they already knew, and the updraft as well. They were looking for that earlier on, and they commit with it there.
Come on. Oh my god, I got the op kill, thank the Lord.
EG can genuinely eliminate G2 here and go to Toronto. They have all the opportunity in the world.
You guys hear it? I heard it. That's it? Fuck. Just... Yo. They need this pistol, bro. They need this pistol, chat. They're 4-1 on pistols right now in this series. 4-1. They need to be 5-1. They need to be 5-1. They need it. For double duels on Pearl, when you say 7 is only okay? I think it really depends on how this pistol goes. I think there's a lot of variance, especially with the Vice. Like the Vice with the double duel. Vice Yoru specifically, because Yoru can kind of be in both the sites.
This pistol roundup coming.
I think the Vice Yoru Neon
these teams, of course, because
is actually
on the line.
more
G2,
dangerous.
it
Like
was
the
almost
defense
like
is
expected,
very
anticipated
hard to
that
deal
just
with
from the
because of
beginning. A
how
lot of people
quickly
really saying,
the
okay, well,
duelists
of course
can be
they're
at
gonna
both
there.
sites.
But now they are being pushed to the brink by an EG team.
Like when I watched
that has
G2
just
play
had
the
an
double duelists on
unlikely
Pearl,
resurgence, like nothing we've seen in quite some time.
it's
Genuinely,
very difficult
maybe the
for
most
them.
recent time we've seen it was when EG did it
Even
in
with
2023,
their
when
structure,
they went on a run
to not run into
themselves.
stacks.
And that is a scary thing indeed to think about.
The echoes are unmistakable. And yet, G2 have got to dig deep and find it within themselves to be able to live up to their own expectations and the expectations of the fans around them. G2 have also only won 1 pistol round so far. So they really need to step up and draw this one level at 7-7.
Forwards as IC steps up, but that is a heavy, heavy. Presence going to be waiting for him here. Quick evacuation. That's Superman. Doesn't want to be caught out into the open by it. Good opening kill for G2.
Full rotate off B.
At this point, it's about how you convert it into the round.
They had some really clean 5v4s on Lotus, and a lot of them disappeared out of their grasp.
Yeah, they raid boss
Can't
strong.
afford for
Yeah.
mistakes like that. EG have been really good,
Good
even
call.
when they're a player down.
G2 don't do that very
Nobody
often.
Lying over towards B. Triple push though.
Good
Reclearance into
timing
mid.
on this push.
They've got information for when
Leaf looks
G2
like he's
actually
staying
execute
here
because
for a
they still
Thorn
have the
lineup.
ball over there. Nature's going to be providing that info.
Forwards here. There's going to be lineups going up and over. All you hear the footsteps, the rumble. It's all quiet, all sneaky for now. Wall not even going to be triggered either. Yay, just spotting most of this one out here. Stepping forwards though, that's G2.
Bring them down.
Quick to lay claim to this site. Looking very much open here. Step to the side. That's Nature. Dealt with. Round. Everything going right. Here for
4 and 2
G2.
pistols.
They've been struggling to keep their heads above water when it comes to these pistol rounds. Derek is going to make a decent go of things. Salvo's in the back pocket, but too many obstacles to really overcome. One at a time.
We take these kills.
All he can really do, and he's going to try his best. Already taking out the one, but now here's that discipline. Contact caught and a round finally claimed here. Second one in the series, as you already said, Josh.
Couldn't be a more important opportunity for G2 to win their second pistol round out of 6 that were available in this series. You know, even if they'd lost there, that might have been an opportunity for G2 to force up. Like we've seen, they love going for the stingers if they get the plant down, but they were clean.
Chat, you know what I'm thinking right now, right?
They better use the event. They're going to want to ride forward.
They have coming out of
the other side players to disrupt, like Ye, who's picked
That's
up
a comms video.
He hasn't really activated in this map yet.
I meant to post
Every
this.
other time we've seen
This is Ye. This
Ye's
round.
been playing Jet. He's put on a marvelous performance.
That's what we need. We need that energy.
And they're so close. This would be
Wait,
an
3 off of
outrageous
ult? We take
upset
that.
for EG to take. Pretty similar to the outrageous upsets they've already delivered against C9 and crew.
Yeah, it's been countless
4A,
times now.
vice mid.
At a certain point, you have to start putting respect onto their names, but for now, staring at the backside of this one. Oh, Leaf not caught out into the open.
Ooh, they're backing
G2
out.
sensing danger here, and
I'm
EG
kinda
have
surprised they
stacked
backed
this A
out.
site. Here. A little bit similarly to their pistol round, so maybe that's giving us a hint as to Potter's strategy on the defense. Leaning the defense pretty heavy on A, and then playing a B retake kind of setup. I think it's dangerous to play B retake against an Astra Tejo composition, because these post plants are nasty. But think back to Lotus.
You guys
only won 1 out of 7 of the post
I'm
plants.
not.
I don't think it's going to be the same on this
Stop.
map. Chaos, though, caused by nature, or at least attempted. He gets dealt with very quickly by the pack.
You already mentioned it as well. Post plants were a bit of a problem for that first map, but G2 did correct the course, at least for split. It's definitely sailed them towards a pretty decent win here. There's going to be Salvos to delay. Being used to buy a bit of time here for the EG players to try and get themselves in, but the post plant positioning is pretty good here for G2.
That's a good one to have right now, I think.
EG going to be finding it hard, I think, to dislodge most of these players, especially holding tight angles. Thorns just going to be ticking down the clock.
Here.
There's a chance there for Ye. Time is going to be ticking. Damage done to Jorg. 1 shot to the body. He's a jar with a movement. Sidesteps it. Big reveal into Icy as well. Just trying to push these players out of the position. Superman does drop it, at least with the classic in hand, but instantaneous with the trade. And yeah, that's a shorty seen and watched for. Not quite a flawless, but G2 are happy to take it with 4 players surviving.
What does EG's defensive setup look like now that they can get rifles online? Yay, not able to pick up an operator. They haven't got the economy going for that. They didn't win the pistol. But first they've got to deal with the bonus round.
I fear the double duelist on defense.
Where they can rely on their
The
playoff
defense
form.
ain't it.
They have been
It's
so
not
much better
happening.
in playoffs.
They're going to
This
run
is what
right
we saw from
through
them in the
us.
regular season.
I am
It's all smiles
losing
still from
confidence
nature. The score's
fast.
7-7. But this round, I think, is going to tell us a lot.
Double missiles, one in main,
Util.
one at the entrance to prevent the
G2.
push.
Gabriel control towards
Yes,
A main,
all
building
for
towards
bonus,
these has
dude.
dimensional drift.
And he's out.
TP's back to
But
spawn.
Ye doesn't know that.
Even Valen inserted as well. Steadily making their way over towards B though.
And looking like they want to set up for a B split. Now, I said earlier that EG, normally the strong side of their B split is
What
going to be
is
through
this
mid.
copy
For G2,
bot?
it's going to be the opposite. Strong side goes through B main. So Jorg, he's going to be looking to give information. Find where the anchor is playing, and that is Icy, at least for now.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Spotting out.
Cutting through. Here.
They crash all the way back for a bit of safety. Salvo's into the back, and that has caught. Icy unaware, revealed up to the side. A spam will do it. Supplements it with most of that util. Backside control is theirs. EG will try and play this one back, but this is an onslaught. Aggression is caught for G2, tempering it at the right times. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to overplay their hands. Jonah P, full stick now in through for it, and up towards the top as that smoke dissipates. These EG players are being picked apart, but maybe Superman and Ye can activate.
Okay, 3 on 2.
Finding a few kills in a row. Ye comes alive.
We've been waiting for the Yay round all map. Every other time we've watched him on Pearl, he's turned up.
What?
And it took until round 15 in a 3v5, I think that was? With better weaponry, admittedly, but they still shouldn't have been that clean.
I want to see that
These
replay.
kills all come through almost at the same time. Credit to Superman too,
my
because he managed to pick up
God.
a couple. But Yay, it's super
Damn.
clean and with a lineup.
Oh my god!
On Trent.
I hit that voice crack, bro.
I hit that voice crack.
You're allowed to in those kind of big moments. Potter can't believe it. That's the same kind of facial expression that she was
I
making
hit
on
that
Lotus when Yay was
voice
putting out
crack.
Magic. And if he starts doing it
Icy
again,
is so funny on the
well,
listen-ins.
EG might be booking their tickets.
I love the Icy listen-ins.
One of the most unlikely of scenarios here. G2 are going to be doing everything in their power to make sure that is not the case.
If they pull it off, I mean, it's got to rank highly as one of the most ridiculous runs we've seen in Americas.
Absolutely.
Along with EG 2023, you know, Crew on
He's
the
doing the
ridiculous
thing.
LCQ run.
He's doing the
This
thing.
is a run for the ages if EG can pull it off.
Yay.
Diabolical behavior.
Bit of pressure there with a Prowler. Does give up the space, though. It's all quiet for G2.
Dude.
Walking up on the backside of this one, trying to obfuscate the intention. Hit's going to be coming through at a moment's notice onto A, and it's all going to be down to Derek. Supermundo, reinforcements arriving, and now, less of a worry now for that Arc control. There's 48 seconds left. TP spotted, broken. No chances to be taken here, and G2 are going to get a bit of a scurry on, but they haven't broken any of this util.
No, it doesn't look like a good pivot here, does it? The defense is still really spread out. Tons of Vice utility already implanted on the B site.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
going to be an extremely difficult nut to
Even a
crack.
clone, dude. We put the fucking
And there's so
clone
little
here.
time on the clock.
How did they get it done?
We're
I
swinging
guess
with
the
a
only
Vice Flash
advantage for
clone.
G2 is that it's
Oh,
only
we
Nature
are.
home.
Please, Nature.
Nature.
Convert
Stronghold
here.
set up.
Double flashes with a clone like this.
Put down the Thorns. Delaying most of this one here. There's only 13 seconds left and the plan needs to go down. It needs to be spotless. They haven't cleared back halls yet. Sees.
No!
Combined. Kills are going to be found, but with 5 seconds
time.
left.
Wait.
You can find the pocket. And it's kills claimed. Dropping players like flies. The round is
Live
over.
evil!
They realize it. They know it.
That utility forcing Trent to plant out in the open. He was doomed. As soon as the clock was down that low, he was doomed. And with every round that continues here, it gets more and more likely that your tournament favorites in Americas are going home and not able to go for that
What a
repeat
flood.
attempt at a grand finals, another chance at a global trophy. G2 are going to take a tactical timeout.
How does Nature still have his voice,
Josh
dude?
RT forced to intercede on G2's behalf. Their economy is pretty tragic, but it looks like, from what we can see, Josh is telling them to force up, and he's giving them a specific strat.
There's a
because
lot.
G2 are going for it with Bulldogs, Stingers, that kind of stuff. And on the other side, EG should be thinking that they'll be set up pretty
Bro,
to
these
extend the
coaches
lead
are
to
going
3.
crazy right now.
Potter's got to be giving them some slight tweaks, but otherwise, what's been working has been working.
And this is a gambit by G2, by Josh.
Potter likes where the players are right now, I can
I
tell.
think as well, the full force. When you're already
She gave like an idea.
down for
They're
G2,
agreeing with her.
That's a massive difference when you get this late into a series, when you get this late into a map. It's going
9-7,
to define the midway portion of your careers.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Ender. This is going to be one of the defining matches for G2. And you know what? If they win it, if they make Toronto, maybe people will forget about it. Maybe people won't remember G2 squeaking past EG. But if they don't, it will be defining for this year because it'll mean they miss out on an entire global event, another opportunity at going for a trophy. And that's what this team was aiming for right from the beginning of this year.
Talk about defining for a team like EG.
Melody
Expectations
modes.
Right at their lowest.
They have a high-low right now on A.
Scrapped together with players that no one really wanted. Second chances offered up really for that chance to play in Tier 1. These EG players are hungry to prove absolutely everyone wrong.
And you know what? It's not a
Trent
full
and
force for
Jonah
G2.
one off
There's
all.
only one player that's gone for the full hero buy, and that's Jorgon. The rest will still be able to get a buy together in round 18, so it's not as dangerous as it looks. It's not as big of a gamble that Josh RT has called. They're defaulting, getting rid of
Seeing
the
the
Vice
Astra
roll over
doesn't
towards
mean
Art early
anything.
on.
Global
And it looks like
util.
this time maybe they'll commit to the A
Usually
split.
a liquor
Haven't run
aiming
too many of
anyway.
these. The drone over
I like the
towards B
idea
is
to
gonna
push
keep
into
A
the Astra.
anchored. Derek goes walkabouts.
And spotted out there, Valen Do you turn up the heat? Do you try and apply that pressure? Here it is coming
Great
from the
kill.
side and round and wide to pull to try and offset most of this one here. But a big reveal and an even bigger kill. Valen is quick to drop onto that one. Superman trying to hold us back with a close me divide. It's going to split up and divide most of this site now.
All three
G2 ready to get
spawn.
themselves into the post plant.
4 on 3.
Great patience there, waiting for the ult.
They're
Are
playing
they ready to
up.
fight?
They're on
They're
double
going for it with
dugout.
the
Yes, Nightfall primed and ready. It's going to be cutting away absolutely everything. Sound cues down and out and around.
They see the
Nothing
trails.
else to really step past this one as a threshold.
They know
of their
all
own
3
making,
spawn.
But lying in wait, just seeking to delay and deny this chance here for them. Staff. It's Valen looking to dominate and take control of the round itself. And what a call to make. What a play to make overall. G2. Not done yet.
Valen did a really, really
Not
good job
punished
living
for
it,
going for
man.
that hero buy on that single player.
Valen
They're now going to have the economy
is
to
like
go
the
forward.
silent
What
winner
a
of that
pivotal
round.
that was. It's now knocked the economy down of EG. Ultimates are going to start to get online for G2. And look at how good this team is at maximizing bad weaponry.
The repositioning main, living on the push.
reactive push through Art was perfect. Leaf hits a shot with the Sheriff. Valen always playing inside the smokes. And it's writ across Icy's face. Their opportunity to dominate this game may have just slipped away.
Yeah,
Now
I think
it's
they
all
should have
gonna be
committed
a
the
heavy
Astra. They were
grind.
worried. I think someone else was protecting the
Still getting
Astra.
it done though. If only they keep that belief and the proactivity.
Yay. Very aggressive. Dash is primed. Putting out the drone. Doesn't even use the dash to get the hell out of there. He's still staying around.
And even if they hadn't used that double initiating
They used
utility to clear, they
Clone,
still have
Prowler, Vice Flash.
confident right now. There
Bro,
is
they used a
nobody
lot.
mid.
Teo drone.
Well, that
And
just
they
means
didn't even clear the deep lines of mid out with that stuff.
might have gone a walkabout somewhere else, and you can see he's getting set up over on A main this time.
If EG can manage to get lucky and get a first blood, it would be insane. Because of how much util G2 is used.
Heading its way over towards the B side. Icy is going to try and drop this one down and shut it down entirely. Just a Bucky and Hanley barely gets away scot-free. Armageddon is going to be creating some carnage now. Slicing up most of the site. There's a timing to be getting all the way back in the end. Connector is the name of the game. G2 are trying to run a bit of a swindle on them. All the way though, Icy is all in through the back of that A main control is going to be critical. Superman's going to lock this one down. Time of the essence once more.
Fuck, this is
They
a
have
big
to clear
fight.
A main.
Astra's A main.
G2, they need that extremity control. Leaf, yes, you found it. Consolation prize indeed, but Superman reveals his hand. Drops off control of this one. G2 are the ones that are going to be feeling the heat. Can you turn around and manage it in time? There's no cleanup. This is them being picked apart at the seams.
2-on-2.
Trent, last one to start. Hit a 1v3, make it a 1v2. Now 1v1.
He blinded himself.
Died.
Dude, no.
Ridiculous! Ridiculous from Trent. Leaf was miles away. It really was the 1v2, 1v3 on the site there that Trent pretty much had to win.
Oh, no.
Leaf had got stuck on the B insert, completely out of the fight. And Trent did it all in an uncomfortable spot. Manages to find the pick onto Superman and turn around, deal with the flash, and clean up Icy. Monumental. G2 not even forced to ask the question of could Leaf deal with that. Okay, navigated. But that was just an eco for EG. Now we get to see them with rifles and ops. Yay. Picks that one up. He has the knives in the back pocket too. They break drone early, which is going to allow him to step up. And what is this?
Whoa!
Takes a peek. Takes a shot.
Is that Osboss?
Through the back as well. Icy will be pushed out.
Oh my god, my goat is so back, bro.
Teach them the name El Diablo. Hasn't been heard rattling around people's brains for quite some time.
I mean, if used at all in the last couple years, it's been used ironically, sarcastically, referring back to a peak that most people thought Ye would not return to, and yet
Holy shit.
this run
Please
has really
convert this,
showcased he's
EG.
still got it. He still can be a powerhouse that takes people to podium finishes, perhaps. Who would have thought this EG
Giving him a
team
lot of
would be on the
space.
precipice of making top 3 in Americas?
Worried about like the
making a global.
Visal in like a deep
G2
post
stands in
plant
their
right
way,
now.
But it's a 5v3 in this
G2 is
round,
going to take
and
what's
EG
given
with
to
all
them.
of the advantages. They're playing safe. They're playing
There's no point
disciplined.
in
Derek just
egg-secking
spotting.
from 3 and 5 here.
Towing around Derek.
Oh,
Take it out.
there's
Punish.
the
Steel
deep ult I
Guard
was
is gonna
talking
be used
about.
almost immediately here. G2 taking no chances.
Ay,
So they
ay,
can be super confident, but they've lost Trent, so no salvos in the post plant. They're forced to try to make a play. And this double push.
Double push.
Valen and
They're double flanking.
Leaf,
Are
is he
you
gonna find
fucking
anything?
joking me?
Oh, this is mad.
also being called for as well. This is it. Of course, you've got to take risks for G2. It's a
Gotta
3v4.
joke me,
You need
bro.
these kills, and you need them now, and they're going to be finding it. Icy drop down, but that really does reveal the hand. And a whiff. Jonah P can't quite manage the control of this one. That's going to be the pull rattled off nice and early, but they flipped the map entirely. Knives to the side, run into the
Whoa.
side. Yay!
Last blade
Shuts it
refresh.
down, slicing
Holy
and
fuck,
dicing.
dude.
4 kills.
Woo.
For El Diablo.
Whew.
And he might be the king of hell, but he is ice cold on this stage right now.
Damn, Brent's
He's managed
crushing
to push
it.
himself back up to the top of the
Let's
scoreboard
go.
for EG.
Go to Cass.
If you were wondering, when is this guy going to come online? Well, it's rounds like this. He's had 2 of them so far on defense, where he just completely takes over. And this still had a lot of danger into it. Yes, the post-plant positioning is not actually great. Nature can tuck around on a steel box, and Leaf was left at Flowers, not really able to do much.
Let's go.
Josh can feel the game slipping away. There's
Econ's
only
still
one
there. No,
round
no,
in
no.
it.
Econ
But the
there still.
momentum, honestly, feels like it's there with EG.
Huge fucking
Fast and
round,
loose.
Chad.
4-4 by GT.
Huge fucking
Two, I should
round.
say.
Jorg, he gets the ult online.
Quite literally, I think
G2
this round is the game.
Normally pretty good in rounds like this.
Like,
but Jorg can sometimes overheat when the pressure's on in spots.
maybe not for
With his
EG,
ultimate.
but for G2, they kind of need to win this
He's on
shit.
an aggressive line. It's really difficult to get anything done with the op when your opponent has
They
a
want to
Euro.
reverse clear street.
Who's next? Trying for the reclearance out through A
Into
main. It's going to
R.
be dimensional drift as well, pushing forwards. Not too
Broke
much
the
following
TP.
many of these plays whatsoever, but there it is. Reveals it with the hand itself.
God.
Jungman steps
They're
up to
ignoring
it.
the
He's being
Yorwall.
challenged, and a hell of a task as well to try and defend these players.
Good Cloudburst will
Cloudburst
live, bro.
obfuscating, trying to
Run.
hide it all. And yay, the thief in the night, he's managed to escape it.
Holy shit, Dirk!
My God!
Oh.
What a time to step up, what a time to come alive. G2
1 on
though.
2.
Do not doubt them in their spots, and for Trent to do it all now. In a
Oh
1v2.
my God.
Angle to the side, yay! Delivers the death blow.
They're feeling it.
So much focus in that round.
Oh my
for
God.
G2 was on taking Ye out of the fight. They spotted
Dude.
him with the Prowler, and they were so focused
They
on him.
stood their
they weren't
ground
ready for
against the
Superman.
Yorwall.
And then they
I
were so focused
cannot
on Ye
believe
again,
it.
They weren't ready for Derek.
Beautiful
who sprints around
Cloudburst.
the
Good
corner with a
exit by
2K.
Ye.
Ye was an incredibly expensive
Good rotate in by
decoy that
Derek.
round.
Holy
But
shit,
what
man.
works. And EG on an eco now have to make something work with the Stingers. Otherwise, EG are going to have 3
They have money in the tank, though. This
qualification
isn't.
points. 3 opportunities to convert
It's not an
and make
all
it
in,
to
bud.
Toronto. Eliminate the tournament favorites, the team that nobody doubted would make it.
2 on A. Yoru TP coming
Now
in.
pushed to that brink. So much ass of them. With scraps, bottom of the bargain bin is what they're working with to try and convert around like this.
And yet aren't G2 so good at putting themselves in position to make the Stingers look broken? If any team could do it with a bad buy like this, it would be G2.
How do you get it done? Yes, you have mid-control. Lying in wait, watched for by EG. That's Ye with the operator onto the one side.
I hate how low EG's
You're
money
looking
is
for
right now,
information,
bro. I
and then you're
fucking
probably
hate it.
sight smoking. You know, if Valen has 2 smokes, he can pop them either side of that default, and you try to close the gap.
Looking to try and go into this one, a bit of stray spam as well. Trent
And
catching a
by
ball to the
slash
leg there,
clears
alive
all of
in
dugout
time for
out,
the
so they
plan
know no
itself
one is
here. Now he
dugout
is
right now.
hyper-committed indeed.
They do
Salvos
deep missiles
clearing
to
away.
take all of the
Space to be
deep
called for. G2 want to try
spawner.
and fight for this one too for Nail, but Derek right back
What a
at you. It's an
stun, bro.
exchange and a handshake
Annoying.
with a util in hands, but here's that steel guard and Nature lying in wait and lets it loose now.
Oh shit.
Eyes on Jorgamo inside that smoke and the timing! Timing barely going his way here, but that's into his face!
What?
Jorgamo! Knives out! No escape from that one here, round to the side! It's such a quick response in EG! Finds that 2v2,
No.
9 seconds on salvos for Trent!
No stick inside, gonna be occurring for now as well, but straight spam has to do it, Superman sticking, straight shot, knives out, running it down!
What are the chances in this round that G2 come out on top? They have plot armor. It's ridiculous. Jorgamo's been, I don't know, traveling to London or something.
Not again. They're not doing it to me again. They're not doing it to me again. It's not happening again, chat. It can't happen twice. These motherfuckers are doing it again to me.
I knifed the guy again. I always get a knife kill.
And they've broken the
I'm fucking, I cannot believe it,
To
man.
take a tactical timeout. Her last one of the
Fucking
map.
guys,
Moment
they
to
don't
catch her
lose.
breath.
Yeah.
Just lose.
It all looks like EG were on the precipice of winning.
God
They were
damn
about
it.
To go into a situation.
He gets a knife kill?
Where they were up 12-9.
Oh my
chances.
God.
For at least one of them, surely. Maybe G2 could have clawed it back to OT, but OT
Bro.
would have been guaranteed. And now, no such safety net.
Yeah, he got bit by Dogamo.
A favorite to tie up Pearl. And it is tense out there. How have the last 3 games for G2 been this good? We thought there was going to be an enormous gap between G2 and the rest of the pack in Americas. This, I'm not going to lie. Listen, I'm Ride or Die Americas, but this was looking like a one-team region a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, it was.
Like 3 weeks ago or something, G2, they had head and shoulders clear of everyone in Americas. And you can argue over whether it's a slump in their form, a step up in everybody else's, but there is no denying that G2 have been putting on ridiculous entertainment in their loss to SEN.
Bro.
The win over
The
100
games
Thieves,
are fucking
and whatever
insane.
the hell this is going to end up being against EG.
G2's games are
I'm sure it doesn't feel good for them.
incredible.
No, the tension on the stage.
Probably
is
literally
cinema.
taking like
It is
5
cinema
years
to
off of
watch
Josh's
it.
life.
But you can cut the tension with a knife
That's
that's
actually the
occurring.
art wall. I think
EG
it's broken.
staring at the barrel of an equalized map so far. Lighter weaponry at hand for them, and G2, they're relentless.
This is one of those spots where you just got to be clean. G2 are the ones that really control the tempo here. You've got to avoid running into stacks, and you've also got to avoid EG closing the gap on the retake. Now, they don't have a bunch of stingers. It's only Nature that has one. So you're worried about a classic from Icy
This
and
is
Superman.
definitely a
It
missile
really doesn't look that dangerous.
100% this game
he's
is
got a
okay. At least he has a
marshal.
gate crash.
We've seen what the Ecos can do in this game already.
He's got full control over towards A main as well. He's got a heavy emphasis. Some guesswork from EG as well.
Has
You
he
can
even
see
got a
the player
single
position.
Marshall
Derek
kill,
is
bro? This guy's
running
trying to
and
jinx the Marshall
Derek is
kill?
late here. Doesn't matter that EG have the weaker weaponry. Derek has
No.
salvers. He's got an ult.
And the stack is going to be in position.
Zavos, where the hell do you run? Where the hell do you hide? Nowhere to go still. Cut up to the corner here. Icy's feeling like it needs to make a play forwards and around. Jorgamo trying to lay claim to most of the site. Still, there needs to be that clearance, and it is there eventually. Trading, dislodging Icy from that spot.
Rounds like this, you get to see that discipline from G2. They look clinical there, dealing with that stack, flushing out every little danger, and making sure that they tie up the score to 11-11. Round 17 and round 21 completely redefining this map. And both of them,
Does he have enough to up here, chat?
G2. EG, if they end up losing here, are going to be looking back at both of those and just feeling sick to their pits of their stomach. Here's another one, though.
That's okay.
And this one is going to take one of these teams
Jaws,
to
your
a
ult
match point.
again. Fuck.
Guns v guns, 11-11. Similar beginning here from G2. Drone forward to clone on top of it. Gets broken though. Wall's not going to be triggered. That was the goal genuinely here for G2. A lot of Utopian temp forwards though once more with that Cosmic Divider aiming to fake it, to try and pull these EG players away, but they're up through mid, still walking around the site. Does anything give this one up? It's already a gate crash all the way through into the back of their spawn as well. Reinforcements can arrive
Where
at
is
EG.
Jorg going?
Jorg is
Okay.
going all the way.
I
He's
see
going
clear
to
it all
where's he
out.
going? Revealed in hand, spotting his players out, trying to dominate
good trade.
the map. Yay! On his perch, on his high ground position, EG. We're not
God.
to be moved from that fade. From the
No!
Salving the covers to Sal, but a mistake is made.
No!
All the way from behind. G2 laying claim and laying siege all the way to the
No,
side. There's no
dude!
stopping this train right now.
And Jonah P, the lone Canadian that we could even send from Americas to Toronto, he gets the job done with a 3K. He's been quiet in this map, setting up the rest of his team, but he wants to get there and play in front of the home crowd. One round separates G2 from Toronto. You see what it means to them. EG, they could have been in control there.
No,
and Ye,
bro.
with a dash in, a bit of an overheat, and suddenly it all goes wrong.
The
EG are on a triple
4-on-2
Guardian
in.
fight. It's nothing.
No way,
It's
bro.
desperation at its core. And all for just a chance of overtime. G2, they're in the driving seat. They're looking for much more.
No.
First kill claimed, answered back immediately. Superman, quick with the trigger.
And this is where the players can get a bit ahead of themselves, the adrenaline absolutely pumping. Jorg got one, and instead of playing the 5v4, he swings forward, punished by Superman. Now droning out A, trying to keep the A players anchored to their spots, while the spike makes its way over towards B. A site thus far undefended.
When we needed Ye the
Gatecrash
most,
just
he yoyed.
expired on B as well. And
He
EG,
yoyed
doubled
us.
up to defend double doors.
It's
There's
all
nobody
good.
coming in
On
that
got
direction.
us.
G2 may end up here having a free plan and being able to play posts with Trent and Valen. Things all look set up and tidy.
Oh, this does not look good,
G2
bro.
to be able to make it through.
Oh, fuck.
See the
Derek
wall
has ult
starts
though to clear
down.
out back all.
It's going to spell it out nice and pretty here. You've got to try and be coordinated here. Triple jump up, over and around. G2. Clone dealt with backside control. It's going to be there. But
Double
Derek
flank.
has an ult lying in wait. This is Jonah
Hopefully
People
so much
taking this one as
shit's
well.
going on
Taking
that they don't
timing
even
and a
realize
bit of
this
damage in
wall
the
is tripped.
process.
Ready? Pop the ult, Derek.
Doubled up.
Pop the ult.
EG.
No.
It's all on the line here and now, and G2,
G2 are pushing.
Yes,
Oh my
matters
God.
into their own hands. They realize it. Armageddon.
Derek,
They're
ult
going to take the
spawn,
fight
fuck.
to him.
Please.
Don't
No,
let
no.
EG take the
Not
initiative.
this
Don't
one.
let them take that space and timing. Blind, out and around. Derek, he needs more than that. He goes down on a second thought. And this wraparound is rapid indeed, but EG have got to do it all. Just nature and Superman side by side. Backs against the wall, shots need to range supreme, but G2 have a date with destiny. A ticket to Toronto, secured in their back pocket.
Man.
What grit and determination.
What a team to
So
actually
many
close out
moments
these
on
fucking
Pearl
games.
Where it felt like EG could have been
You
in
can't
control,
keep getting
and yet
away
G2
with
denied
it.
them. Turned their dreams to ashes at every twist.
He
and
can't keep
turn.
getting away with it.
Round 17, round 21,
Pearl.
round 23 as well, all massively pivotal. All went the way of G2.
Man.
And heartbreak for these evil
I
geniuses
root for
players.
them on Pearl, they lose to T1. I root against them on Pearl, they fucking win
Nobody
with some
thought
bullshit.
that they could make it to this point. Nobody thought that they would be pushing G2 in a series like this.
G2 trying to make me a fucking
They
hater.
proved that they are a team to watch in stage
Man.
2. But it's a long way before those matches begin.
God, they were so
we're not gonna be
close,
seeing
dude.
these faces for a while. They were within touching
Oh my
distance of
god.
Toronto.
EG played so well,
But
bro.
that dream was dashed and denied
The
by
stinger
G2.
by 4 on
The
2.
tournament favorites who have scraped through in games now against 100 Thieves and EG.
Pushed to the limits.
You would not have believed
That's
it if we told
crazy.
you that at the start of the stage.
Yeah,
Oh,
and there
I
it
love
is.
that shot.
Jorg
That's a
giving
great
respect
shot.
to his former coach.
That's a great
and they
shot.
were pushed to the brink. A sigh of relief on the faces of these G2 players, but they have earned their opportunity to fight for another
Powder's
global
such a real one.
trophy. I can't imagine what it feels like for those players. And they've
Oh,
got more matches ahead of them in Americas, a
man.
domestic trophy to fight for.
G2 have
But they don't look
such
like the
fucking
solid
heart.
favorites that we thought they were gonna be.
But regardless of all of that, the big ticket item was going to Toronto. They get it done. Tenuous was the fashion, really just pushed all the way to the brink. G2, they bring the best out of some of these teams, I think. Everybody
Oh,
wants to bring their A game
God,
against
man.
one of the top dog teams of Americas. They get their chance, really, to right some wrongs of the past. This G2 squad has been struggling ever so slightly. They want to try and make it to Toronto. They've made it here and now. They're going to get a chance as well to see if they can run it all the way back, to see if they can lift a global trophy.
What is
You're
up
looking
with
at this
G2's
series
Pearl
right here.
just...
I gotta say, Leaf played an outrageously good game. He was the carry on Split that made
He was
sure
missing
that they
map
won
one.
the second map in the series. And then he comes through again with another great performance, drops 21 kills in this map too. But there's 3 players that are dropping
Why
over
did I
20
say he
here
was
for G2.
missing, bro?
Valen having a
Why
massive
did I
resurgence
say
in
it?
form to come through at the end, but also Trent and Leaf,
No.
players that have just been rock solid for G2 this year.
See how much it means to them.
And Jonah B
Damn.
gets to play
I love
in
hearing
front
Leaf
of a
do
home
that, though,
crowd.
I'm not gonna lie.
Probably the
You
only
hear Leaf pop
Canadian
off like
player
that?
that we'll see representing
They
Canada
deserve
in
this
Toronto.
shit. Let's
I think
be
the only
real.
other possibility is Koala Noob from Na'Vi. And I don't know if he's going to make it. Listen, I don't want to throw shade, but that's unlikely.
Yeah.
Then again, so was EG, and we saw what almost happened today. What a run this almost was, but it honestly, it still was a crazy run from EG.
No, it was.
This was a team that was 4th in their group,
Yeah.
and then ended up 4th in America.
You have to give credit to EG for this
And
run.
everybody wanted to doubt them for the longest
Crazy
time.
run.
Even when they're making this run, this stretch in through the lower bracket, they got denied at the final hurdle here.
They proved themselves as a
Potentially
team
extending
here.
and seeing how far they could really push themselves, I think, as well at Toronto. They have that break now. They are eliminated from our Stage 1 playoffs, but this is an EG squad that is heating up, not just at the right time now. They're giving you hope almost, I think, as well.
Yeah, it's a good time to look like this ahead of Stage
You're
2.
seeing this competitiveness just seep through in almost every single team, bringing that A game.
So we got our third team
Every
now.
time they play against a team like G2, genuinely everybody wants to bring it.
In
I
Toronto.
think Ye and Icy and their playoffs form,
Map
that's going to be a
resets.
big thing to watch heading into Stage 2. Can they keep it up? Does the team continue to improve with this
Yeah, I
long
think
gap that we
Icy
have
has looked
before Stage 2?
incredibly good
But
throughout
again,
this run.
EG are
Obviously,
now out,
yeah,
and the
yes.
focus is on our
Obviously.
Toronto team.
And
So which
Superman
we know
has
them
been
all.
delivering
And I'm
non-fucking
going to
stop
send
for
it
this
down on the
team.
stage. River standing by for that
That guy's
Verizon
the real
post-match
deal.
interview. You don't want to miss it. Take it away, Riv.
Overall stats here.
Thank you very
Man.
much, gentlemen. Great cast in the day. And I do have a squad of G2 members down here. We got
Leaf went from
Valen, Trent,
first
and
map
Josh
struggles.
RT. They're here, but they've also
top
booked
frag.
a ticket to Toronto. Josh, I got to
First
ask you
map
first,
was
coming
rough.
to you, it looked like there were a lot of nerves coming into today, and
Yeah.
Potter even said she's going to attack those nerves. Talk to me about the kind of anxiety you might have felt coming into today in a position we don't normally see G2.
I mean, at this point, we're always known for these bangers now. Like all these matches, they're coming down to the wire, and honestly, like we're in such a special position to learn from those mistakes, and like we're so grateful for these opportunities. And I'm constantly seeing my players grow throughout all these battles, and to finally overcome it and book our ticket, amazing.
In a battle, again, on Pearl, when a map comes at your team like this and it seems to be a pain point, how do you approach it differently? How do you make sure it's a victory?
I mean,
Damn.
sometimes it's a player-led
Balance.
thing. you
Trying to
know?
hold
Like,
it together.
I can only say so much in my timeouts. I've been talking to both Jake, Trent, my whole team outside of practice about like trying to step up individually in terms of leadership, making sure like we are composed in those moments.
Okay.
And you know, it's just seeing it in action. It's always so beautiful to me.
Amazing. Valen, I want to come to you, man. It's been some long and tough series you've been playing in, maybe even aged you a bit with these.
Bro.
What's it been like to call kind of near at the top of your game? Have to
Trent's
keep
looking
these
at his
pressure
boy like,
games
hold
all the
together,
way
man.
To the final round of that third map. What's that been like?
It's hard to start, honestly. This past couple weeks have been pretty difficult for us as a team. Like, we're trying to get better. We know we can play better. Everyone can step up, but sometimes in the matches it's getting closer than we like, and we're just messing up little things, and it's just so annoying. You know, it's so annoying. We could be doing so much better. But to close out today means the world to me because, dude, I love playing with these guys so much. It's what I do every day. It's my life. So to not have it end today and actually go to Toronto, just
How can you not root for this guy, man? This is like all this guy cares about right now. Damn, man. I love Valen as an IGL.
Wow.
As a fucking human, man.
Yeah, I was just worried that it was gonna end today.
Making me
but
tear up,
we
bro.
pulled out
He's
the-
actually making me tear up over here.
That was crazy.
It was crazy. You guys pulled out a bunch of crazy series, and you know what?
God
you have the
damn.
results for it to go into Toronto and show your fans even more. Trent, looking at you, looking at how you played in Bangkok, a map away from MVP, an incredible stage and playoff so far. Is there more in the tank? What can we see from Trent, man? You look absolutely amazing lately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing my game right now, so everyone's kind of complimenting me. I feel pretty good. The team's playing really well, so, and Tejo's broken, but not for long. So.
Right
But
and
not for
looking at
long.
Tejo's coming up, changing. You happy to be going back to Sova? Are there other initiators who've been working on here? Because we did see it's like 21 out of 21 plays on Tejo. It's Trejo. So how's it feel? Are you ready to be on something different? Or are you actually just loving this right now?
I am loving this because Tejo's just broken right now, but I do like change, so I'll probably play a lot of other initiators.
All right, right on, right on. Valen, I just want to come to you for one more thing, man. The pressure you're talking about, because everybody wants to know, how do you overcome it? How do you make sure that as the IGL of the squad, you guys are pulling through the victories to get that smile so everybody's cheering and jumping at the end?
I mean, it's experience at the end of the day. Like, we were on the other side of this in Bangkok. Obviously, we're playing for a trophy. This is qualification, but it's the same thing. It's the highest stakes, season on the line, everything on the line. And we ended up falling short last time, and we learned from it. So this time around, we had these close games, had these close comebacks, but our mental has been full force that just forget the last round, focus on what's next, because we know we're a great team. Sometimes in scrims, we just 12-0 people. So we're like, why can't we do it on stage? We know we can win out of any situation. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy when you got these guys, you know.
All right, you guys got one more match to go, but you can happily pack your bags as G2 is going to Toronto
He's so in his
to
feels right
represent
now.
VCT Americas. Gentlemen, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on an amazing series, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for us today. We are going to be sure to just break it down. Don't miss tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm
It's gonna
sorry.
be a lower bracket
I'm sorry they
finals
did it to you
going between
twice,
MIBR
Gara. They literally
and
did it to you
G2
twice.
Esports. So do not miss it. We're going to leave you today with a Samsung SSD fast replay.
I mean, I was at least pretty impartial on this one. Like, this one doesn't sting as bad. Because even though, like, I was, like, rooting for the underdog, I ended up buying into the EG hype. I still love those G2 players that have. I love Josh. Like, it is very easy for me to accept this L.
Aspas just cannot even find a moment to have impact on the round. He's going to have to make good use of the consecutive.
Closet G2 caught. Caught. Closet G2 been caught. Actually caught. My favorite team. Holy man. Crazy games, man. So wait, what do we have tomorrow? We have G2 MIBR? BO5? Where is it?
He's hungry, and Cortezi is served up like a snack. This lightly armored, straggling squad of MIBR once again are put to the sword.
Enjoy the G2 life. What, I'm kicked out? I'm not welcome? God, dude. Center's so fucking legit right now. I don't know what... It does feel like a lot of these teams have, like, solved, like, G2's pace, right? Like, it seems like they have really good reads on, like, how G2 like to play the game. Not saying what G2 does isn't very good. It is very good. It's just less good when the other team can read it. Also, I mean, there's some fucking plays going against them like this. Yeah, it's all util timing, so, like, you can eventually solve it. You can get a really good feel for, like, how they like to think, like, when they're going to think util first. Do they like going on recharge? What do they like doing with their ults? Honestly, it's very impressive G2 is able to get this shit across the line. Because it looks like they're dead in the water. Like, it looks like they're fucked in some of these games. But they're just so good. Like, they have no fucking quit. Yeah, I also think the same thing, Agent. I think, like, a little decompression time, some time away from the matches, you know, like, just to focus on their own game. I think they're going to bring some different shit to Toronto. I agree. I do agree. Just like how we saw them they used to run the chamber comp here on Pearl. They switched to the Vice. You know, like, I think a lot of what G2 does is so reliant on these util plays. And if you run it for too long, it's just not going to work as good. They've done really good reinventing, though. Truthfully, like, they put in immense work. Let's see. I actually love the cast today. I thought Sideshow and Brent did such a good job. They made it so entertaining. It was great. Truly great. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 1 Wait, what is this? Yeah, said you get me so hard. Shrimp in the fridge. Okay. Let's find someone to raid. I go eat Din Din. Eat yummy. Go congratulate this guy that I'm about to send you guys to. He deserves it. And I will see everyone tomorrow. We'll do Kukar tomorrow. I'll do Kukar tomorrow. I'm hungry right now. I am hungry. Thank you all for tuning in. Love you guys. Bye. Let's go! Wait. What the fuck is this, Anders? Look at this. Huh. Well, now what do we do? What the fuck? That's actually whack, dude. You son of a bitch. What the fuck? We gotta find someone new. We gotta find someone new quick. Quick. What is this? What the fuck is that timing? I couldn't just click end? Bro, I should have just hit it. That's crazy, actually. That's fucking insane. You fucker. Oh, Shy is streaming? Okay, okay. He is. Okay, okay. There we go. Alright. Shio we go. Alright, Shio first. All the other suggestions are great too, Proto. I'm guessing Irene. Oh, Gamble Pit. Yeah. Wow, G2 was the underdog in the gamble for map 3 against EG. What the fuck? That's actually so based by chat. Holy fuck. Alright. I'll see everyone tomorrow. This was amazing. Dude, congrats. That was... Oh, that was a banger. That was a banger. Holy fuck. Fun game. GG's, by the way, Anders. Congrats.